Episode 100.
Mm-hmm.
I'm joined again, ladies and gentlemen, by fan favourite Joe Foley. Actually, I asked people what I should do for episode 100 of the podcast, and a number of people said just get Joe back on because we like him so much.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind.
And
It's
I thought
a pleasure to be back.
I thought we'd do something a bit special. We were considering doing a tier list of philosophers, but we realised that if we did like 100 philosophers ranked, if we spent like 2 minutes on each one, that's 200 minutes, and the likelihood is that we'd actually spend about half an hour on each. So we abandoned that idea quite quickly. That's why, ladies and gentlemen, we have this board, which you may notice has some pencil marks on it because it took us a few tries to get the layout right. It's not exactly my forte.
It wasn't a great argument for the practical applications of philosophy, was it?
That's right. If only everybody here could have seen us. Like, I was like scribbling on the floor about 15 different times to try and get this layout. And it's about right. Hopefully you can see what we're doing here. We're going to do a shootout of philosophers.
Yeah.
We're just going to do like a tournament. And so we've somewhat arbitrarily chosen and organized philosophers who are significant or have been relevant to the channel. And we're going to see who comes out in that red line in the middle as the best philosopher of all time, or at least of the ones that we thought of yesterday while putting this list together. So, are you ready?
I'm ready.
We're going to start with David Hume versus René Descartes.
Mm-hmm.
This is a tricky one, right? René Descartes represents the rationalist school of philosophy. Rationalists believe that there's such thing as innate knowledge, that you can know things without any need for experience. Descartes' famous cogito ergo sum, I think therefore I am, is perhaps the most famous phrase in the history of philosophy.
It pulls a lot of weight. Yeah, I think that to a certain extent, Descartes, though, as a victim of his own success, a lot of his more significant accomplishments from maths. So he almost invented analytic geometry, sort of as a field. That you know coordinate systems. That's Descartes. Those when you have a kind of XY coordinate system, Descartes invented
Cartesian
kind of
coordinates.
Yeah, it's this fantastic unification of algebra and geometry. But of course, philosophers tend not to notice about that quite as much, even though, that's, talk about global impact, that's pretty major.
Yeah. And representing this rationalist school of philosophy as well pits him quite nicely against David Hume, because David Hume is often seen as the archetypal empiricist philosopher. And these are two schools of thought that oppose each other. Empiricists think that all knowledge comes from observation and experience. Rationalists think that there is such thing as innate knowledge. So Descartes' I think therefore I am is a way of saying, I don't need to look at anything. I don't need to do any scientific investigation. I can just sit in my armchair, close my eyes, and know that I exist.
Yes, a priori.
Exactly. Whereas Hume believes that all knowledge is sort of grounded in the a posteriori, which means after the facts. So we've got these two schools rubbing up against each other. And in a way, if we endorse Descartes or Hume, it seems like we might be endorsing one of those schools of philosophy. However, I think it's fair to say that although David Hume is incredibly influential, especially over like atheists, I think therefore I am is just so like foundational.
Although has come up against quite a lot of pushback.
That's true.
I mean, you, as far as I'm aware, your interpretation of Descartes, which I think is probably the more plausible one, is that it's not a formal argument. It's a kind of baseline intuition. And I think that's probably the strongest way of conceiving of it, because I think therefore I am, if you put it in propositional form as there is some, or in order to doubt, there must be some doubting going on. In order for there to be doubt, there must also be a doubter. Therefore, if I am doubting, then I exist. I doubt, therefore I am.
Yeah.
Or I think, therefore I am, as it's later put.
Yeah.
Then the argument doesn't quite work, because the second premise is fine. It's very plausible. If there's doubt, there must be a doubter. Very few people would dispute that. But considering that Descartes' project here is to build his epistemology on purely what can be known with absolute certainty, then that second premise is often called into question.
Yeah, interestingly, Descartes is often painted as trying to come up with what we can know with certainty. But what Descartes really does is shows what we can't doubt.
Yeah,
which is not quite the same thing. Descartes is meditations on first philosophy. And what we mean by first philosophy are our foundational principles. And what Descartes does is he realizes that there are loads of things he could in principle doubt. Maybe this chair doesn't really exist. Maybe you're just an illusion. And so what he does as a tool is he treats everything that could possibly be false as if it is false and sees what's left over, right? And so he thinks to himself, well, as long as I'm doing some kind of thinking. Can I doubt that I exist? Well, if I'm doubting, I'm thinking. And that means there is something doing thinking. And so it's impossible to doubt that I'm thinking, because doubting is a kind of thinking. But that's not quite the same thing as saying I'm certain that I exist. It's saying that I can't doubt that I exist.
And I think that that's a much stronger way of putting the argument, right? Because especially as you move on to later thinkers, like Kant's a really good example of his style of transcendental argument, especially as it's been interpreted by later thinkers like Barry Stroud, for example, kind of interprets transcendental arguments, which are arguments of the form, you already believe this, therefore necessarily this must be true. You know, this is true, therefore necessarily this is some precondition of that original thing being true, for therefore that must also be true.
Yeah.
And Barry Stroud reinterprets these kind of transcendental arguments as effectively, you believe this, therefore you must also believe this as a precondition to this. And in some ways, this more slightly pragmatic framing of the cogito argument, I think actually holds quite a lot of water.
Yeah.
I think that, I think it's Russell that ends up, absolutely hammering Descartes for this assumed second premise. But if you paint it as just, can I express doubt without assuming that I exist?
Yep.
And actually, there's a strong argument to suggest, well, maybe I can't know it for certain, but at the very least, my belief that I exist is a precondition of my statement, I doubt.
Yes. Now, as you say, there are different interpretations of what it means. Some scholars think that it's a mistranslation. Mm-hmm. I think, therefore I am. It first shows up, I think it first shows up in French. Je pense donc je suis.
Yeah.
And there is an argument to say that instead of this meaning, I think, therefore I am, it should mean something like, I am thinking, therefore I exist. It's not a syllogism. It's not, well, premise one, I am thinking, conclusion, therefore I am. It's just a singular intuition of the mind that by thinking, I just know that I exist. It's just that our language has to capture it in a sort of, if this, then this.
Yes.
But that really what's being gotten at is just a singular intuition happening all at once in the mind. There's debate about which of those Descartes meant. There's a debate about which of those actually works. But at the very least, this is incredibly influential. And Descartes is often seen as the founder of the Western philosophical tradition. He is put up against David Hume a fair bit.
I can imagine so. I mean,
but Hume doesn't have that same position in the history of philosophy as, like, the father.
You have a bit of beef with Hume though as well.
I do. I think Hume's overrated in many respects. I just did a video on whether ChatGPT why it can't draw a full wine glass, which was extremely popular. Can't remember where I got the idea for that video actually. now that it comes to it, some clever clogs decided to send me a text, and I exposit some of Hume's views there. But Hume thinks that all knowledge comes from the external world. But he comes up with a counterexample, which I explained in that video, the missing shade of blue, and then he admits that it is a counterexample, but then just says we should ignore it. But then previously said the only way that he can prove his thesis is by saying, well, you come up with a counterexample if you're so clever. There are many things about Hume which I just think are overrated in terms of the actual philosophy. Like, I'm pretty sure Hume doesn't think we can know that parallel lines won't intersect. So if you have two parallel lines and they stretch on infinitely, they will never intersect with each other, right? Hume, as far as I'm aware, as far as I can remember from my interpretation of reading him, thinks that because all knowledge comes from empiricism, and we've never seen two perfectly parallel lines, there is no basis for that belief. We cannot know with certainty that if you were to extend those lines infinitely, they would never intersect.
Though, of course, in some ways he was vindicated in that view, right? Because then later on we were shown that it's not as simple as space is Euclidean. And of course, the parallel lines not intersecting is based on axiom 5 of Euclidean geometry, which is, as far as I can't remember the exact wording, but it basically is just parallel lines won't intersect. And of course, general relativity theory has shown us that actually no, parallel lines in terms of the actual geometric structure of space-time is, oh God, I always get this wrong, a 4-dimensional Riemannian manifold, I think, is the technical terminology for it. I don't know the maths behind it.
Sorry, everybody. There's going to be a lot of this today. Sorry.
It's so far over my head. But effectively, one of the consequences of this non-Euclidean view of space-time is that actually, given the right gravitational conditions, parallel lines can intersect. Or parallel lines in as much as I think that technically parallel lines there are conceived of as beams of light in a vacuum.
Having said that, I don't think that's what Hume had in mind.
No, absolutely not. This may be, a principle of charity to Hume to the point of incredulity.
Yeah, Hume is a genius in presenting the problem of induction, for example. That's another one of his famed sort of philosophical thoughts, and it is extremely clever to sort of realize this, to explain it. It's brilliant. He does then just say, I have no solution to this. I do believe in induction, but I have no rational warrant for it. And then basically says to the reader, like, if you can come up with something, let me know. It seems like, though, right? So if anybody who's familiar with Hume will know that induction, which is deriving truths about unobserved things from observed things. So I've observed the sun rising every single day, and I conclude that the sun will rise tomorrow. That's something I haven't observed, but I conclude the unobserved from the observed. That process is called induction, as opposed to deduction. Like a deductive inference is one that necessarily follows. Like, all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, therefore Socrates is mortal. That's a deductive inference. But if we say every single swan I've ever seen is white, therefore the next one I see will be white, doesn't necessarily follow, but it's like an inductive inference. And Hume says that any kind of inductive reasoning is completely unjustified. Probably don't have time to go into why exactly. But instead of just saying, okay, on my worldview of empiricism, I can find absolutely no justification for induction, but I do believe in induction, therefore, instead of saying, therefore my worldview must be incorrect, he goes, well, therefore there must be some explanation that, somebody will come up with one day. Why can't Hume just say, I'm an empiricist, and I've just discovered all of these unsolvable problems about the way that the world works, about the missing shade of blue, about the problem of induction. And instead of going, so because it leads to all of these problems, my theory must be wrong, he says, no, my theory is correct. So, and just sort of tells us to basically ignore those problems.
Oh, yes. Hume is the absolute master of looking a reductio ad absurdum argument in the face and going, no, I will stand by my original principles. The other one, of course, is saying that causation doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Which seems absurd, right? And this idea that actually we never observe one thing causing another. We only ever observe two events happening next to one another
in constant
regularly.
Conjunction. Yes.
And thus we observe we infer a necessary connection.
But all of it, because Hume says, there's no, I can't justify causation because I look at the objects. I look at one billiard ball hitting another, and I can't, this causal principle, I can't find it in the ball. I can't find it in the other ball. I can't find it in the snooker cue. Like, I can't find it anywhere. But that assumes that it is something that's subject to empirical observation. And so it's the very fact that he's an empiricist that makes him rule out the possibility that causation can just exist as an immaterial principle of the world. Now, there is an argument that you could make that says induction, Hume's right, on empiricism, induction can only be justified or can't be justified on empiricism. But induction is justified, therefore empiricism is false.
And I do think that to a certain extent, Kant does so much justice to a lot of what's good about Hume while recapturing a lot of more common sense notions, recasting causation as a synthetic a priori aspect of the phenomenal world and stuff like that. I think that, I really like Hume because I think that he is possibly the greatest skeptical thinker.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. He really
someone
is.
Like Pyrrho, even more skeptical than Descartes by far. Descartes plays with skepticism, but Hume is all throughout his works is saying, here are the limits on what we can know.
But do you think, as Descartes' entire project is a radical skepticism? Like Hume never doubts the validity of his senses. He never doubts that 2 + 2 = 4. Descartes even doubts that. Descartes pushes this doubt as far as he possibly can.
I suppose it's that Descartes does do that, but he does it for one chapter of one of his books. Whereas Hume's entire project is skeptical.
Blaise Pascal said that he can never forgive Descartes in the Pensées. He says, I will never forgive Descartes because he sort of brings up God in, I think, the second or third chapter, establishes God's existence as a way to ground his epistemology. He does, I think, therefore I am. Then he uses, people forget this, the most famous phrase in philosophy, I think, therefore I am. Descartes then uses the same reasoning to establish God's existence.
Well, it's clear and distinct ideas.
Straight afterwards,
And they sort of...
He uses exactly the same thought to establish God's existence. And then says, because God exists, I can sort of justify the rest of my senses. And Pascal says I can never forgive him because he sort of brings in God to justify his epistemology and then has no need for him ever again.
Well, yeah, I mean, Descartes, again, it seems to, a lot of his work is in maths, a lot of his work is in the foundations of natural science. In some ways, Meditations, although it's so famous, it's sort of orthogonal to a lot of the rest of his work.
But there's also mind-body dualism.
Well, yes, also from meditation. I mean, that's the... I always, controversial opinion, the interaction problem of mind-body dualism, where does the soul touch the body? I've never quite got why that's such a big problem. Partly because if you've already got God on your theology or on your philosophy, so much becomes possible. It's like
Yeah, well, because it seems like a mystery to me if the mind is immaterial, like Descartes thinks, but just think about the influence of Descartes here. We talk about Cartesian mind-body dualism.
Yes,
We talk about the Cartesian coordinates. We talk about the Cartesian cogito, right? But yeah, the mind-body thing, like, if you're like Descartes and you think there's a mind and a body and they're distinct and they interact with each other somehow, like, why can my mind interact with my brain but not your brain? Like, why not? And you might think, well, because in some sense my mind is like inside of me, but no, if the mind is immaterial, it has no spatial location.
Well, yes, exactly. I think this is...
So it is as much a mystery that my mind can affect my brain as it would be if my mind could affect your brain. That would be mysterious.
Yeah, and he attempts to solve this by appealing to the pineal gland,
that's
which is amazing. Well, to a certain extent, I don't think he needs to, because he's got divine providence in his philosophical toolkit.
Even
he has a trump card that neither of us could ever dream of.
There are things that God just still kind of can't do, or that still wouldn't make sense. It's still unclear. Like, maybe God just designs it so the mind interacts with the body, but the mechanism of how that works is still a complete and utter mystery,
I suppose. But to be honest, I think that, Christianity has a lot of mysteries. It's got the Trinity, it's got the Incarnation. True. I think that that Descartes could potentially appeal to that.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, it's a really unconvincing answer for somebody like us because, I'm pretty skeptical of the Trinity and I'm pretty skeptical of the Incarnation. But I think that Descartes is almost admirable for not appealing to that. But I think that if you wanted to use that to resolve it in his philosophy, you probably could.
So, okay, we've got like two of the ultimate skeptical thinkers.
Yes.
We've got like the person who embodies the tradition of skepticism in like the atheist sort of tradition of philosophy, David Hume. And we've got René Descartes, founder of Western philosophy, most famous phrase in philosophy probably of all time. Who wins out here? Also, what's our metric here? Are we saying who would like win in a debate? Who's a better philosopher?
Yeah, I feel like the metric is sort of vibes-based.
Vibes-based.
In that, yeah, I mean, as I say, René Descartes sort of...
Who do you vibe with more?
It's just a father of modern philosophy, I think, is sometimes the title. I mean, it's a good title. I like Descartes, but I also think that I'm swayed there by a lot of his mathematical contributions. I think
that might tip the scale for me because I do feel a bit more at home with David Hume. Like, I feel like I'd get on with him better. Descartes, like, I don't know, he sort of looks grumpy in his paintings. Hume always looks a bit sort of friendly and chummy, but the mathematical contributions, the most famous phrase in the history of philosophy, Hume's got all of these really interesting thoughts like induction and whatnot, but he doesn't even attempt to solve them.
Yes, I think that the David Hume, I think that a lot of people, I mean, I do like David Hume. David Hume is, I think that a lot of people find him more palatable today because I think that in a lot of ways our current epistemology leans much more empiricist.
Yeah. But like Hume himself, people today, when pressed on their empiricist assumptions, actually a lot of the time just don't have justifications for them.
And also, they're not empiricists in the same way that David Hume is. Most people believe in causation. And,
but so does Hume. Hume believes in causation. He just doesn't
believe in causation as an aspect of the world outside of our perceptions.
Right. But I mean, Hume believes that causation exists, as far as I know. He just doesn't know like how to justify that belief. Which is the thing. Like, Hume asks some great questions, but admits that he can't answer them, but doesn't even seem to consider the possibility that the unanswerability of those questions might just show his worldview is incorrect.
Well, yes, I think that's a response that has been levelled at him by a lot of Thomist philosophers, funnily enough.
Yeah.
That, come on, man, you can't do anything with this philosophy.
We'll get on to Thomas Aquinas later as well. He is on our list. So what do you think? Hume, Descartes?
Oh, I think that I'm
leaning Descartes.
I think that... I mean, I really love David Hume as a philosopher. I think that...
No offense if you're watching, Mr. Hume.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't take it personally. Some of these philosophers are, in fact, still alive. So if we're a little bit mean about you and you are watching, then it's all in good faith, if you like. But okay, I think let's put Descartes, because otherwise we are going to be here for forever. 24 hours. So, our first bout has Descartes in the middle.
Fantastic.
By the way, for those who are just listening on Spotify or Apple Podcasts or whatever, On the video version of this podcast, we are showing a visual of this overall tournament of philosophers and how it all goes. Hopefully you can keep track. We will explain where we're at for those who are just listening, but you might want to, if you want the visual, then hop over to YouTube.
We should have put a betting pool on or something like that.
Yeah, man, we should have done. we still could before this goes out. Do you know what? I took a picture of this before we started, and I will stick it onto like Twitter and Instagram and see who people think will come out on top. And I tell you what, we'll put the results of that poll on screen, if that's all right. Note it down. Note down the timestamp. Remember to do that. We'll take a vote on who people think is going to win. Who do you think people will think will win out of the list we've got?
I think Aristotle will get a lot of votes.
Aristotle.
Nietzsche will get a fair amount of votes.
Jesus Christ will be up there.
Oh yeah, I mean, in terms of influence, there aren't many more influential thinkers than Jesus Christ. Yeah, if you believe he exists, of course. I don't know where you stand on that at the moment.
Yeah, Jesus definitely existed. About as certainly as Dostoevsky did, who I can imagine will also get a few votes.
I'm very much in the Jesus existed camp.
Yeah. Okay. What should we do next? We've got a bunch to choose from. Why don't we look at Plato versus Aristotle?
Okay, yeah, something completely different.
Yeah. Plato and Aristotle, again, two of the most influential philosophers, but this time in the sort of classical sense.
Yes.
It's quite difficult to compare them because Plato is, I think, seen as more foundational. Plato is like the first one.
Alfred North Whitehead, I think, described the whole of philosophy as a footnote to Plato.
Yeah, all of at least Western philosophy, I suppose, is just consists in a series of footnotes to Plato. It's significant. But Aristotle got some stuff going from him too.
I'm a big Aristotle fan. I really like Plato for a number of reasons. I think that the way almost because of, again, less because of what he said and more because of the general analytical vibe almost behind his writings. You know, on the entrance to the academy, he reportedly had inscribed or something like if you don't like geometry, don't come in, or something like that, or something much more poetic than that. But that was the gist. And he has, you know, the kind of ethos that Plato sets, things like the dominance of reason over, or the moral superiority or normative superiority of reason over the rest of what it means, of the human moving parts, if you like, still remains quite a big part of the general character of, you know, what we define as philosophical virtues today. So I think that in terms of influence, you know, Plato is in terms of setting the tone for philosophy, Plato is absolutely integral. And of course, he's the only reason that we have so much of Socrates' writing, or not writings, but
ideas.
But talks, yes. But Aristotle, it is difficult to grasp just how prolific Aristotle is. You know, you think about, he writes treatises on physics and ethics and, various aspects of natural science and metaphysics and poetics and politics.
And those are just the ones we have access to.
Well, yes, exactly.
Works are lost.
Well, it's room. I can't remember where I read this, but there's some ancient source which comments very, very highly on Aristotle's dialogue writing, which of course we just don't have access to. We have his sort of essays, which some people think are just like lecture notes type stuff. You know, they're sort of
right.
They're not beautifully written, or at least they're not thought to be beautifully written.
Yeah.
But they are very clear, I think.
Yeah.
And for me, Aristotle, I think that the absolute pinnacle, I think, in a lot of ways of Aristotelian philosophy is the Nicomachean Ethics. I think that just there is so much in there that even now is so relevant. I mean, my favorite, this is it crops up in odd places. Like, you'll be surprised at how much of atomic habits is in the Nicomachean Ethics, in Aristotle's notion of habituation. You know, you think that, and he just deals with it in sort of like a couple of paragraphs, basically. Sort of the main aspects of how to develop a habit that will then translate into a virtue. So just on beyond philosophy, on a pure practical level, the Nicomachean Ethics is something that I think everyone could benefit from. And
Aristotle is also incredibly influential over a bunch of religious philosophy. Thomas Aquinas is quite influenced by Aristotle. So like the classical Thomistic.
Yes, yeah. And of course, Islamic philosophy
theology
has a lot of
Aristotle seems to have sort of pervaded it in a more like, in a sense that you wouldn't necessarily attribute to him. Like, you might be talking about Thomas Aquinas, and in many ways sometimes you're talking about Aristotle, you just don't realize it. Whereas Plato is brought up a lot. And in a way, his ideas are like embedded into philosophy too. But I think that Aristotle's influence is so easy to spot, especially in the history of religious philosophy. Plato is our sort of founding father. If Descartes was the founding father of modern philosophy, Plato is seen in many ways as the founder of philosophy. I mean, I guess that's Socrates in a way, but Plato's the guy that we actually have to read.
Certainly Western philosophy is. I mean, this is a proper benchmark.
But I do wonder how much of that, just because Plato was the one who came first and he sort of started it off, how much of that like sentimentality about that is getting in the way of seriously considering their ideas. Because for me, again, like vibe check here, I think I get more out of Aristotle than I do out of Plato.
I certainly get more out of Aristotle. There are certain things about Plato, as I say, the general ethos of Plato's philosophy, I think, has been incredibly influential. We owe a lot of very significant images to Plato, things like Plato's cave. Though, of course, a lot of those images are repurposed. So Plato's cave is initially to do with transcending from knowledge about mundane ideas to eventually leaving the cave and seeing the forms, which are his sort of perfected ideas that are instantiated in imperfect forms around our physical world. And then finally seeing the sun and gazing upon the form of the good, which is almost the highest of the forms in his metaphysics, epistemology. It's all kind of one in ancient philosophy anyway. But so that's the kind of famous cave image, but that's not necessarily how it's used today. I think it's just kind of people like the image.
They kind of, it's like fun, you know, so
and
it comes up all the time.
It's a very compelling image. But I think that, again, the influence of the image itself, I think, is pretty divorced from how Plato was using it.
Aristotle's influence over his sort of exposition of virtue ethics is also, it hasn't been quite as popular in like recent years exactly, but I think virtue ethics is kind of making a bit of a comeback.
Well, it fell out of fashion for ages, and then Elizabeth Anscombe did so much.
Seems to kind of be
did so much work, and Anscombe is her own gene.
She nearly made our list.
Nearly made our list.
Yeah. I think I'm kind of. I mean, again, I'm leaning Aristotle here.
I'm certainly leaning Aristotle. I mean, I think hands down for me personally.
Hands down.
Yeah, I really like Plato. I just think that Aristotle, for the prolific nature of his writings, the variety of subjects, and how often you will be reading a relatively modern bit of philosophy and then go, oh, this reminds me of something in Aristotle.
Yeah.
And almost, this Aristotle's thought, I would say, just spreads out and pervades so far beyond himself, even in its details, in a way that there are certainly, Plato, again, is hugely influential, but for me, I think Aristotle edges him out.
I think so too. I'm impressed with the ethics as well. The Nicomachean Ethics is wonderful. Virtue ethics, influence over religious philosophy for me.
And of course, Aristotelian logic. I mean, that bears less of resemblance to our modern logical systems.
Just the word Aristotelian is such a fun word to say. It's so much better than like Platonic. Although Platonic is fun, but it often gets mixed up with like, I don't know. It's like Aristotelian. It's like one of my favorite words in the English language. It's just such a fun extension of his name. So he's kind of got it all going for him. Even just the way it looks written down is pretty spectacular. So it's all pointing to Aristotle for me. And I think
the thing is, it seems so almost sacrilegious to be like, oh yeah, we're knocking out Plato in round one. This is, but
that's
it's
true.
It's the nature
actually,
of the game. I think this is why. This is one strength of this over a tier list, is that we can say, oh, well, Plato's only not there because he's been edged out by Aristotle. Plato's still a phenomenal force of philosophy.
It is an instant knockout. And in fairness, we've tried to design this so that we get some good matchups. It would have been interesting to see like Plato against some other philosophers perhaps, but I think Plato wins out against...
Well, Plato would win out against almost everyone else
on the
board,
left-hand
which
side.
Is why putting him against Aristotle, I think, you have to...
I mean, we've got the likes of Peter Singer and Nietzsche and Schopenhauer and Dostoevsky, and these are great, but like putting them up against Plato, I think the only person who can hold a candle on our list really
is Aristotle,
or maybe Jesus of Nazareth, So I think we've got to get it done at the beginning. Otherwise, we might have ended up with Plato versus Aristotle as our final.
Well, yes, exactly.
So let's get it out of the way. I think Aristotle. Is our winner. Okay, I'm going to stick this on. This is all totally arbitrary, by the way.
Oh, yeah, this is... Don't take this too seriously.
Aristotle is our winner. Okay, I think we should move over to the left-hand side of the board.
Yeah.
For those watching at home. And I think we should start with Peter Singer versus Richard Dawkins.
Oh, you know Richard Dawkins and Peter Singer personally.
That's right.
I feel like you should take this one a bit.
To call Dawkins a philosopher is already a bit controversial.
You think he'd be offended?
The first question I ever asked Richard Dawkins was whether he considers himself a philosopher. Years and years ago. There's a video of it online. I've got a little squeaky voice and I'm an excited, like, 16-year-old or something. And at the time he said something like that. I think Daniel Dennett wrote an afterword to one of his books and asked that question. And Dennett's conclusion was yes. But I think Dawkins just kind of doesn't care. I think Dawkins wants to be remembered as a scientist. He's happy to answer questions about God and stuff. On his recent tour, he understood people would want to ask him about God and religion because it's his last tour. But he wanted to talk about biology. That's like his passion. And so in a way, he's definitely more of a scientist than a philosopher. But he is probably the world's most famous atheist.
Well, yes, as in, I think that in terms of impact, the God delusion, in terms of, impact on atheism and atheist thought. I mean, the kind of atheist, to stereotype that you will meet today is much more likely to be a materialist, modern empiricist atheist along the lines of Dawkins, as opposed to, say, a non-materialist atheist along the lines of Nietzsche or Schopenhauer. These are the tenor of Dawkins's atheism has been incredibly influential, and just in the vein of atheism that is by far the most popular sort today.
Yeah, and so influence, I think we get a tick. Peter Singer is also quite influential.
Although he's probably the most famous modern ethical philosopher.
He's got to be.
Or still alive ethical philosopher. Sorry,
he's got to be. Peter Singer is most famous probably for two things. One is charity. His originally Famine, Affluence and Morality, I think the essay is called.
Yes.
The Life You Can Save. The drowning child analogy, which regular viewers of this channel will be familiar with. If you are walking down the street and you see a child drowning in a shallow pond, and I said I could wade in and save that child, but I'll ruin my shoes, and my shoes cost me $50, so I don't want to do it, you would think I'm a moral monster. You'd think I was evil. But if Oxfam come to my door and say, if you just donate $50, we can, set up a malaria net somewhere abroad in Africa and save X many children from getting malaria, and you say, you know what, no thanks, because I want to spend this $50 on my shoes, people are just kind of okay with it. And confronting us with that question of what's the difference is really important. Of course, I'm an ethical emotivist. I think that morals just sort of evolved, and so it makes sense that we care more about those who are in our immediate vicinity than those who are far away. We did not evolve over thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years, in a situation where we could have an impact on people halfway across the globe. And so our brains, our like emotive capacity is just not capable of like properly comprehending that ability and responsibility for caring for people across the globe.
I suppose Singer would probably say that the evolutionary history isn't relevant. That's
a description. Because Singer is a objectivist, as far as I know. Like he's a moral realist.
He used to be really influenced by Hare, I think, and the kind of non-cognitivist prescriptivist tradition. But recently, I think post 2014, in 2014 he released a book, and I can't remember what it's called. It might be called The Universal Point of View or something like that. It's either a book or an essay, or it's something that he said. It's yes, there in the back of my mind, where he defended an impersonal view of ethical objectivism, or some kind of ethical objectivism, where he was defending the idea that we ought not to give preference to one person's pleasure over another. He defends a series of
my first podcast with him. We talked about this, and I sort of was trying to sort of grill him on his meta ethics, and the big jump for me was like, I mean, he thinks that like my pleasure is good, my suffering is bad, and he tries to extrapolate that if my suffering is bad, then I can sort of understand that suffering is bad, and therefore no one's suffering is worse than anybody else's. That's the jump that I can't quite rationally justify. But Singer does believe that there is truth and falsity in ethics. And so he will say, yeah, of course we evolved in a particular way, but that doesn't matter because there are ethical truths, which is consistent, but so demanding And the demandingness objection is really interesting. People say, can an ethical theory be so demanding that it's implausible? Can how demanding an ethical theory is be evidence that it's not true?
Well, I mean, talking about Aristotle would probably be reasonably kind of on board with the demandingness objection because of how closely he links being a good person or being a virtuous person with eudaimonia, this idea that it's going to bring you fulfillment. He thinks those two things are aligned.
But also with proportion, with the famous golden mean of not going too far in either direction. Because if you've got too little confidence, you're a coward. But if you've got too much confidence, then you're too rash. And so you've got to find something sort of in the middle. And I wonder if Singer is the embodiment of the extreme of Aristotle's virtue on the too much side. Too much empathy makes you essentially unable to do anything, unable to live the good life because you're constantly preoccupied with giving away every single thing that you have to help other people.
Though interestingly, I think at the end of Famine, Affluence and Morality, or it might be at the end of The Life You Can Save, he does make the point that actually his final conclusion isn't that people should give away everything until they reach marginal utility, which is the point where giving away would do you more harm than it would do good. His final point was basically that even if you don't agree with the full hog of my argument, can you honestly say that you are not falling short in your ethical duties in some way?
Yeah.
Which I think is a much stronger kind of conclusion. He's saying, well, even if you don't agree with the whole of my conclusion, are you really doing enough?
Singer is extremely confronting in that way.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, the other area is animal ethics. Animal Liberation is the book for animal ethics. It put animal ethics on the agenda. The entire vegan movement today just owes so much to Peter Singer normalizing it as a topic of conversation and making people take it seriously. I mean, he wrote it in 1975. And he opens it kind of by saying, I know this is going to sound ridiculous, but there was a time when it sounded ridiculous to think that women should be able to vote. But we move on. And now people take animal ethics much more seriously. I think it's still nowhere near seriously enough. But Singer confronts you. If you read Animal Liberation, it is haunting. I mean, it turned me vegan, and it was just... I did always say, though, I didn't know if it was because I thought Singer was a particularly amazing philosopher, but just because he happened to sort of choose the right thing to think about. If anybody thinks about it for long enough and carefully enough, animal ethics, giving to charity, suffering, you can probably land on the conclusions that Singer came up with. He's not like Derek Parfit coming up with the non-identity problem or something, or Hume with induction. It doesn't take a level of genius to really follow the thought and get this interesting conclusion. But Singer just knew what to think about. He knew to think about animals. He knew to think about
the thing that I do admire about Singer as a thinker is his, similar to Hume, his dogged commitment to some of the more repugnant conclusions of hardcore utilitarian thought. For instance, I have, I've talked about it on my channel before, but not very often. I have a chronic pain condition, which means that I'm in pain kind of most of the time. And I'm pretty sure that if I asked Peter Singer to his face, does this mean that my life should be deprioritized against somebody who won't have that? I'm pretty sure that he would say yes. And obviously that's not nice to hear. I can't help but admire it. I think that he would just bite the bullet. He would say, yes, Joe, I think that if there was someone without a chronic pain condition, I think their life should be saved over yours because they are likely to experience more pleasure and less pain.
Singer semi-famously wrote a paper called something like Should the Baby Live or something, which is about infanticide. And he argues, I don't know if this is his actual position or if he was just entertaining it, but he sort of argues in favor of euthanizing disabled children, not even because of the suffering that they're going through, but because of the resources that we're putting into preserving the life of somebody who's so physically disabled that their life quality is so low. If we took those resources and gave them to babies of normal health, we would do much more and increase utility and reduce suffering overall, so we should euthanize the severely disabled children. For a lot of people, that is just instantly discrediting of Peter Singer.
That particular example is what made me revise my general utilitarian
right, so this is the thing, right?
So that's the thing. And Singer, again, is incredibly valuable because he just will push these utilitarian premises to their extreme, to the point where at some point most people will get off.
They'll get off the train, but Singer will ride that train to the very end.
But I think for the people that do end up getting off the train, I think that Singer helps them get off the train. As in, it's useful to have a thinker pushing these to the extreme, because to a certain extent, ethics in practice, I'm not making a meta-ethical point, but in terms of how people craft their own ethical codes, people tend to have different points where they consider a given scenario to be a reductio ad absurdum of the original principle.
Yeah.
And Singer's dogged commitment to riding the train of preference utilitarianism to the very end is valuable whether or not you're a
You need someone to do it to know where it leads. Because, people will look at Singer and think like that is an evil thing to think. And that might be true, but it's also like, that's informative, because if you think it's an evil thing to think,
you learn something.
And if you read Singer's essay and think that he is correct to conclude that we should do that, then you realize that the philosophy is evil, and you've just sort of discounted at least his version of utilitarianism, which is so useful and important.
It's useful to know. I mean, another criticism of Singer that's been leveled at him by other utilitarians is that he may not give quite enough attention as you might want to what long-term effects altering certain moral principles might have. For instance, you can make a counter argument against Singer's point about infanticide using utilitarian principles by saying, well, hang on a sec. If we start doing this, we're going to value one life over another thing. That could and potentially would lead to some undesirable places that would ultimately cause more suffering. Tends to be, if you were going to give a utilitarian counter-argument to that, and other people just say that's a slippery slope.
Richard Dawkins, I think, is less willing to... Well, he does bite some bullets. I mean, famously, he says, like, it seems like at base, the universe, there's nothing but blind, pitiless indifference. He seems sort of happy to say, when people say, where do you get purpose in life, Professor Dawkins? He says, well, the universe doesn't owe you a sense of purpose. And it's, for a lot of people, it's quite sort of jarring, but a lot of people really like that. They're like, just tell them how it is, Doc, because, maybe there's just no purpose. Like, what kind of question? He says, like, asking, why is a bit like asking, what is the color of jealousy? You can formulate it into a question, but it doesn't actually make any sense. There's no answer to it. And for a lot of people, the most foundational question is, what is the purpose of life? And for Dawkins, it's not even really a legitimate question. And so, in a way, he rides that train too. Like, where does atheism get you? But he doesn't, like, I think if you really press him on ethics, he's not going to say something like, I think that ethics are all just subjective or emotive, and I recognize the seriousness and the implications of that, but I'm just going to bite that bullet. He will just sort of say, well, like, I suppose it's sort of, yes, I suppose it's subjective, but I think this, and I think, like, he doesn't sort of have the same philosophical feeling when he bites the bullet. It's more of like on a personal level he bites the bullet, but he doesn't sort of embody the philosophy of the bullet that he's bitten.
I feel like Richard Dawkins would be very at home in either Cambridge or Vienna in the 1920s. As a philosophical system, sure. I think that he would... I don't know if Richard Dawkins has ever read Language, Truth and Logic. I think he'd really like it. I think it would... Because I get this vaguely logical empiricist vibe from him.
It wouldn't surprise me if he... I mean, he must have read it. He must have read it. I mean, he's familiar with A.J. Ayer. He's at least familiar with his ideas. Well, he tells the story of A.J. Ayer being at at dinner at an Oxford formal, and I think he says grace. So he like leads people in grace and says a prayer, and somebody says to him like, you don't believe in God, how can you say grace? And Ayer says, I'll never utter a falsehood, but I have no issue with making meaningless statements, And I think there's something in that. Dawkins is familiar with that. He seems to know who Ayer is, and like you say, his influence seems present in Dawkins' thinking. It is very like, well, what's the evidence for that?
Well, I mean, I think that it probably came through Popper, because Popper's so influential in scientific methodology and famously has this falsification principle. It's the thing that separates science, and depending on which point in Popper's thought you're talking about, what separates stuff worth talking about from not talking about. The falsification criteria tends to come up.
And Dawkins seems like he might be some kind of logical positivist, but it's probably more just that he's a scientist. And what do scientists do? They look for empirical evidence for things and they come up with theories. And then he looks at God and he considers God to be a scientific topic. People say, like, is whether God exists really a scientific question? Isn't it a philosophical question? And Dawkins always says, well, it's definitely a scientific question, because a world in which a God exists is incredibly different from a world in which a God doesn't exist. And I'm thinking to myself, you sure about that? Because if there is the theist will say, of course they're very different in the sense that the second one doesn't exist at all. Like, if you believe that there is a system, a sort of universal system that can work without a God, why would it look any different? Why would it have to look any different? And it seems to me the question of God's existence is much more philosophical than scientific. I've made the argument in the past about how scientific laws don't apply to, like, the origin of scientific laws. I've used this analogy a few times now, but like the discovering of the book of Shakespeare's sonnets, where you're trying to uncover where it came from, and you start studying the book, and you discover all of these laws, like the law of iambic pentameter, the law of punctuation, the law of capitalization, the laws of grammar. And you start discovering all of these things. And somebody says, where does the book come from? You say, well, we don't know yet, but look at all of these laws that we're discovering. One day, these literacy laws will explain the origin of the book. That would be a category error. And I think people do the same thing with science explaining the origins of the universe. Scientific laws describe what happens in the universe. Will they be able to describe the origin of the universe itself? I don't think so. And Dawkins just seems optimistic that one day, I'm sure that will happen.
I think that's I imagine that. I mean, that's a point that Dawkins would disagree with someone like Hume on. Hume just thinks, I don't know. Like, as in Hume would say that the analogy with God would be that if there was only ever one book, and you didn't know as a general principle that people wrote books, and that was a kind of, you only had access, in the same way we only have access to one universe. And he would say, well, no, in that scenario, if you only ever encounter one book, you don't know, you can't establish empirically the principle of whether people write books or whether agents write books. And as a result, you would have to remain agnostic. I mean, Hume is far more agnostic than atheist. And I think that Dawkins is sometimes more agnostic than... He's more not believe that God than believe that not God. Sometimes. So I think that occasionally it seems to waver back and forth in his writings at least. But that kind of isn't that uncommon.
The thing is, I'm just not sure how much Dawkins is interested in philosophy.
No, I think he'd almost be offended if we put him...
Yeah, I did once ask him... Or he asked me... You said once, Alex, that like I could have done more on Thomas Aquinas' arguments in the God delusion. And he asked me, like, what do you think I could have done? And we were about to leave this event in Oxford, and he was like literally about to leave. And I called him and I said, oh, well, you could have, for instance, separated out the different kinds of causation. You treat them as if they're all one kind of argument, like the first three ways are all the same, but there are different kinds of causation. And he says, well, do you think there are different kinds of causation? I said, yeah, I think there are actually. And he said, like what? And I thought, oh gosh. So I, as quickly as possible, tried to explain the difference between hierarchical and temporal causation. And I sort of gave this little explanation. And then Dawkins said to me, I don't know if I can quote this. He said to me, what the fuck has that got to do with anything interesting? Thank God I'm not a theologian. And then he walked off.
Is that, there's, to reconstruct a philosophical position out of that sounds like a methodological naturalist position.
Like, I mean to say, those were the last words he spoke to me that evening. He said those words and then he walked away. And that was it. And I was left there like, I'm trying to explain like the causal chain thing. I'm trying,
I'm between a ladder and
so I'm like, so if I'm like holding this thing and I'm sort of I'm stood there like with my hands up, sort of trying to explain this thing, and he says that and then walks away, and I'm just like, fair enough. In a way, that's kind of based, because like, is that kind of like, what's that got to do with my life? Like, I don't really care. He wasn't being rude, by the way. It was just like, he's just like, yeah, but that's not like, why would anybody want to read that? Why would anybody want to look at that? But the philosopher's going to go, because that's what philosophy is, that's what it, like in my first ever podcast with Richard Dawkins, I asked him about his chapter on morality in Outgrowing God. And he sort of says some things. He sort of describes moral history. And I say, but there's a difference between just describing moral history and justifying moral principles. And at one point he says, you're getting a bit too philosophical for me. And I thought, fair enough, you are a scientist, but you did write a chapter in your book about morality. It's like, I don't mind you saying, I'm just a scientist, but if you're going to make sort of moral claims, then I think you should, engage with the philosophy. And so similarly, if you're going to write a book about God's existence and deal with Thomas Aquinas in, I think, literally one page or maybe two, and then when somebody says, there is more to this, and when you try to explain it, basically saying, what's that got to do with anything interesting? Or maybe nothing, but then don't write a book about it, And so I think that Dawkins sees himself as a scientist who has stepped into philosophy almost by mistake by trying to apply the scientific method to the questions of God's existence, and is now spending the rest of his life trying to remind people that he is a scientist and not a philosopher. So I don't think he'd mind if we put Peter Singer ahead of him on a philosophy chart.
Peter Singer, partly for making me less of a utilitarian, which I don't know if he would like that as it may perhaps a dubious honor for Peter Singer.
Peter Singer turns people vegan. He turns people into more charitable people. He also, when he says that you should euthanize children, turns people off utilitarianism, which say what you want about his moral character as a person, as a philosopher and as a guide to your thought, it's pretty important. And at the very least, I think he does that on a philosophical level more so and better than Richard Dawkins.
Though, of course, to be fair, I'm also an ethical non-cognitivist, so it's very easy for me to step back from moral principle and say, I'll revise this. And
the thing is, I do vibe more with Richard Dawkins. Like, maybe it's just because I know him a bit now. Like at dinner, I would just have a better time talking to Richard Dawkins than I would to Peter Singer, I think.
Yeah, man.
I'm not entirely sure, but like as a philosopher, I think Peter Singer has to go on top, and I think Dawkins wouldn't dispute that himself.
No, I think that Dawkins would probably, again, I think he'd probably object to us calling him a philosopher at all.
Maybe. So again, knocked out in the first round. Sorry, Richard, if you're watching, which you're probably not, but it would be cool if you were.
I feel like Richard Dawkins he's probably busy.
Yeah, that's probably right. But we're going to put Peter Singer as our second winner. What's that? Our semi-final? What do they call that?
Yes,
quarterfinal. I don't know. I don't do sports. Okay. Arbitrarily choosing the next. Let's go up top left. Zeno versus Judith Jarvis Thompson, who apparently does not have a P in her name.
Yes, that we'd found. Yeah, you were writing it out, and
I was writing it out, and
I said, do you want to know?
As I finished writing the name Thompson, I said, "Oh, I should probably check I'm spelling this right." And then you sort of awkwardly waited for a few seconds and said, "Do you want to know if you have?" Of course I want to know if I have. So, sorry.
Well, the thing is, Judith Jarvis Thompson...
J.J. Thompson.
Judith Jarvis Thompson is, because, more modern philosophers, is significantly less well known than a lot of people on this list. You probably could have got away with it.
Yeah, probably, actually.
But for those who may not necessarily be as familiar with Judith Jarvis Thompson, she is quite a prolific writer and quite a prolific thinker, but she's probably best known for her work in The Trolley Problem and in Practical Ethics.
Now
she
we're
writes
talking.
on... abortion, I think, is her most famous contribution with the violinist analogy. And the trolley problem, I mean, she's the person that coined the phrase trolley problem. So
yeah. I think she's tied with Philippa Foot for like who sort of came up with it.
Yes, well, Philippa Foot's version of the trolley problem is 1967, I think. And in her version of the trolley problem, you're the driver. And you're deciding whether you turn to hit the one person or turn to hit five. Judith Jarvis Thompson is the person that made you the bystander. So the famous... little man with the hand on the lever.
Yeah, I think I've heard of that.
Yeah, that's from Judith Jarvis Thompson. I mean, probably not the drawing in particular, but that's
so
concept.
For me, I may as well just put her on the red line in the center already, because that is pretty incredible. The trolley. I mean, inventing the trolley problem is about as good as it gets. It's better than this Nicomachean whatever, I think. But perhaps warrants some discussion. So Thompson is an originator of the trolley problem. Mm-hmm. And also, like you mentioned, has the famous violinist analogy in the debates around abortion. One of the most influential arguments in the history of the pro-choice philosophical tradition has been the violinist analogy. For those who aren't familiar, it's this idea. I mean, people say that if you are pregnant with a child, it is immoral to terminate that pregnancy because it's its own life. It's not like just your body part; that's its own unique life, and it has a right to life, and you can't kill that child. Thompson imagines that you are like, I think, kidnapped, and then you wake up. You've been kidnapped by like some violinist society because there is a award-winning best violinist in the world who has some rare condition and can only survive if he's hooked up to you medically for 9 months. Otherwise, he's going to die. After the 9 months is up, you can disconnect and you can go about and live your life. But you've been kidnapped and tied up to this guy, and the question is like, are you allowed to cut the violinist off of you?
And there are versions of this where you're not kidnapped, and there are you volunteer and then you change your mind. So I think perhaps the most interesting part of the paper for me actually isn't to do with the argument itself. It's to do with the different levels at which she pitches it. So this paper was one of the first times that I was considering very seriously the distinction between considering something wrong and saying someone ought to be punished for doing it. So the violinist analogy, the level at which she pitches it at, I think in the original paper, isn't is the person doing something wrong? It's should they be prevented from doing so, or should they be punished if they actually do decide to unplug from the violinist? And I mean, this, I think, draws upon a distinction that we don't often discuss just generally in moral topics, which is the distinction between saying that something's wrong and saying that it should be illegal.
Yes.
The classic common sense example of this that some people use is adultery. Almost everyone agrees that adultery is wrong, yet broadly people don't think that it should be illegal. And, it's an interesting question as to why that is. Some people appeal to just a principled idea that I don't think it's the kind of thing the government should be getting involved in. Other people will say something like, I don't agree with the practical consequences of perhaps enforcing a law of this kind.
So it depends on your view of what law is and
exactly.
what it's for. Like, is law there to moralize? Like, a lot of people would be upset with, like, when the law criminalized homosexuality, it's sort of even aside from whether you think homosexuality is moral or immoral, it's sort of like that seems like a private matter. Even if you think it's wrong, the law isn't there to moralize. The law is there to protect citizens against sort of threats from inside society and outside of it. That's what laws are for. And if that's the case, then adultery really sucks, but it's not the kind of thing that should be illegal. But then adultery does cause harm to children. It causes harm to spouses. So it's a bit of a grey area, but at the very least, it's two different questions. Do you think that cutting off the violinist is wrong? And do you think you essentially have a right to do it, even if it is wrong?
Yes. Should you cut off the violinist and should you be punished for doing so are two different questions. That's right. I think that Thompson draws that out incredibly clearly, and also in a way that I think perhaps isn't given enough credit generally in discussions. In moral discussions generally, you could, for instance, support the death penalty in principle, but not in practice. You could say, I actually do think that some people deserve to be killed by the state for doing certain things. However, certain practical considerations like false convictions or the cost it might have on appeals with the legal system means that I don't think that it should practically be implemented, even if on principle I think that it's perfectly justifiable. And I think that pragmatic principle distinction, I think, comes out very strongly in Thompson's writing.
Yeah, and Thompson writes very well against potential counterexamples, because with relevance to abortion, people will always say that the situations are different. Like, the violinist in the original thought is you are kidnapped to be tied up, and so it sort of assumes that you get pregnant when you don't want to be pregnant. But people say, well, if you have sex, then you know that you run the risk of getting pregnant, and Jarvis discusses that and says, like, is doing something with the risk that there might be a consequence the same thing as consenting to the outcome of that potential consequence, especially if there's a way to then undo it that is kind of nasty in some other respect. And she discusses it really well, and like I say, it's just incredibly influential.
Yes, it's certainly, I think that there are, practically no one writing on the issue of the morality of abortion today won't have been influenced by
and they won't have it and they'll all have it in their back pocket. Like, every single like pro-choice advocate who is worth their salt will have this in their back pocket to pull out.
And almost any pro-life thinker or activist will have a critique of this.
Will need to have a critique.
There are very few arguments in ethics that are like that both people on either side are almost bound to engage with
that specific analogy. And so
similar to the trolley problem. Almost every ethical philosopher will have an opinion on the trolley problem.
Every single person who's ever thought about ethics has come across the trolley problem, and it's so iconic. It's such a meme. It's given my channel a new lease of life at one point, and given me a series. So I've got a lot personally to thank Thompson for. And so she's got a lot going for her. But we are
also underrated. I think because
definitely
there are, in terms of almost everyone who's kind of into philosophy in some way will have heard of either the violinist argument or the trolley problem or both, and yet may not have heard of Thompson, despite her being, not inventing the original trolley problem, but being, one of the top, the innovations between 1985 and 2000-ish for the trolley problem are kind of well, not all, but mostly down to Thomson in some way, shape, or form, or reactions to Thomson, and then the violinist argument being so influential. There aren't many thinkers that have come up with such influential thought experiments and problems and yet not had their name be a household name outside of academic philosophy.
Yeah, that is really, really interesting.
It's nice. So everyone go Google Judith Jarvis Thomson.
Yeah. I think she's got a lot
she
going for her.
She deserves more credit.
But we are pitting her against Zeno. Zeno, perhaps most famed for his series of paradoxes,
attempting to defend the idea that there is no such thing as plurality or motion.
That you'll likely have heard of in one way or another. For example, the impossibility of clapping my hands. If I want to clap my hands, I'm holding my hands about half a meter apart, and if I want to clap them together, then I first have to half the distance between my hands. I cannot clap my hands without first halving the distance between them. It's not possible. So I've got to half the distance. Then to clap them, I'll have to half that distance again. Then I'll have to half that distance again. I can't clap my hands without halving the distance every single time. The problem is, it seems like I can infinitely divide the amount of space in between my hands. I can keep halving. There'll always be half left. There's no point at which you can't half the amount of space left between them. And thus, if there is an infinite number of times that you can half the distance, but you have to half all of the distances in order to clap your hands, you can't complete an infinite series.
Yes, and
since there's an infinite number of divisions, your hands can never clap. And yet...
Yes, and this is Zeno's attempting to give a reductio ad absurdum argument for the concept of divisibility in motion. So he thinks that motion at a base level doesn't exist in the way that we think of it today. He thinks he's a student of Parmenides, who was an ancient Greek thinker, who thought that at a deep metaphysical level, everything is one indivisible, unmoving and unchangeable ball. I think he actually does give it the shape of a ball in the fragments that we have of his work. And Zeno's defending this proposition. A lot of the records that we have of Zeno's writings in Plato, in his dialogue, and I think it's actually called Parmenides. And Zeno gives, Plato treats some of these arguments in that dialogue. And yes, the idea is that Zeno's saying, well, motion can't exist because if it existed, my hands would never be able to clap. And he also uses the example of divisibility to say, well, if I have an object and I divide it in two and I keep dividing it and I can just keep dividing it ad infinitum, I will either end up with lots and lots of objects that are all zero amount of matter, an infinite amount of objects that are all zero amounts of matter, in which case, using his in his mathematical framework in ancient Greece, he would say, well, that will just sum to zero, so there was no object in the first place. Or I can infinitely divide it, and there are some bits of matter. Each one has a mass greater than zero, and then when I sum them all, I have an infinite amount of mass for the object. So this was his argument against divisibility, and I think that broadly, calculus has put to rest a fair amount of these paradoxes.
Has it really?
Well, we now just have mathematical ways of treating infinity. Our way of treating infinity now is really sophisticated. You've got, Cantor's work on infinite sets. Just the concept of calculus. We've got much more sophisticated ways of treating infinity than Zeno had. There's no reason why Zeno should be able to, it would be a bit much to expect Zeno to invent both calculus and Cantorian set theory and non-standard analysis in order to solve some of these problems.
There are a few solutions to this, like the paradox of the clapping. One is to say that you can just sum an infinite series, as our modern maths allows us to do. The other is to say that space isn't infinitely divisible, that space is discrete, that there is a smallest possible sort of distance. That might also be true. I'm more attracted to that second solution.
Well, there's, I'm not a physicist, so I'm probably going to completely butcher this, but there is is it Planck's constant or Planck's distance or something like that?
Yeah,
you probably know more about this than I will.
Is this really tiny length? But I'm actually not. I don't think that is. I've sometimes referred to the Planck length in this context and been told that I'm wrong to do so.
I imagine that I'm getting it wrong just because I don't have a very good grasp of what it is.
I can't remember exactly what the Planck length is. I'm not sure if it's the smallest conceivable distance or if it's something like the smallest distance that we could measure or something like that. Physicists who are watching, somebody leave a comment. They're probably already typing down below. I'm not sure if that's the case, but you can just philosophically conclude that there must be a smallest possible distance. That does just seem counterintuitive as well, though, because like the smallest possible distance to me seems to be a point, and a point is indivisible. It seems like as long as it's not a point, you can keep dividing it. And so it does seem like a paradox to me. You could say that, you can just sum infinite series now, but like, yeah, you can with like maths, I guess, but like, we're talking about like physical things. We're talking about like actual space. I'm not talking about numbers off in the, mathematical realm or whatever. I'm talking about like actual space, atoms, air between my hands. And I'm just expected to believe that because someone invented calculus, I can now just infinitely divide a physical space. I struggle to wrap my head around it. But of course, I know that I can clap my hands. And so something's going wrong.
Well, as in Zeno would probably say that I can't remember exactly the Parmenidean distinctions, but would say that you're clapping your hands, but you're at the baseline metaphysical level, motion isn't occurring in the world of, I think, what is the term that Parmenides uses.
Well, Parmenides doesn't believe in change at all. Motion is a kind of change.
Motion is a kind of change, yeah.
Motion is a kind of change, and Parmenides says that for something to change, it requires that something which was not comes to be. There is something that is not the case, and now is the case. That's what changes. But you can't get something from nothing, and so change can't exist.
Yes, he thinks that, from what I remember, he thinks that it entails a contradiction, because you have something that both is and is not. And I would say at the same time, because now we're so used to time indexing truths. We say things like, we say X is true at time T.
Yeah.
Parmenides didn't do that, and a lot of people think that this is just where his thinking goes wrong. He doesn't have access to this time indexing, or doesn't, it's not a standard bit of the logic that he's using.
Yeah. My favorite of Zeno's paradox is the tortoise and the hare, which is actually kind of secretly a version of the hand clapping thing. But if you've got a tortoise and a hare, and the hare, or I guess, what was it, like Achilles and the tortoise?
Yes,
Achilles and the tortoise.
Because one of them is one of Aesop's fables, and the other is one of Zeno's paradoxes, and I never get them the right way around.
I think Achilles and the tortoise is Zeno's paradox, where Achilles runs really fast, the tortoise runs really slow. And so if they had a race, Achilles would win. But suppose you gave the tortoise a head start. You give it a 10-second head start. Achilles will still like run really fast and overtake the tortoise, right? But after that 10-second head start, let's say that the tortoise has moved a meter forwards. Achilles starts running. By the time Achilles has reached that meter, by the time Achilles has got to the point where the tortoise was, the tortoise will have moved forward a bit. Maybe it's on 1.2 meters. Okay, then by the time that Achilles reaches 1.2 meters, the tortoise will have moved forward a bit, because the tortoise isn't still, it's in constant motion, and so it will have moved forward a bit. Maybe it's on 1.3 meters now. And when Achilles gets to 1.3 meters, the tortoise will have moved forward a bit. And that will always be the case. Whenever Achilles catches up to where the tortoise was, the tortoise will have moved forward a little bit. And when Achilles gets to that point, the tortoise will be a little bit further on still. And that will always be the case, that wherever Achilles gets to, the tortoise will have moved forward a little bit. Which means that Achilles can never overtake the tortoise, because whichever point he gets to that the tortoise was once at, the tortoise will have moved forward from that point. So Achilles can never overtake the tortoise. And yet, once again, you play it out and Achilles overtakes the tortoise. Now, this is, as far as I'm concerned, a version of...
Yes, the hand clapping, or the arrow, I think, is his...
Because I don't think it's the same as the arrow. I think it's the same as the hand clapping, because the distance between Achilles and the tortoise gets smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Like the tortoise moves forward a little bit, and then Achilles catches up, and the tortoise moves forward a little bit less, and then Achilles catches up, and then a little bit less, and the tortoise the distance is getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, and essentially, you could say it might not be halving, but it's going down by a third or an eighth or whatever the speeds are every single time. And the question is, will Achilles overtake the tortoise? That is when the distance between them becomes zero. So it's sort of like these hands trying to come together and getting over an infinite number of halving. Achilles catching up and the tortoise moving forwards. Every single time that gap gets a little bit smaller. And so you're basically still just dealing with two things getting closer and closer together that seem to overcome an infinite gap. I just think it's a more fun way of putting it, but it's the same problem. How the hell does Achilles overtake the tortoise, man? I swear, I think about this a lot.
I feel like this troubles you a lot more than it troubles me.
I just don't understand how he overtakes the tortoise. I just don't know how he does it.
Yeah, I suppose you can.
I don't get it, man.
You can either. I mean, I'm quite happy to accept sums of infinities. But I think this is just. But then again, I think this is more of a just kind of I don't know. I think that it's more that using, doing, I mean, I'm not that good at calculus, but doing just even basic calculus, my intuitions are so accepting of the prospect of summing infinite series.
I just don't get how that would help. Like, there are rules in mathematics that sort of just seem not to apply to the physical universe. I don't know, man. Like, I don't understand. Like, I think you have to say that space is not infinitely divisible.
I mean, while we're on infinite paradoxes, you talked about, have you come across the idea of sort of, there's a technical term for it, but effectively smaller and larger infinities?
Yeah.
Where, you've got the smallest infinity is the natural number line, which is what's called I think it's the smallest anyway. It's called a countable infinity. And any infinity that you can have a bijection, which is sort of a one-to-one mapping of each set member in the set with the natural number line, is also a countable infinity. But then there are uncountable infinities, like the real number line, or indeed, as far as I'm aware, any subset of the real number line is also an uncountable infinity.
Yeah, I'm really struggling to think how to rank
for me,
this one.
Thomson comes out on top here.
How come?
Because I think that I just find the paradoxes of Zeno slightly less compelling than you do.
I mean, I find them at the very least really fun.
They're very fun. Don't get me wrong.
Extremely fun. I find them actually extremely challenging. But like, how influential? Like, is it like an influential philosophical thought that actually sort of changes the way that I view the world, in the way that Thomson makes you think about ethics with the trolley
Thomson
problem?
Makes me reconsider my relationship between law and ethics.
I think if we were actually living our lives, the ideas that Thomson discusses and talks about are going to come up more.
I like if we were actually living our lives.
Yeah. As opposed to whatever the hell we're doing.
As opposed to what we're doing now.
But Zeno comes up because we're talking about philosophy.
Yes, exactly.
If we were just living.
Thomson her philosophies are far closer to the ground level. And Zeno wouldn't say that his philosophy is meant to be practical.
It's just like a bit of and Zeno only really comes up in the context of being like, look at these fun paradoxes.
Yes, exactly.
Whereas Thomson, her ideas are more famous than she is. Whereas Zeno, he's probably more famous than his paradoxes are in many ways.
Yeah, I would say know all of his paradoxes. Top for me.
For me, it's really tough. But if you're confidently on Thomson, I'm happy to grant it. Because I'm a little bit torn, but I do think Thomson just has more going for her here.
I would say I'm pro Thomson.
So okay, we'll put Thomson. We'll put Thomson as the winner between Zeno and Thomson. And there's no P this time.
Oh yeah, if you're watching, Judith Jarvis Thomson. Is Judith Jarvis?
Is she alive?
Do you want me to Google it?
Yeah, fine.
This is what happens with philosophers, is that you never kind of. I mean, apart
Jamie,
from Daniel
pull that
Dennett,
up.
where I was.
Pull it up. Can you look up, is Judith Jarvis Thomson still alive? I don't think she is.
Apart from Daniel Dennett, where I find out when Daniel Dennett died. It's actually quite sad when Daniel Dennett died. I was much more sad than I thought I was going to be, if that makes sense. Of course, I've never met him.
It's kind of shocking.
Yeah, it's because you have this kind of philosophical giant.
Yeah, he's just sort of. He's just there.
That's terribly sad. Yeah, Judith Jarvis Thomson.
Oh, it was recently.
2020. Yes.
That's right. Actually, I remember now. Yeah, it was quite recent. I was sure she'd died, but I forgot that it was actually not that long ago.
I hadn't heard about it.
But yeah, well, Thomson, if you're watching, let's look up instead of at the camera. I apologize for misspelling your name, but I'm sure that you can think of more pressing ethical concerns than that. Okay, I think next we should look at Christopher Hitchens versus Jordan Peterson.
Right. I think that I've read shockingly little Christopher Hitchens.
Really?
For such an influential writer, I really haven't read.
But not a philosopher. I mean, I would die on the hill that Christopher Hitchens was not a philosopher.
Do you think he'd call himself a philosopher? Because I suspect that he probably.
I don't think so. He would call himself. He self-described as a journalist, a polemicist, a writer.
Fantastic rhetorician.
Speaker, I mean, there was one point that he's doing like an interview, I think, in his flat, and he says something like, he's talking about his writing, and then he says, and public speaking, which I can also do, which is something of an understatement, given that he's probably the best rhetorician of the past 100 years or more. In a way, I think that Jordan Peterson is like the new Christopher Hitchens, in that, like, when you look for like the new Christopher Hitchens, you look for somebody who's like British, alcoholic, speaks well, but what Hitchens did was he like created and then filled a niche and just like swooned people. People were swooning over him, over how sort of elegant and persuasive he was debating, and he had like a diehard fan base. And in all of those regards, Peterson is fulfilling that kind of role of
He's
being
certainly got a very enthusiastic following,
having an enthusiastic following who really just like hang on his every word, who think he's incredibly eloquent, who speaks well, who can debate, all of this kind of stuff. So they make for an interesting comparison. I mean, it's the great debate that never was for a lot of people.
Yes, exactly. I think it would be lovely to have seen them go up again.
It would have either been really, really cool and interesting to see them lock horns, or it would have been a complete disaster like Jordan Peterson and Slavoj Žižek, where it just sort of was a bit all over the place.
I didn't actually catch that, was it?
You're not missing out on much. I think it was like a huge spectacle. Like everybody, it was like really highly anticipated, and no one's mentioned it since because kind of nothing happened. Jordan Peterson started talking about the Communist Manifesto, I think, as if he'd like read it last night. It was really strange. Oh. But look, Peterson also might be a little bit reticent to say I'm a philosopher. You know, he's a psychologist and a thinker, but he does engage in depth with his favorite thinkers.
I think that certainly, you know, I've read his most recent book, and I had
What We Wrestle with God.
Yes, and I had many things that I disagreed with quite a lot of it, but I would say that the style of argument was classically philosophical. You know, he puts forward a definition of truth that's to do with what you cannot avoid committing to, which, you know, isn't an unprecedented definition of truth. You find it in kind of C.S. Peirce, and you find it in a number of pragmatist philosophers.
Hitchens doesn't even touch that kind of stuff.
Well, no, exactly. So I think that yeah, you know, that it's a lot more resembling of a philosophical style argument.
I think I have read a lot of Christopher Hitchens, and I don't see very much philosophy in there. I'm quite familiar with his works. I can like roughly quote the beginning of God is Not Great from memory.
Yeah.
If the intended reader of this book should wish to go beyond disagreement with its author and attempt to identify the sins and deformities that animated him to write it, they will not only, and it's where I get a bit lost, they will not only be quarreling with the ineffable something creator who presumably opted to make me this way, they'll also be defiling the memory of a decent woman of stable faith named Mrs. Jean Watts, something like that. It was Mrs. Jean Watts' task,
isn't he, Christopher Hitchens?
When I was a boy of about 9, attending a school on the edge of Dartmoor. Like, I'm telling you, I don't know if anyone's got the book, pull it up and see how accurate that was. Like, I'm pretty familiar with the guy's work, and not anywhere have I seen any serious engagement with philosophy. Like when he's asked if he thinks free will exists, he says, well, I think of course free will exists. We have no choice but to believe it. And everyone laughs. And that's actually the end of the discussion for him. Hitchens said in his final interview, conducted with Richard Dawkins for the New Statesman, just before he died, Dawkins says to him in that interview, "You're perhaps the most well-read man I've heard of since Aldous Huxley." And Hitchens goes, "Yes, well, Richard, it might come, he's got that real hoarse voice, like near the end of his life, you know, it might come at the expense of some depth." And he basically just admits to the idea that he's read incredibly widely, but not very deeply, as if it's sort of his job as a journalist is to sort of be aware of everything. And so, you know, he knows who Nietzsche is, he knows who Thomas Jefferson is, he knows, yeah. But in the way that Peterson, I think he's got a video on his channel that's something like, you know, 4-hour lecture on one paragraph of Nietzsche. He loves that kind of thing. He loves going absolutely right into the depth of every single word. Hitchens was the exact opposite. Like, I think if you asked Peterson what he thought about the philosophy of, you know, someone like Thomas Jefferson, he'd probably just be like, I don't really know. I know a bit. I don't know if he knows about Thomas Jefferson, but he'd be happy to say, like, I know Nietzsche, I know Dostoevsky, I know Jung, and he really knows what he's talking about when it comes to those guys. Hitchens was the opposite. He knew about absolutely everybody, but how much did he actually understand their philosophical worldviews?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I have disagreements with the way that Peterson interprets Nietzsche and things like that.
Yep.
But I think that, I would be much more comfortable describing Peterson's work as philosophical in tone. Yeah. And he makes philosophical arguments. You know, there are plenty of thinkers that you can disagree with while still recognizing that the structure of their thought is similar to how philosophy is classically written.
If Dawkins is the most famous atheist, Christopher Hitchens is the second most famous atheist. And because of the way he died,
Jordan Peterson may or may not be an atheist.
He might be the world's famous atheist, actually, yeah. Jordan Peterson's probably the most famous academic alive right now.
Yeah, maybe Chomsky.
I think he's more famous than Chomsky.
Yeah?
I think almost certainly. I think if you ask people on the street who's Jordan Peterson, they'll have heard of him. Maybe not with Chomsky in the same way, to the same degree, you know? Like, I remember once I was speaking at a university society, and somebody came to pick me up from the train station in a car, and we were driving to the event, student, and I mentioned Jordan Peterson. I think I mentioned Michaela Peterson, and then said, "Oh, that's Jordan Peterson's daughter." She said, "Well, who's Michaela Peterson?" I said, "Jordan Peterson's daughter," and she went, "Who's that?" And I was actually taken aback. I was like, I genuinely was like, how can you not know who Jordan Peterson is? You sort of forget that, like, you're not exactly a household name in the same way. But I wouldn't feel that way if she said, "Who's Noam Chomsky?"
Well, I was only introduced to Jordan Peterson when somebody gave me 12 Rules for Life as a birthday present. Yeah. And I then didn't realize that I kind of thought that it was just like I kind of, thought he was a self-help author, because I think 12 Rules for Life is very much in that vein.
It depends what world you're in, man.
Yeah, I mean, apart from that, I only really know his religious, well, as much as anyone can kind of tease it out. I have my interpretation of his religious views.
Yeah.
Which I think, I like elements of, I like that he's engaging with an idea of pragmatist theories of truth. I think there's something in that, and I think that it's a kind of neglected part of philosophy.
Yeah. Depends the world you're in. You know how like Robbie Williams just put out like a weird film where he's portrayed.
Oh yeah, no one knew who he was outside of the
like
UK.
Americans just have no idea who Robbie Williams is. And it's kind of like I understand that, because like it makes sense to me that Americans don't know who he is. But like for the Brit who sort of knows, like, Take That, and I mean Robbie Williams is huge. It's kind of really strange that like nobody seems to have heard of him.
Yeah,
it's really weird.
Like, I've not seen it.
Me neither. I think it's some kind of apparently it's quite good. I've heard like good
really
reviews
good
actually. But yeah,
now word from our sponsor, Robbie Williams.
Yeah, people just haven't heard of him, and it's maybe the same kind of thing with Jordan Peterson. But like Hitchens, the thing is, Hitchens, people loved him so much, but I've seen people go up to Jordan Peterson and say like, "You have changed my life. Like, I was going to kill myself, and then I read your book, and now like I'm married with kids." That kind of stuff, right? Although it does teeter into a little bit of the sort of self-helpy.
I should say, I didn't mean that as being demeaning. I mean, Nicomachean Ethics is I mean, it's not self-help.
I mean, what is being demeaning?
But, so as in I wasn't using self-help as like an insult.
No,
because
it's sort of like it's a different kind of approach, because Hitchens, people would have come up to him all the time and told him that he's just the most eloquent person. Like, they're so impressed that like their books really help them. But like, I don't think he's got that same level of people seriously coming up in tears and saying, you saved me, So Peterson is obviously doing something for people in a way that Christopher Hitchens was not quite in the same way. But then there are probably a lot of people who feel like they were liberated from their religion by listening to someone like Christopher Hitchens. The problem is that a lot of what Hitchens had to say about religion, in my view, is just wrong, unfortunately. Eloquently put, but wrongly put. Peterson is, of course, the same. Like, the difference between them is that Hitchens is very precise, but I think quite shallow philosophically. Peterson is very deep philosophically, but incredibly, almost comically imprecise.
I find that, again, I disagree with quite a lot of Peterson's philosophical arguments, but nonetheless, it is recognizably a philosophical argument.
I think, but then I'm trying to think, like, if there were an issue, like, if something sort of came up, like, who would I rather look to? As to like, I wonder what they think about this. Like, who would I be more interested in hearing what they have to say? I think I would choose Hitchens in that circumstance, just because he's been dead for so long that I'd be interested to think what he thinks about anything. But if he was still alive, would I want to know what he thinks about a moral debate? Actually, yeah, but I think I'd be more interested in the way that he put it. I'd be more interested in the arguments that he constructed. Peterson, I'm just kind of not that interested at all, though, in hearing what he has to say. I've never sort of looked at a news story or something, gone like, I'm going to go and see what Peterson thinks about this. Peterson uploaded a video the other day called like A Message to Elon Musk, sort of very dramatically, like, this is my, and I'm not even going to watch it. Like, I kind of don't care. I feel like I
feel like you know his work much better than I do,
because I feel like he's so embedded into the culture war that I kind of feel like I kind of know the kind of things he's going to say anyway. Like, I can predict the message he's going to. The thing that made him so great is that, like, you're never quite sure what he was going to say. Like, he's going to exposit Genesis for you, and you're like, wow, okay, like, I know Peterson's really deep. I wonder what he thinks about the book of Genesis and why it's worth doing a lecture on. So people watched, and they really like paid attention and thought it was cool. He's been around long enough now that people kind of know what they're getting themselves in for, and they find these kinds of lectures, the Exodus thing, the Gospels more recently, to be a bit too, like, all over the place. And so I'm more interested in listening to Christopher Hitchens, but I think that he's more sort of confidently wrong about things. I don't like Peterson's method. I don't like his method of conversational sort of style. I really appreciate that he recognizes that it's never quite as straightforward as a yes or no.
The other thing that I tend to like about Peterson is, as much as it's mocks, I do think that it's worth clarifying word meaning sometimes. Like when he says, "What do you mean by belief?" I actually think that's a pretty it's important. A pretty important question. I think that that's that famous clip where he says, "What do you mean by the?" And I think, I don't know. I don't know if that's well. I think that was put to rest by Russell.
There's the famous clip of him saying, like, so you ask, do you believe in God? What do you mean do? What do you mean you? What do you mean believe? And what do you mean God?
Yeah, and I think that believe in God, actually very, very pertinent definitional questions. Do, I think, that's just introducing the question structure. And you seems to be a straightforward, direct referent term. So that's just.
But then he'll say no, because what is you? Are you the person that you think you are, or are you the person that you act out? Like, which one are you referring to when you're talking about your beliefs? Because it's not that simple, man. And there is a sense in which, actually, that's true, but it's got this like almost nervous energy about it, sort of like like conspiracy theorist pins on the chalkboard, sort of like, but then over here, but then what about this? But then if that, it's sort of,
I'm hesitant to condemn him for that, because I also have that kind of jittery nervousness about it.
But it doesn't feel quite so sort of like nervous, almost like I don't know. It's kind of hard to make heads or tails of it a lot of the time. Like I think one review of We Who Wrestle with God described it as, it said, this is conspiracy theory as biblical scholarship, or something like that. There's this feeling that it's just sort of, it's too much, But then who's more of a philosopher? This is where I'm not really sure what the metrics are. Who do you vibe with more? For me, I vibe with Hitchens more. Like I would dream, as many people did, I would dream of sitting down for. Everyone's got the image of sort of sitting down with him for a whiskey and a smoke. But I think that if you cultivated that, it would actually be disappointing.
I think I would definitely. I'd love to talk to Christopher.
Like just meet him.
Like he's so eloquent, and
I think people try to construct the imaginary scenario that they want. So they would like, oh, we're going to get a whiskey because I'm.
And then Christopher Hitchens would say, "God, Joe, you know so much."
But then it's
so lovely to meet you.
Exactly.
Thank you, Christopher Hitchens.
Yeah, that's probably not how it would go.
No, exactly. Like, he'd probably just tear me to shreds about something.
He'd probably storm out. Like if he's anything like his brother. I mean, he has a similar kind of temperament to his brother in many ways. Like I can sort of see the rage of Christopher Hitchens in his more sort of angry moments in what I saw in person in Peter Hitchens, and I'm like, gosh, that maybe Christopher would do that to me too, and that would be very disheartening. But like, I feel like people, it's too cultivated. You're sat there, you've got your whiskey, you're at the bar, and it's like, cool, let's do the cool, let's have a drink kind of thing, and it's not fun anymore because you've cultivated. So I would just want to like meet him at the bus stop. I just think have a chat with him.
I think in terms of philosophical output, I would put Peterson above Hitchens, just because I think that it is recognizably philosophical. I
think so too.
I like the pragmatist vein in his thought, even if I sort of disagree with aspects of biblical interpretation and stuff like that. I think that's a.
For what it's worth, I would rather hang out with Christopher Hitchens. I'd rather like pick his brain and go for a drink with him.
I mean, Christopher Hitchens seems like he'd be really good company.
Yes,
amazing company.
He's not a philosopher. Yeah, and Jordan Peterson might not be either, but as you say, he's more recognizably philosophical. So I think we put Peterson in there. If you agree,
I do. For
then
this,
so be it. So Peterson wins out over Hitchens, at least in that regard. Peterson. Okay. We're getting there in terms of our first round. I thought this might be a long one.
Well, also the first round will be significantly longer than the other rounds. You've got this kind of decreasing number of rounds.
That's also true. But, famous last words. We'll see. Okay, let's look at Friedrich Nietzsche versus Soren Kierkegaard. Who are these two fine gentlemen?
Oh, yeah. I mean, where to start? The Friedrich Nietzsche, people have heard of Friedrich Nietzsche as one of the most iconic philosophers in history, and certainly one of the most influential philosophers of the 19th century. I don't know how to summarize his work. The thing about Nietzsche is that he seemed to write almost all of his books assuming that you've read every one of the books that comes before it. And he even states this explicitly in Ecce Homo, which is his kind of philosophical autobiography, where he effectively he's constantly making reference back to his other works, and he's basically saying, you ought to read me as a whole.
Yes.
And I do I do really advocate for that way of reading Nietzsche, because he's very creative with the way he plays with ideas. So quite often in one paragraph, he'll put forward an idea, and it turns out he's just putting it forward to criticize it. And this can make reading him quite a bewildering experience. It's almost like in order to fully appreciate him, I think taking a broad view is probably best. Actually, to revisit Peterson, I actually think that spending 40 minutes analyzing one section of Nietzsche, while it can be very interesting if you're, comparing the way he uses particular German words in different sections and stuff, could be very interesting. I actually think that to get a kind of grasp of his general thought, I think that a broader view is significantly more helpful for someone like Nietzsche. In terms of main ideas, obviously the death of God. God is dead and we have killed him. How shall we comfort ourselves, the murderer of all murderers?
Yes.
This is in reference partly to the sociological event, sort of the decline, what he sees as the decline of religion, or the decline of a defensible philosophical basis for religion, in his opinion, in the 19th century. As we get certain discoveries that kind of knock mankind off its pedestal, and sow doubt on the idea of God. And his way, he thought that this could go a number of different ways. He thought that humanity could collapse into nihilism. But he also thought that Christianity lay the foundations for nihilism in attempting to lessen man's baser instincts.
Yes.
So he thought that there are points in his notes where it almost comes across like he thinks that somebody with the correctly organized will just wouldn't be able to make sense of nihilism as a concept. They'd just be like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean that you don't see any? What do you mean that you don't have a motivation to live? Like, just, we've got our wills. Our wills are strong and organized. It's a very interesting way of approaching existential philosophy. And he has this figure of the Übermensch that will sort of eventually evolve in later works into this idea of the new philosophers, or the philosophers of the future, who legislate values. In this world without God, they step up and they create new values. And this is partly a rational project, but it's also partly an emotional one. It's partly an artistic one. He has this notion that we should make our lives art. And again, another vein of his thought is this aesthetic line that runs through all the way from The Birth of Tragedy, where he considers, very, very broadly, ways of dealing with suffering and unbearable truths using art, right the way through to his later works, where he talks about, the process of making yourself a work of art. And again, it's very hard philosopher to summarize, because any one of those in isolation can very quickly lead to misinterpretations. And Nietzsche is it's a little bit like texting a crush, Nietzsche. Sometimes you can be led, everything's so emotionally high stakes because such a big name philosopher, and then you're led down a certain path, and it turns out you might not think that, and you're led somewhere else, and you're trying to second guess what he's thinking. And it's but I think for me, the part of Nietzsche's works that I like the most is actually his free spirit works, which is his sort of middle period works, from Human All Too Human through Daybreak, and then The Gay Science, and then emerging in Thus Spake Zarathustra. I think the first edition of The Gay Science ends with incipit tragedia, with the tragedia in question being Thus Spake Zarathustra, and eventually he later publishes another bit of The Gay Science that ends up not being the last line, the final thing. Incipit. Oh, beginning. The tragedy begins.
Yeah.
I don't speak Latin, but I think that's what it means. And in these free spirit works, he begins with enlightenment principles. So he says, I'm only going to value truth. And then he uses this principle to dispense with a whole host of things. So he thinks that if you value truth over all else, you'll dispense with morality and God and the concept of beauty he even gets rid of at some point. This is in Human All Too Human. And then he eventually turns around to say, actually, we can undermine the value of truth as well. If you just pursue truth, you get rid of all values and you get rid of the value of truth. And this clears the way for him to later say, in his less rationalistic works, to say, no, actually, you can create values because there is no other legislator. There are no values out there in the world, I think is something he says in Beyond Good and Evil. But at the same time, since we've undermined this, almost paints truth as a kind of tyranny at points, we are now free to be a kind of philosopher come artist who creates values. And it's incredibly unique. There are people that claim that Nietzsche plagiarized a thinker like Max Stirner. But they are quite different. I've read both of them, and they come to very different, they end at very different points.
Yes. And what about Nietzsche being a Nazi?
I don't think he is. I think that, look, I mean, I often, when I'm talking about Nietzsche, I often use two characters, which is Monster Nietzsche and Fluffy Bunny Nietzsche. And a lot of the time, it's very tempting to go from one camp to the other.
Sure.
So you say, okay, Nietzsche was like an outright fascist. And then you read, passages in Ecce Homo where he says, he's very, very derisive of nationalism, and particularly German nationalism. And, is throughout his works, he's quite critical of nationalistic tendencies. He thinks that it's kind of a kind of herd instinct. And then, there's this temptation to leap to the other side and say, oh, well, actually, Nietzsche was basic, a lot of 20th century interpreters got accused, I think with varying degrees of plausibility, of painting Nietzsche as if he's some kind of liberal humanist. And I don't think that's plausible either. The passages glorifying Napoleon specifically for his ability to not care about sacrificing thousands and thousands of troops in pursuit of personal glory. That's not something that jives very well with liberal humanism. And again, then, you have an interpretation that leers back to Monster Nietzsche and goes, well, he just cared about external power. And then you think, well, no, actually, he's got this idea of, Goethe, he says, is the closest thing that comes to the Übermensch. And that's a more artistic project, something about self-overcoming. And then people very quickly go back to Fluffy Bunny Nietzsche and say, oh, well, he's just a personal existentialist. So, well, I don't think that's quite true either. So I think that when we are approaching Nietzsche, I think it's helpful to recognize he's interested in radically different questions to us. And also that he doesn't fit neatly into any kind of modern philosophical framework. For a start, he's very anti-systematic for quite a lot of it. His work is a mixture of broad philosophical projects and random observations that tend to be kind of cool. And sometimes, are less cool. He is a difficult thinker to put in a single sentence, and oftentimes is caricatured either one way or the other. But I think that this middle path, where you recognize that he values, fundamentally different things to most people today. He's an aristocratic elitist, I think was a term that he thought best described him. I might not have got that entirely right. But this idea of a philosophy that was for a few people. And I don't think that it's that controversial to say that Nietzsche was an elitist.
Yeah. Didn't he write a series of chapters, Why I Am So Smart?
Yeah, I think that's probably like
so
tongue-in-cheek a little bit.
Yeah.
That's Ecce Homo.
Yeah.
Why I write such good books. And
yeah.
I think Why I Am Destiny is the last one. I might be getting that wrong, but
I've not read Ecce Homo.
It's really, I think that Ecce Homo is fantastic for picking up on some of the common misinterpretations of Nietzsche, because he so often dispels them in Ecce Homo. Again, it's where he most explicitly condemns things like nationalism.
Sure.
But again, so that would be, Nietzsche in a nutshell, I suppose. I don't know how long I've been talking.
Nietzsche in a nutshell.
But again, the main thing that I tend to say regarding Nietzsche interpretation is to have these two characters in your head, Fluffy Bunny Nietzsche and Monster Nietzsche. And anytime you find yourself veering too close to one of them, it's worth noting, I don't know, have I gone too far? Have I gone too far in one direction or the other?
Yeah.
How much am I just fitting Nietzsche into a modern role when he's a 19th century philosopher asking 19th century questions and approaching it in a way that is actually pretty different to most other 19th century philosophers?
Okay, so that's Nietzsche.
Yeah, to the best of my abilities.
Shelve that for a moment. Who is Kierkegaard? And am I saying that correctly?
Yeah, Kierkegaard.
Kierkegaard. People.
I don't know. I feel like if I attempt it, I'm going to end up being more offensive than if I don't.
Call him Kirk for short.
Kirk, yeah, good old Kirk, Soren Kirk.
Yeah.
So Kierkegaard is an extremely prolific Danish philosopher who just has this tendency to write under pseudonyms, which again can make it sometimes unclear exactly what he thinks. But to take just one of his ideas that I think is perhaps his most influential. He has this idea of the 3 stages of life, and this comes across in 2 works, one of which, if I remember correctly, is just called The Stages of Life. The other one is Either Or, which is to do with either or contrasts 2 ways of living called the aesthetic and the ethical. And the aesthetic way of living is more complicated than hedonism, but for the sake of a kind of brief discussion, hedonism is a pretty good proxy for it. It is characterized by a lack of ability to commit to things in the long term. It's sort of, seeking pleasure in the short term, or just seeking only short-term goals with no overarching organizing principle around which you conduct your life. So Kierkegaard tends to paint people in the aesthetic stage as selfish, not necessarily entirely selfish, but just having a propensity towards being more selfish because they aren't yet governed by any kind of higher law, which is the characteristic of the ethical. And the ethical for Kierkegaard is a way of life much more to do with duties to others, embedded in an ethical framework. Kant often thrown around as an illustrative example of this. He's got a very, very well worked out ethical framework that is adhered to pretty strictly. And this for Kierkegaard characterizes the ethical stage. And the pinnacle of his ethical stage is what's called the Night of Infinite Resignation, which again is a very complex figure. But essentially this is someone, very, very broadly, this is someone who is adept at sacrificing their own individual will to a higher principle. But crucially, doesn't have faith. Kierkegaard is an incredibly religious thinker. And his final stage is what he calls the religious stage. And the religious stage, different interpreters place different emphases on different aspects of this. Some lean more towards characterizing it simply by faith. So the figure that Kierkegaard uses to illustrate this is Abraham, and specifically Abraham deciding to sacrifice his son Isaac at the behest of God. And Kierkegaard characterizes the level of faith that Abraham has as simultaneously believing that he was about to sacrifice his son Isaac to God, and that he would be walking back down that mountain with Isaac but a moment later. This kind of ability to hold paradoxes and contradictions in your head in service to some basically unconditional faith in something. This is, unsurprisingly, an attitude that rubs a lot of modern thinkers up the wrong way. Camus criticizes it quite heavily for this idea that, you've just kind of given up reason. And Kierkegaard would say, yes, I absolutely have. I've given up rationality at this point because I believe that this is the fulfilling and fruitful way to live, among various other things. So that the pinnacle of the religious life or the religious stage is the night of faith. And that, rather than the night of infinite resignation, who's willing to give everything up for a set of ethical principles, again, very broadly, it's obviously more complicated than that. The knight of faith is someone who has such faith, and in, specifically Kierkegaard, faith in the Christian God, that they effectively are untroubled by existential angst. And Kierkegaard doesn't necessarily, it's more complicated than Kierkegaard saying, just believe in God, bro. He thinks that this is an incredibly difficult personal project for a believer to work out. There are also just, separate from that, there are huge other theses he has in his work. So he gives an analysis of despair, which has a strong religious dimension to it, but also is jam-packed of observations that are very, very relevant for secular life. So he characterizes despairs of possibility, where either you have too few possibilities and you're kind of boxed in by existence, or you have too many possibilities and you're like Sylvia Plath underneath the fig tree. And you're going, Sylvia Plath has this image where she sees all the lives she could live as figs on a fig tree, and she's so tormented over picking one, and she has this kind of vision that she's just agonizing over which one to pick, and eventually they all fall to the floor and they rot away. And that summarizes Kierkegaard's despair of possibility, or one of them, quite nicely. And again, he thinks this despair can be alleviated with a particular personal relationship to God. So he's very critical of institutional religion, for example. He thinks that his religious project is very much a personal and subjective matter. Not subjective in the sense of he thinks that God exists, but he thinks that the particular religious experience is something that can only be accomplished by sort of embracing your own subjectivity. And it's something that rubs a lot of people up the wrong way today, and it's something that I struggle with. Obviously, I don't quite agree with the idea that that simple or that alleviating your angst is a normatively defensible reason to necessarily believe in God, but I think that Kierkegaard's work is often quite psychologically insightful. I certainly learn more about myself reading Kierkegaard quite a lot, in a similar way that you do with Nietzsche.
Yeah, I think you probably resonate more with someone like Kierkegaard than I do. I guess, I think we have slightly different interests in philosophy. You seem more into the existentialist type stuff.
I quite like the existentialist.
Kierkegaard is seen by many as like the founder of at least Christian existentialism.
Yes,
right.
Yeah.
Like he's a historic figure within the existentialist philosophical movement.
And he has this, his concept of anxiety has filtered through into lots of non-religious existentialism as well. This torment, his definition of anxiety as opposed to other types of distress is that anxiety he characterizes as based on decisions you're going to make. So the anxiety you feel standing on a ledge, not because you're going to be pushed off, he would call that fear, but because you might throw yourself off. He'd call that anxiety. I think there's a lot in that. I think that if you push that concept through, even separate to what he actually writes in it, I think that's a fruitful vein for reflection. But yes, I mean, ultimately, I don't find the same kind of motivation for faith that Kierkegaard does in his work. Kierkegaard's very interesting to read in conjunction with a Russian thinker called Lev Shestov, who again has this very. He talks about the tyranny of reason. Which is just a fun concept, if nothing else. And he thinks that existential distress and a variety of other things are helped out with believing in the Christian God, also believing in a God. The biblical God, I think he chooses a figure, because through God all things are possible. And he has a book called Athens and Jerusalem, where he says, what does Athens, i.e. Socratic and analytic philosophy, have to do with Jerusalem or matters of faith? And he's very interesting to read in conjunction with Kierkegaard, because while Shestov read Kierkegaard later in his life, he came up with the tenets of his philosophy quite independently from Kierkegaard, and yet they converge on some broadly similar themes. But I mean, in terms of who I think would win out,
so Kierkegaard versus Nietzsche, do their thoughts like intersect in meaningful ways? Do they rub up against each other, or are they just kind of pulled out of different bags?
I think that they tackle similar problems. They're both interested in existential despair.
Sure.
And problems of meaning and problems of how to live. I think that Nietzsche would vehemently disagree with Kierkegaard on a whole host of things, right? I don't think that Nietzsche really references Kierkegaard very much in his work, or if maybe I'm just misremembering, but it's certainly not a huge theme in his writings.
Instinctively, I want to say that Nietzsche is like the more obvious choice here.
Yeah, I would say they're both very influential. I would say that Nietzsche
popularity, like, again, general vibe. I might actually vibe more with Kierkegaard these days, but like Nietzsche just comes up more. People are more attached to Nietzsche. They reference him more. Like I just like the last time Kierkegaard came up in conversation, even in my line of work, I'm not sure. It's like.
It was probably last time we got coffee.
Yeah. It's probably you.
So I'm always harping on about Kierkegaard.
I know it's come up once in a debate that I did years ago with Trent Horn. I think it got a mention. I can't think of another time that he's even come up.
I'm surprised because I'm surprised that Trent Horn would have referenced Kierkegaard.
Why.
Just because
I think I might have brought him up, and not even like it might have been like a side point anyway. I'm not entirely sure, but anyway, Nietzsche just comes up more. I think. I don't know. I don't know what you think about the actual philosophical views themselves, but like as thinkers, in terms of their significance and how iconic they are, Nietzsche just wins every
Yes,
game.
in terms of influence, I think Nietzsche would probably win out against Kierkegaard, especially in terms of modern interest. I mean, I think that Kierkegaard. It's difficult. It's weird to call Kierkegaard underrated because, of course, he's such an iconic philosopher.
Yeah.
But in terms of modern interest, I think Kierkegaard. I think there's room in modern culture for a Kierkegaard revival.
Yes, I think so too.
Because I think, again, even if you're not religious, some of his insights.
But is that because because Kierkegaard's actually got more to say than people give him credit for, which means that maybe he might win out against Nietzsche in terms of who's actually a better thinker?
I would say, I mean, it's hard. I don't know if I'd be able to arbitrate on who's a better thinker. I think in terms of influence and modern interest, I would say Nietzsche wins out in our kind of vibe-based contest.
If we can't arbitrate in any other way, then that will have to be the deciding factor.
I think that But I do think that Kierkegaard is underappreciated, especially in the amount of topics that he writes about.
Yeah.
You know, he writes about like tabloid newspapers and stuff like that, and gives a philosophical critique of the way that we approach media that is actually probably more pertinent to the internet age. There's a fantastic paper that was written in the 1990s, which is pretty prescient, by Hubert Dreyfus, called Kierkegaard and the Internet, or something like that. That's not the exact title, but I can't remember the exact title. That's about applying some of Kierkegaard's insights in his book, The Present Age, or, his essay of Present Age.
So Kierkegaard needs more attention.
I would say Kierkegaard could do with more attention.
But in terms of our...
Yeah, in terms of our contest today, I think
context,
that Nietzsche's
probably going to win out, right? I mean, I kind of thought that as soon as I saw them put together, but I'm not sure who else we could have maybe pitted them up against. I don't know who Kierkegaard would... Like, Kierkegaard's beating a lot of our sort of like Dawkins, Hitchens, probably Peterson. He's probably going to beat Peterson.
So Peterson and Kierkegaard, I imagine, would find some common ground.
Sure, but then who would come out on top? Probably Kierkegaard. I mean, Schopenhauer, that would be a pretty interesting matchup, but Nietzsche seemed like the right person to put him up against. And again, I think that the shame of the format, but I think he's
two very interesting things.
We're gonna leave them in the dirt, unfortunately. Yeah, part 2 behind for Substack supporters, we'll do the runners up. We'll take all the people who lost and pit them up against each other, and then we really would be here forever. Okay, Nietzsche's going on top in this bout. Let me make sure I spell this right. Yep. There's definitely no P in Nietzsche. I know that much. Okay. We have 2 bouts left on our, what do you call it? Qualifier.
Qualifier. What do they do on X Factor? Is it called the...
I guess this would be like the auditions, and then right in the middle is
camp,
and then it's judges' houses.
Of course, yeah.
And then it's the live show / final. Of course, what did they do on the X Factor? Because that show doesn't exist anymore.
Does it not?
No, they got rid of it a few years ago. And the fact that you haven't noticed is exactly why they got rid of it. Arthur Schopenhauer. Fyodor Dostoevsky. Boy, oh boy, where to begin?
2 heavyweights.
Schopenhauer is famous in 2 regards. Schopenhauer has The World as Will and Representation, his great philosophical work, in many ways an expansion of and critique of Immanuel Kant.
As if Kant read the Upanishads and sort of got really into them.
Exactly. And that's great, good for him. But also, Arthur Schopenhauer is maybe even better known as a polemicist. He writes essays.
Yes, yeah.
He wrote On the Sufferings of the World. It's one of the most influential
I almost
pessimistic philosophy tracts in the world. Like he's probably the most influential pessimist.
Yeah, I almost think of On the Sufferings of the World as like the psychological counterpart to the pessimistic aspects of The World as Will and Representation.
Right.
Because the world as will and representation it sort of demonstrates or argues for a metaphysical thesis whereby the world is divided into 2 parts. Well, really 3 parts, but 2 parts for the purpose of discussion, which is you have the world as will, which is our own kind of subjective willing experience, which Kierkegaard then says everything has to a greater or lesser degree. So there are rational wills, but there are also there are kind of human wills, but there are also things like plant wills, its will to grow, and then at an even more basic level, he defines, the forces as kinds of will. He's got this will-based metaphysics, and then representation is how that is filtered through our way of experiencing the world in a very Kantian manner. And he thinks that the way that the world is set up is basically primed for suffering, in effect. Because we carve up and individuate this underlying primal one will, and we put wills in contest with one another. And much of his way of dealing with suffering is about restraining the will, or in some way losing your own individuated will. So he has, I think, broadly 3 strategies. So he has the aesthetic mode, which is sort of where you lose yourself in art to a greater or lesser extent. And he has a really interesting theory of art, where he talks about how a lot of the kind of representational styles of art are hearkening towards a kind of Platonic ideal of stuff in the world. But then he says music is a way of communing is probably not the right word, but an artwork framed directly around the will, kind of our instincts. And he basically says, a good way to think about this is, well, what do you think? What does music represent? If I was to play you a chord, what does that represent? I remember this is before sort of the rise of lots of non-representational forms of visual art and stuff like that. So that's kind of that's a kind of very, very brief overview of parts of his metaphysics. And then on the sufferings of the world is probably a much more down to earth.
This is an
psychological
essay. It's just
thesis.
sort of I don't know, what is it, like 20 pages long, maybe?
Something
like
probably
that.
less than that.
Yeah.
It's and in there he talks about the will in the context of the human mind.
Yes.
And there are a number of things he talks about. He talks about, I think that there's this and there's on the vanity of life or something like that. It kind of...
He talks about how suffering is kind of what it's all about. I think the opening of On the Sufferings of the World is something like, if the purpose and ultimate end of existence is not suffering, then the universe has completely failed of its end, or something like that.
He thinks that our wills, our personal wills to a certain extent, although he thinks that the kind of personal aspect of the will is a bit of an illusion, but they're constantly striving for things in this kind of base, instinctive, irrational way.
Can you reach that? See the pink
do you have it?
See the pink one just there that's in the middle? Yeah, that one.
Yes.
Yeah, grab it here. Pass it here. I'll find the section.
It's very interesting, and he has this. So he thinks that we're kind of doomed to frustration in that sense, unless we embrace his ascetic path.
Yes.
Not to be confused with his aesthetic path, which he talks about restraining your will, and he says that various people have achieved this, like Christ or the Buddha. These people that have managed to detach from their will to life, as he puts it.
God, it is depressing. It is. Really depressing.
And these people have managed to detach from this sense of frustration.
Yeah. Here's the opening. If the immediate and direct purpose of life is not suffering, then our existence is the most ill-adapted to its purpose in the world. I don't like this translation. I prefer it's sort of it's put better elsewhere. But okay, he says, for it is absurd to suppose that the endless affliction of which the world is everywhere full, and which arises out of the need and distress pertaining essentially to life, should be purposeless and purely accidental. Each individual misfortune, to be sure, seems an exceptional occurrence, but misfortune in general is the rule.
Yes, and I think that's
a powerful opening.
Yeah, I think that, and in there he talks about the human propensity to frustration, because our wills will just keep desiring things. If you achieve something, your will quiet down for a while, and it will trick you into thinking that you're now satisfied. Then you'll find something else. And he also talks about the transparency of happiness, which is where it's very easy to miss when you're happy, because happiness is often manifested as an unfrustrated will, a sort of lack of friction between us and the world. Whereas misery or suffering manifests much more actively as active frustration.
Yeah, and happiness is often the cessation of suffering, rather than vice versa. Like, the comfort of eating and sleeping and resting, they're all actually just cessation of suffering. There's also, in, I guess, like part 4, chapter 4 of this essay, not the least of the torments which plague our existence is the constant pressure of time, which never lets us so much as draw breath, but pursues us all like a taskmaster with a whip. It ceases to persecute only him it has delivered over to boredom. And it's sort of this relentless but quite like relatable outpouring of pessimism about the nature of the world. And he's got all kinds of essays. I think I've read most of them.
One of my favorites is The Art of Being Right, sometimes translated as The Art of Controversy, where he just outlines it's kind of bitingly satirical.
There's also Noise, where he just complains about how noisy everything is and how
this is something we've bonded over in the past. I get quite overwhelmed by lots and lots of auditory stuff going on. It kind of makes me feel a bit stressed.
Yeah, you're the same. You're getting overwhelmed right now with those headphones on, with all of this Schopenhauer pessimism. I wrote an essay recently about how people play music everywhere in bars and pubs. My least favorite thing about the modern world is the fact that you can walk into an Italian restaurant, beautifully decorated, exposed brick wall, tasteful Italian photography, and for some reason they're playing fucking Dua Lipa or something. Like, I like Dua Lipa, I do, but not there. It's like every single place you go into, it looks like a restaurant, but it sounds like a nightclub. And it's actually impossible to find, even like a pub. You go into a pub in central London, decked out in Victorian classical decor, beautiful, like ornate, amazing, and they're playing pop music, which just completely ruins the vibe. The amount of time and effort that went into designing every single inch of the furniture, the color scheme, the layout, the which wood are we going to use in the bar, and probably the most important vibe setter of the entire experience.
Well, as Schopenhauer says, it appeals directly to the will, the will and the instinct.
Yes, it's the music. That's the most important thing. And how much thought has been put into that? Like, basically zero.
As a fun little aside, the last time that I was with Alex just took me round to demonstrate this fact. Took me around different pubs and restaurants and just opened the door, said, "Look what music they're playing." And
I make a point of it now. I boycott. If I walk into a restaurant, it's playing music, because honestly, like half the time I'm going into a cafe or a pub or something, I'm going in because I want to get some work done or do some reading or something. And look, fair enough. It obviously works for them. The problem is when a city gets busy enough, like in central London, you kind of don't need to tailor yourself to the clientele, because every single pub is rammed. Everyone's just looking for somewhere to drink, so you can kind of get away with doing whatever you want. If there was more competition in that regard, I think people would almost always favour. That's why Wetherspoons is so great.
Oh yeah, I love working in
doesn't
Wetherspoons.
play music, and that might have something to do with Tim, what's his chops, the Wetherspoons guy. I don't know. You know his name, Alex? Pull it up, Jamie. Who's the CEO of Wetherspoons? That guy. He apparently, I think, was influenced by George Orwell's essay, The Moon Underwater, which is Orwell's depiction of the perfect fictional pub. Mm-hmm. And one of the things about that fictional pub, who is it? I think it's Tim.
Tim Martin.
Tim Martin.
Ah.
And one of the things about that
lead
pub,
singer of Coldplay.
Chris.
Chris.
Well, whoever the guy is, fine. Maybe Chris. Did Chris Martin found Wetherspoons? Good for him. He's got a lot on his plate. I think he reads this essay, and Orwell talks about how one of the things about this ideal pub is there's no music, there's no jukebox. That's why there's quite often you find a Wetherspoon pub called The Moon Underwater. It's a George Orwell reference. And they don't play music for that reason. There are some Wetherspoons that sort of double as nightclubs and have dance floors. They have music, but otherwise, you might not have noticed it before. But if you ever thought, why is it that Wetherspoons are always so like...
I always assumed it was a cost thing.
They're always such a good time. Yeah, so people say like, it's because it's so inexpensive. That is true. But even just the vibe, there's something about being in a Wetherspoons and you're like, I just remember like, I have great conversations with my friends, we're all laughing, we're talking. Why is that? Might it have something to do with the fact that there's no bloody Dua Lipa? Maybe. I don't know.
You're actually quite fond of Dua Lipa. You just hate her in this context.
It's just like, why would you... It's like going to a nightclub and then playing like, like smooth jazz. Some people might be into that, but if they signed up to go for like a messy night out and they were playing classical music, you'd feel conned. And like if I book a restaurant and I sit down and like I'm like we went for a meal in an Italian place, right? Really nice Italian. Like, find a nice Italian restaurant, and then they just started playing this god awful music.
It was very beat heavy,
and it sounds like we're just being like a bit poncy or whatever, but it's just such an easy fix. Like just don't play like thumping EDM.
The thing about this actually illustrates Schopenhauer's point quite well. If we're going to analogize this to happiness, very easy to notice when the music is clashing with the setting that you're in.
Yes.
Whereas if they're in harmony, you don't notice.
Exactly.
It's just non-disruption. That's a lot of the time that Schopenhauer thinks that what happiness is like. It manifests as non-disruption.
It's the suffering which is the proactive thing, and happiness which is the exception.
Yes, that's Schopenhauer's perspective. And towards the end of that essay, I think, if I remember correctly, he talks about greeting one another as fellow sufferer and things like that.
Right. Yeah.
Because we've talked about that two of the ways that he says that we should deal with the sufferings of the world, which is aesthetic appreciation and ascetic life, an ascetic lifestyle. But he also talks about compassion, the importance of an ethics based on compassion. Not necessarily he doesn't have a systematic ethics in the vein of Kant or a utilitarian philosopher.
Yeah.
His is based on this idea that at a metaphysical level, all is one raging will. And so it actually, under his metaphysics, makes sense to be compassionate, since really he thinks that the distinctions between people and objects are illusory.
Yes. He's also got a pretty influential essay on suicide, which is again quite like empathetic and
Hume
attempts
has an
to.
essay on suicide.
He does as well.
Yeah, yeah.
So Hume's essay is much more, I guess, like philosophical, and
it's about your right.
And and sort of this whole thing about like, extend, if it's like about it being God's will, and how like, if it's wrong to cut a life short because God should determine when it ends, then is it wrong to do medicine because you're like extending the life from when God decided it should end? Like, what's the difference? Schopenhauer kind of builds on it and tries to sort of shift the dial from this being something immoral to something we should have empathy for. These days, it's totally normal if somebody like commits suicide to feel bad, to feel sorry for them.
Yeah.
There was a time when it was normal to think that they'd done something horribly immoral, where like in some societies, their corpse would be dragged through the street and
or
they would
not be able to be buried within the confines of a church.
Yeah, no proper burial, inheritance not given to the family because suicide was this evil. And nowadays we see it quite empathetically. Reading Schopenhauer on suicide, you realize that he's writing for an audience that need to be convinced to have empathy for suicide victims, and that's quite sort of jarring to remember that that's who he was writing for. He does also have an essay on women, which
infamous essay on women.
Yeah,
I mean, Schopenhauer was notoriously unsuccessful with women, and sort of romance in general. And the resentment really does bleed through. It is like essay.
It is like, if we talked about Descartes as the founder of modern philosophy, Kierkegaard as the founder of Christian existentialism, I think Schopenhauer might be the sort of foundational incel.
I mean, Nietzsche has quite similar. Nietzsche also heavily influenced by Schopenhauer, though I don't know whether this is where it comes from. Nietzsche, also romantically unsuccessful, and also
not a looker.
Well, I mean, I don't know. The moustache is pretty cool, but you would know about cool moustache.
I would know a thing or two about that.
But Nietzsche also has some pretty unsavory things to write about.
Schopenhauer was definitely not a looker. God bless him.
No.
But apparently also a bit of a womanizer at the same time as not being very romantically successful.
Really?
Yeah, see, I heard that because I'd heard that he like got, he was really unsuccessful with women, and then somebody told me that he was actually a womanizer, and I think we placed a bet on it, and I lost.
Oh,
so
right.
I think Schopenhauer has like a complicated relationship with women, but but yeah, it's not. I mean, one only needs to. I'm quoting here, by the way, for reference.
Oh, this is so going to get clipped out of context.
One needs only to see the way she is built to realize that woman is not intended for great mental or physical labor. She expiates the guilt of life not through activity, but through suffering, through the pains of childbirth, caring for the child, and subjection to the man to whom she should be a patient and cheering companion. Great suffering, joy, exertion is not for her. Her life should flow by more quietly, trivially, gently than the man's, without being essentially happier or unhappier. It is kind of an insane read. In fact, I think that I've got a collection of Schopenhauer's essays where in the introduction, the editor says, by the way, the essay on women isn't a joke. He's not being like sarcastic. He did actually think this.
And also, to be fair, because a lot of his essays are jokes. So it does make sense to clarify in context. For instance, it's very easy to read The Art of Being Right and think that, oh yeah, he just wants you to kind of throw out loads of fallacious reasoning when you're having a debate. But actually, he's kind of satirizing.
So I think for a lot of people, that's gonna knock Schopenhauer down a peg or two in their estimation. But okay, we've sort of given a lot of time to summarizing and expiating the guilts of Arthur Schopenhauer. We're pitting him against Fyodor Dostoevsky.
Yes.
Quite a formidable opponent. Who is Dostoevsky?
Again, no, where to start. Dostoevsky is a Russian writer, and I would say philosopher.
Do you think he would?
It's difficult to say. I don't know.
Well, he wouldn't now, of course.
Well, yeah, he doesn't. He's been notoriously
He's dead.
quiet.
He was nearly killed by the Russition state.
He was.
He had his head on the gallows. I think, as in like he was literally, he had his head like on the plate basically.
Well, then I don't know exactly where he was, but I know that the rider then came through with the pardon from the Tsar. Well, not pardon.
Yeah,
but
like at the very last minute,
it
was commuted. The Tsar commuted it at the very last minute. He was literally about to have his head chopped off, and one of my favorite stories. I don't know how apocryphal this is, but apparently he turns to the atheist Speshnev, who's next to him, and says, "Soon we will be with God." And Speshnev says, "Dust and ashes," as if to say,
"Yes,
yes, soon we'll be with God." Oh no, I think he says like, "Soon we'll be with Jesus." So Dostoevsky says to him, "Soon we'll be with Christ. Soon we'll be with Jesus." And Speshnev essentially says, "Yeah, we'll be with Christ, like 6 feet in the ground, rotting away." because he's an atheist.
He's
in a way that's quite a horrible thing for an atheist to say to a person. Like, I hope you
yes, yeah.
I hope you'll be with Christ soon. Like, I hope you'll just be like dead in the ground.
He's arrested for being part of, I think, the pronunciation I'm going to butcher, but I'll give it a go anyway. The Petrashevsky Circle.
That sounded pretty good. Better than your pronunciation of pronunciation, which you
what did I say?
Butchered. You said pronunciation.
Oh, not
which
pronunciation.
Which is my favorite irony in the world is when somebody says pronunciation. It's just golden.
But yeah, so he's arrested in connection with this circle, which was thought to be plotting against the Tsar. And I think that there are two circles at play here. He's kind of loosely a member of a more radical one. But it is important to note that when reflecting on this, Dostoevsky denies ever being an atheist. But some people have accused him of being an atheist in this time period. By the way, he gets sent to a Siberian prison for 4 years, and then does some military service for a few more years before he is readmitted into kind of the Russian intelligentsia society. And in that time, his views undergo pretty substantial transformation. He becomes much more faith-based. He kind of devours the New Testament in prison over and over and over again. And in his sort of semi-fictional memoirs about his time in prison called Notes from a Dead House, or The House of the Dead, which he places in the mouth of a fictional character, but it's very clearly based on his own experiences. Which incidentally was Tolstoy's favorite work of Dostoevsky. He talks about what he saw as the transformative power of religion and religious rituals on convicts, how it gave them hope and sort of rehumanized them a little bit. It's a very interesting read, The House of the Dead, and quite underrated. It's not got the same kind of plot as most of Dostoevsky's other works, because it's almost like just a series of events, and then he leaves.
I've not read it. I'd like to now.
It's really cool. Like, I would genuinely recommend it, and because it's so heavily based on his own personal experience, it also makes it an illuminating read for what's going on behind, what's making him tick.
It's also later in life, after all of this, brush with death business, that he writes his great novels.
Yes. So the period, Joseph Frank, his sort of most famous biographer, I think calls these the miracle years.
Yeah.
Which is a few years after he's released from prison, where he writes in in terms of lifespan in pretty quick succession. Crime and Punishment, The Idiot, Demons, and The Brothers Karamazov. And I don't know if I got those exactly in the right order, and here he puts forward sort of his mature philosophy, which is often caricatured. So he's very big on the role of faith in solving existential despair and being a transformative psychological phenomenon. He has an interesting view on the relationship between God and truth. In one of his letters, he says he would rather be with Christ than with the truth.
Yes, he says, if I discovered that all of the facts lay outside of Christ, I would sooner reject the facts and throw myself in with Christ than reject Christ and throw myself in with the facts.
Yes, exactly. So we have a little bit of Kierkegaard knocking on Dostoevsky's door.
That's also true. Yeah, and in fact, when Dostoevsky wrote Notes from the Underground, another more famous of his novellas, I guess you would maybe
I call it a novella.
There was originally a chapter which demonstrated the necessity of the Christian faith, but it was censored by the Russian state. And we know that it existed, but it got taken out. There was originally a chapter which basically the Tsar, I didn't know this, offered a solution to his condition, which was Christianity. We don't know exactly what form it took, but I think it's in one of his letters or something. He's writing about it and talks about how this chapter about Christianity being a solution was
strange. Only because, of course, he's writing within the context of Russia being an Orthodox Christian nation.
Yeah, but for some reason, whatever he said was removed. I actually don't know the details of that, but I remember that fact sort of jumping out at me when I read something about it. I think we know about it from his letters or something.
That's very interesting. There's a chapter that was censored from Demons because it's really horrible, actually. It's so horrible that I couldn't tell you about it on YouTube without getting this video, not even demonetized, maybe just taken down. It's really unsafe, really... Right. I mean, obviously, Dostoevsky's not supporting the stuff that's narrated.
Yeah, but
it's meant to be
just in there.
A critique. But the mere depiction of it was considered pretty, and would still be considered pretty heavy stuff.
Yeah,
it's not. It would still be quite shocking.
Yeah.
But anyway, his mature philosophy is very much more nuanced than it's often given credit for. I say he's very big on the role of faith. He's very big on Christianity and Orthodox Christianity in particular. He's very critical of Catholicism because he feels like it's his. He has this bit in the Brothers Karamazov where he basically expresses that Catholicism has turned the church into a state, and his ultimate goal is for politics to eventually become a church. Which he's quite careful to clarify. He doesn't mean a theocracy. He means that eventually the transformative power of faith will allow mankind to live in this kind of Christian brotherhood harmony. It's kind of a utopian vision.
This is from Joseph Frank's biography of Dostoevsky. Chapter 10 of Notes from the Underground poses a special problem because it was so badly mutilated by the censorship. In this chapter, as we know, Dostoevsky claimed to have expressed, quote, the essential idea of his work, which he defined as, quote, the necessity of faith and Christ. But the passages in which he did so were suppressed and never restored in later reprintings. He talks about a crystal palace of some kind. I remember this. But yeah, it's got something to do with the necessity, as Dostoevsky describes it himself. I didn't realize he put it in such strong terms, like the essential point of the book, the necessity of faith and Christ, and it's just mutilated.
And you suddenly get the what he considers to be the drawbacks of a purely naturalistic worldview in Notes from Underground. He sort of, really goes to town on this idea that you can live conceiving of mankind as mechanistic and of, there's a lot of critique of determinism in there.
Yeah,
there's a lot
the
of
famous
critique of materialism in there.
Sort of free will stuff, the piano key.
It's a different angle, right? He's not saying as a modern analytic philosopher might, Richard Holton is a modern analytic philosopher who defends free will as an emergent property of, our kind of biological makeup. Dostoevsky is saying that it's unlivable. Yep. It's a very different kind of argument. But again, I think it's important not to caricature him in the other direction. He has a very nuanced view of Christianity. So he thinks that, again, he criticizes Catholicism, and he criticizes quite a lot of orthodoxy. In the Brothers Karamazov, he has this contrast between two different characters. There's the elder Zosima, and there's another elder or father of the monastery, and his name has escaped me now. But the elder Zosima represents for Dostoevsky a kind of earthy Christianity.
A kind of what Christianity?
Earthy Christianity.
Oh, earthy, yeah.
So it's not just spiritual belief, it's practiced in active love. And actually, in one passage, the elder Zosima goes so far as to say that to actively love will eventually lead you to God. He thinks these are almost two sides of the same coin. And on the other hand, this other elder or father, again, kicking myself, so I can't remember the name, but is much more concerned with private spiritual practice and be kind of doing everything to the letter of what a good Christian would do within the confines of the monastery. He spends a lot of time fasting, a lot of time in prayer. And Dostoevsky is sort of satirizing that approach to Christianity. He thinks that it's too detached from the physical world around us, essentially. Dostoevsky is, again, he has a very nuanced view of Christianity, and he spends quite a lot of time criticizing Christians that he thinks don't live up to their Christianity, and also ways of approaching Christianity that he sees as too legalistic. And he's very, very keen on this universal active love. That is probably the cornerstone of his theology in a lot of ways. It keeps cropping up over and over again.
He also
love, forgiveness, taking on other people's suffering. This is kind of it's a theology expressed so much through practice that at points, he believes obviously that Christ is God, but at points it almost seems like it doesn't matter so much.
He also wrote the archetypal novel, fictional exploration of guilt, in Crime and Punishment.
Yes.
And so we're looking at a giant here. Crime and Punishment, Brothers Karamazov, Demons, Notes from the Underground. He's got a fascinating biography as well. All of these ideas packed in. Versus Arthur Schopenhauer, who is a fantastic polemicist, an entertaining writer, and does have a really interesting body of
very influential and interesting systematic metaphysical.
And is more of a philosopher proper than Dostoevsky the novelist. But who wins out? Let's put it this way: who would we have been better off having never written anything? If you put it like that, I think Dostoevsky's got to win.
I'm torn, to be honest. Arthur Schopenhauer also has an interesting essay on religion where he talks about, almost from a more cynical perspective, its necessity for the management of a successful society, despite him being an atheist. It's almost like if you imagine Dostoevsky is really bitter, you get that essay. I don't know.
Schopenhauer, his pessimism is so useful. He's like the only guy I can think of that really embodies that.
Yeah, and very influential late thinkers like Philip Mainlander and stuff like that.
But then some of Dostoevsky's characters do embody that kind of pessimism and are sort of tested in real time.
I'm very biased. Dostoevsky is also, I'm so emotionally swayed because The Brothers Karamazov is my comfort read. Whenever I went through a phase like last year, because YouTube thing had taken off. I was feeling very grateful, but also very overwhelmed of having these days that I would just spend in crippling anxiety, basically, and I just pace around my flat, and I just kind of I would both struggle to do anything and also struggle to rest.
Yeah,
and the only thing that would calm me down was reading a chapter of The Brothers Karamazov.
Wow.
I would quite often read it aloud to myself, pacing around my room, and so I, for purely personal reasons, I'm biased towards Dostoevsky.
Dostoevsky does more for people in that.
You reckon?
I think so. Schopenhauer.
I think Schopenhauer is a better philosopher, but I think that Dostoevsky.
You're probably right.
For my personal vibe-based ranking, on almost purely an irrational emotional basis, I want Dostoevsky to win out.
I find it extremely difficult because on the next round, whoever wins here is going against Peterson as well, which either of these is interesting. Dostoevsky v. Peterson, or Schopenhauer and Peterson both care about suffering, but one of them takes a hold of the suffering, one of them rebels against the suffering, and that's what they think life is all about. Pitting Peterson against Dostoevsky, his favorite author, it's difficult to say, but who really wins here? Like, we might be strict because we said that, like,
yeah, in terms of contribution to philosophy.
Yeah, we said Singer is a better philosopher than Dawkins. We said that Peterson is a better philosopher than Christopher Hitchens.
Yeah, I suppose then we'd have to go
Schopenhauer a better philosopher.
But
is he actually a better philosopher? It's more systematic.
He's a more maybe perhaps I'm placing too much emphasis on the systematization here. But also Schopenhauer, I'm thinking about introducing aspects of Vedic and Buddhist philosophy to Western philosophy.
Yeah, like that's huge.
It is. But again, as I say, I would defer to you on this because I'm so emotionally biased in favor of Dostoevsky for reasons that I cannot defend.
I find this one really, really difficult because I've probably got more out of Schopenhauer's essays, not in the way that you get something out of it, like emotionally. I just mean like I've found more like interesting thoughts to play with, the idea of what suffering actually is and which is the proactive, the suffering or the happiness. And I don't know. It's so impossible to say because so much of that just is present in Dostoevsky's works. I really think that, again, Dostoevsky comes up more. His themes are discussed more. I think I'm kind of happy to give it to Dostoevsky.
Okay, I will defer to you as I say.
I think I'm happy to give it to Dostoevsky because for me the thing I really like about Schopenhauer is like him as a polemicist, I guess.
I like him as a pessimist, but then again, I also think that people. My favorite pessimist is and I always mispronounce his name, Emil Cioran, but that's not how you say it. But I absolutely love his writing and very.
I think I think because we're doing this together as a collective enterprise, and because I'm torn, you've got an emotional bias towards Dostoevsky. I think let's give it to Dostoevsky.
Okay. I realise that I'm probably treating this with far more seriousness than
it probably doesn't really matter. If we did this real quick, it would probably be more entertaining for everyone.
This is just our preference.
Dostoevsky, there it is.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Arthur.
Right,
You are brilliant.
Bye, Arthur. We've got one more.
Oh, now this
in the audition round
is an absolute clash of the titans.
This is a belter. We have St. Thomas Aquinas versus one Jesus of Nazareth.
I mean, the real question is which was more influential in Christian thought?
Yeah,
and you know what? It's a toss-up.
And who do Catholics read more? Who do they refer to more?
I mean, I love
WWT do, as the Catholics would say. Look, this is obviously any Christian is committed to saying that Jesus is better, but is Christ a better philosopher?
Well, no, as in I think
than
that
Thomas Aquinas.
I think that St. Thomas Aquinas, I mean, partly he's a better classic philosopher because so many of the innovations we have in terms of how to write philosophy are just him. As in, he's truly a giant. I mean, the Summa Theologica, I wish I'd read all of it. I've not.
Yeah. Well, he didn't even write all of it. It's not finished.
Well, no, as in, the bit, he abandoned it after a religious experience. It was all straw.
Yeah, which says something. I mean, by Thomas's own admission, his writing is all bollocks.
And to be fair, St. Thomas Aquinas had always said that revealed theology could trump natural theology.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. In some ways, he's not going against his own word.
But who has actually been more influential in, let's say, the philosophy of Christianity? Because it depends what you mean by the philosophy of Christianity. If you mean its ethical maxims and stuff, then of course Christ is your figure.
Natural law theory,
natural law,
Thomas
and then
Aquinas
the proofs of God's existence, the contingency arguments, motion arguments,
the integration of Aristotle with Christianity. That's
from a philosophical perspective. If you were speaking to a philosopher and they said, prove to me that Christianity is true, you wouldn't turn to the Gospels, you would turn to someone like Aquinas. And so in a way, he's a better philosopher in that respect. But then there's the question of what philosophy is supposed to be about. Thomas Aquinas has a religious experience, realizes that his writings are all straw, as if to say, I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just saying that it means nothing compared to the experience of Jesus. And so if what philosophy is supposed to be about is about sort of, unity with the good, then Jesus Christ has to win out. I think it would be absolutely ludicrous to put Thomas Aquinas above Jesus Christ. I'll say from the outset.
I think that he would come down from the heavenly choir and box our ears.
I think Jesus is probably winning this one, but it is worth pointing out that we're not just talking about who's the better person. We're talking about who's the better philosopher. And it's controversial whether Christ could best be considered as a philosopher.
I suppose there are elements where he uses classic philosophical reasoning. I mean, let he without sin throw the first stone is, in a sense, exposing a contradiction.
Which unfortunately Jesus of Nazareth probably never actually said.
I know, you told me this, and it was just it was a horrible discovery. I love that.
It is not in our earliest manuscript of John's Gospel, unfortunately. It seems to have been a later interpolation. That's what most scholars believe. But then, who are we measuring Thomas Aquinas against? Jesus of history or Jesus of faith?
Well, I mean, if you think that Jesus is God, then I mean, he automatically wins.
I don't even think that Jesus thought Jesus was God, so I don't think we have to do
this
that.
Is a rabbit
That's
hole.
Another point of contention. But yeah, I mean, but then does God win? Is God a philosopher? I guess he is a
omniscient
lover of wisdom, and he knows all things. But then if you know all things, you have no need for philosophy. So you're not a philosophizer, because philosophers sort of use argument and reason and try to uncover truth. That's not something that an omniscient being can even do.
True. It's almost like, even if God exists, he would be the precondition for philosophy.
But he would sort of be the worst philosopher in the world, because he can't philosophize, because he just knows everything already. Yeah, so I don't know what we would count there. But also Jesus Christ, in his earthly form, as Jesus, the human being, rather than just the Son of the Trinity, is a human being who people have different ideas on his relationship to God while he was walking the planet, but an idea like kenosis, the idea that he which is to empty oneself, that he emptied himself of his divine powers and just became human, would mean that, at least in human form, he was not omniscient in the same way. When he says that no one knows the hour, not even the Son, nor the angels in heaven, but only the Father, seems to imply that he was not omniscient while on earth. So he could probably do some philosophizing, but it is very I don't know, what makes for good philosophy? Is it that kind of confronting demonstration of how to live, or is it the contingency argument?
That's St. Thomas Aquinas is much more, again, use the word systematic thinker.
He's more of a philosopher.
Jesus Christ, just interpreted by the reports of the gospel, is almost a bit of a mystic.
Yes, yeah. But what is philosophy? Philosophy is the love of wisdom, literally. And I think Jesus brings wisdom in a way that Thomas brings knowledge. And
I'd be interested to see, because I'm kind of broadly, I like St. Thomas Aquinas. But I'd be interested to see if anyone comes away, any Christians in the audience come away like with the same kind of fire in their belly that I hear a lot of Christians report after reading scripture. I know, it'd be interesting because
I know a few Catholics and non-Catholics who are pretty fired up about Thomas.
I mean, but also St. Thomas Aquinas is a beautifully clear thinker to read.
Yes.
Objection to reply.
There is part of me which wants to put Thomas ahead as a philosopher, but we can't. I mean, we can't knock out Jesus in the first round.
We've knocked out so many amazing thinkers. Because
again, if you're talking about influence, I think we will have to. On like a data. Also, because we're talking as if like the only influence philosophers have is over like academic philosophy. If you think about like the average person who never thinks about philosophy, who's been more influential philosophically?
Yeah, and I suppose because Schopenhauer is more influential on academic philosophy than Dostoevsky. But
Dostoevsky's a more influential person. We're sort of. I think we have a tendency to think about influential philosophers in terms of the papers that are being written and the discussions that we have on podcasts and stuff. But if you think about the person who lives their life, who isn't super into philosophy, like Alex over here, I don't know if Alex, do you think Thomas Aquinas or Jesus has had more of an effect on your life? Do you know who Thomas Aquinas is? You heard of him? Through me. I don't know if like Thomas Aquinas has done much for you, but you've probably thought about Jesus once or twice in your life. Yeah. I feel like for most people,
in terms of influence,
that, right? Like
Jesus Christ is.
Yeah, I mean, what the hell are we even talking about?
Yeah, obviously, of course,
obviously. Okay, I'm just going to put Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm just going to put Jesus. Lord, I believe. Help my unbelief. Christ. Of course, to even call him Christ is already an assumption of a particular theology, because that is just a Greek term meaning anointed one.
Is that a deliberate pun on assumption?
It is just the same word as Messiah. It is the Greek version of the Hebrew word Messiah, which just means anointed one. Same root for the chrism oil, which is rubbed on King Charles's chest during the coronation. It's so to call him Jesus Christ is already sort of an admission of the one fundamental Christian principle, but I'll allow it. Okay.
Round 2.
Joseph, we have made it to round 2. And we'd better bust through these. So, we've already explained a lot of these people.
Yeah, so I think we'll be able to.
So we should be able to just sort of pit them against each other a little bit. Let's start with Judith Jarvis Thomson versus Peter Singer. Trolley problem, violinist analogy on one side, animal liberation, the life you can save on the other. Intuitively, I'm tempted to say Peter Singer.
Peter Singer's certainly a bigger name.
However, I have been intimately connected to animal ethics. I am sort of not entirely convinced by the life you can save stuff, but I find it incredibly confronting, and I think about it all the time. Thompson's got the trolley problem, which is one of the most useful ways to discover what you actually think about ethics. And of course, the violinist analogy is so iconic within a particular area of philosophy. Whereas Thompson is like, I don't know if like Singer isn't just famous for a particular example within
Singer
ethics.
is in some ways
the guy who put it on the table.
Of modern utilitarianism.
That's also true. He's probably the most famous living academic philosopher who isn't like a Jordan Peterson or someone. But maybe it's for our sins that he's more influential than Thompson is. Maybe.
Well, Thompson is, as I say, incredibly underrated.
I think Singer has a bit more like, I don't know. Singer has more things that he just unapologetically says like are the case, and this is my worldview, and this is what it leads to, and it's a very simple like test case. Well, what would Peter Singer say about this? And that's your utilitarian idea.
I mean, Thompson changed her mind about the trolley problem in 2008.
So you said earlier, I didn't know this.
So initially, she held that the person could pull the lever and redirect the trolley to the one person, but that you couldn't, the fat man
push
example,
the fat man.
The portly gentleman off the bridge to stop the train. But she later changed her mind. She thought that she came to see, she becomes much more rights focused in her later work.
Right.
Interesting. And and she thinks that pulling the lever is more akin to creating a threat than redirecting one. She thinks it is a conscious decision to end a life, and so she says it's impermissible.
Okay. So who wins?
I would have to go with Singer.
I think Singer, like you say, he's the face of utilitarianism.
Face of modern utilitarianism.
Given that utilitarianism is oftentimes just the assumed ethical principle that people live by without realizing it.
It's certainly, I find, the way that I tend to describe utilitarianism in practice is like, it's often people's first layer. Like it's what people go for, if they're not kind of a divine law theorist.
Yeah.
It's what people tend to go for.
It's what they kind of think ethics is about.
Yes, until they hit an edge case.
And then they tend to revise it. And given that is so popular, and that every single first year undergraduate philosophy studies utilitarianism to some degree, and Singer is the face of it.
Yeah, I think Singer will.
I think he has to win. Who's the utilitarian thinker that isn't John Stuart Mill, who came before Singer, who really influenced him? I'm blanking on his name.
Bentham's before John Stuart Mill.
Yeah, Bentham was before Mill. There was somebody else, but I can't remember his name. Alex, can you chat GPT name 5 influential utilitarian thinkers? Peter Singer is going to win.
Yes, yeah.
I'm going to put him up on here. Utilitarian thinkers. Tell us what comes up.
Right there. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to read more Singer, actually, because I feel like to my shame, did not do much ethical philosophy at university.
Yeah.
I did it in first year. I dropped it in favor of philosophy of science, and then I did that for 3 years.
Singer's got a lot. As I say, he's confronting is probably the word.
Yeah.
What came up? Jeremy Bentham.
John Stuart Mill. Harriet Taylor Mill.
Oh, that's John Stuart Mill. Well, John Stuart Mill wrote so much of his philosophy with his wife.
Right.
And oftentimes she's basically a co-author.
Yeah. Interesting. I didn't know that. Who else?
Henry Sidgwick.
Sidgwick.
Oh, yes,
that's what I was thinking of. Henry Sidgwick.
And Singer's metaethics is quite similar to Sidgwick's.
Yeah, that's the thing, because Sidgwick was a massive influence over Singer, and I was blanking on his name. But yes, I almost thought that he should make the list, but I don't actually know a ton about his work. And Singer would maybe beat him in terms of influence. But anyway, okay, we have our first semi-finalist. Peter Singer has made it.
Has made it to the
semi-finals.
He's in. What was the X Factor analogy? The judges'
houses.
Yeah.
So he's built out. He's beat out Zeno, Thompson, Jarvis Thompson. That is Richard Dawkins. Good for him. Okay. Next, we've got Jordan Peterson versus Fyodor Dostoevsky. I think this is pretty cut and dry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think
Jordan Peterson is obviously the better. No, no offense, Jordan. Again, if you're watching, I loved the thought of Jordan Peterson sitting at home watching our tier list, essentially, of philosophers. So if you are watching, Jordan, take no offense. I think if there's one person he would be happy to lose to, it would be Dostoevsky. But I think Dostoevsky probably comes out on top.
Oh yeah, I think so. I think.
Any objections to consider? There is the sense in which Peterson is more a philosopher than a novelist.
I suppose again, this is the thing that the thing that I liked about We Who Wrestle with God was the toying with the pragmatist definition of truth. Yeah. And you don't get the pragmatist definition of truth from Dostoevsky. You just get the idea that Christ is more important than truth.
And Peterson has also kind of gone a bit off the rails in some of his views, in my view, of late.
Again, I don't really know what.
He's kind of tied up in the culture war and all that kind of stuff, and it just kind of mars for me his ability to move up the ranking in terms of our philosophical.
Though I suppose Dostoevsky was very involved in the culture war of his day.
If we somehow ended up with like Peterson versus Jesus Christ, I think that would just be like
I think evidently Dostoevsky.
So I think Dostoevsky's going to win out here. See, I told you we'd blast through this when we got to this round.
But I think it's nice to play devil's advocate there.
For sure. That's what we're here for. Dostoevsky. I better not try and write and speak at the same time. Okay, top right.
Descartes versus Nietzsche.
Descartes versus Nietzsche. A little bit more tricky.
Oh,
for me, it's Descartes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you'll agree with that, because you don't like Descartes as much as I like Descartes.
Well, I like Descartes in a whole host of ways, but again, a lot of the stuff that I really like about Descartes is non-philosophical. It's his maths and his.
Yeah, but he's got all of that going for him.
Yeah,
and in a way, maths is like a branch of philosophy, man. Like it's a way of doing it. Like, look at the way that we answered Zeno's paradoxes using a mathematical concept.
No, that's fair.
Like Descartes has so much named after him. Also, in the way that I like the word Aristotelian, I also really like the word Cartesian.
Yes.
I think that's really fun.
You're not such a fan of Nietzschean.
No, it's so clunky. It's like no one even knows how to pronounce it. You know, people who say Nietzsche, that really gets on my nerves.
Who says
that? Might be more correct, but lots of people say Nietzsche.
Really?
Yeah, they call him Nietzsche, and it really sort of gets on my nerves.
Is that a kind of?
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
I don't know where that comes from, but a lot of people say it, and I'm not into it. So on aesthetic grounds,
it makes it sound too cute.
I'm big on Descartes. Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, I don't know, man.
René Descartes.
I think I would go for Nietzsche over Descartes.
I think, therefore, I am, man.
God is dead, and we have killed him.
Yeah. Okay.
But also, I mean, I don't know, but I think that also Nietzsche does a lot of undermining from the inside the kind of Cartesian project of certainty.
It's true. Descartes probably did assume too much, but then he was the guy who sort of set it off. Like he's just like sat around and he just thinks up this stuff. Like so much of that's why he's the father of the Western philosophical tradition, because so many people engage with these ideas and respond to them and stuff. But Descartes just thought it up.
Father of
he decided
Western
to just sit down
and
decided one day that he wanted to figure out what can be known without doubt.
Yeah, the father of modern Western philosophy versus the sort of arch critic of Western philosophy up to that point.
Sort of similar vibe to Descartes versus Hume in that respect. It's sort of like, but I think a slightly more difficult thing to.
Well, again, I always think that Human All Too Human to the Gay Science is actually a relatively Humean project in a weird way. This kind of undermining things from the inside by using Enlightenment principles. That kind of free spirit work section I was talking about earlier is in some ways a sort of undermining of Enlightenment principles from the inside. The free spirit works from Human All Too Human all the way to the Gay Science.
Yeah,
that's just sometimes is occasionally by modern pragmatist thinkers compared with David Hume.
You really put Nietzsche.
I would, and I would say it was largely vibe based. I mean, to what extent can you compare Nietzsche's philosophies with Descartes? I mean, they're addressing such different questions. You can't like pit them against one another.
Who do you think's more influential today?
Oh, I don't know. It will be. It's difficult
Nietzsche.
to say. I mean,
probably Nietzsche.
I mean, coordinate geometry. So Descartes. I mean, as in, coordinate geometry is almost as influential as Jesus.
That's.
But I mean, I don't even know what the world would look like without coordinate geometry.
That's such a bugger.
But again, I feel like if we're separating off the kind of pure mathematical side of Descartes, I feel like in terms of philosophy, I would put Nietzsche above Descartes in this kind of battle context. But again, it's largely a vibes thing for me.
Because we'd end up with a pretty. It's interesting here because we've got Singer and Dostoevsky. We've got quite analytic and quite sort of like right-brained. This would the semi-finals. You know, if we put Nietzsche, we're getting a bit sort of existentialist for our final.
That's true.
Especially if we end up with Nietzsche and Christ and Dostoevsky. That's a pretty interesting. bout.
I think Aristotle will win.
Descartes with man. I mean. I'm struggling here, man.
It's a real kind of what's that phrase they use for authors, like kill your darlings.
It's
a bit because ultimately we've for a lot of these we've had conflicts between two absolutely phenomenal thinkers.
Yeah,
and we've just had to pick one.
Descartes like started it, you know, but then he does.
I mean, I think we can overstate just how much.
I think he assumes too much, and he. Plausibly argues in a circle, the famous Cartesian circle, and he's probably a bit too confident. Nietzsche is very careful, very sort of in depth.
I mean, to a certain extent, Nietzsche decides either he goes through periods of being very careful and then goes through periods of saying, I don't care about being careful. I'm going to say just bombastic shit.
It's also very original, you know, the slave morality stuff, the historical ideas about
But the other thing is, I think that I agree with Descartes more than I agree with Nietzsche.
Yeah. I mean, but like, I think therefore I am. It's just so iconic. It's like the foundation. Like, how often does it come up when you're talking about this or that, and you say like, well, that leads to skepticism. Oh, then and I think therefore I am. It's like, oh, I think I can know that. Like, it comes. It's like it's a touchstone. It's like a grounding for so much of, at least in practice, what we just allow ourselves to assume when we're having philosophical discussions. And Descartes is a starting point. Nietzsche only comes up when he comes up, you know? I'm struggling. I wish we were doing this live so we could just like get people to vote.
Yes, that would be great because as I say, all of these are becoming very torturous
Actually, okay,
decisions.
scrap this. Let's redo this. Same time tomorrow. We'll start again. And we'll do it live.
Just delete the 3-hour recording.
Yeah, let's just get rid of it. Let's just delete it and try again. Man. I guess again, if I'm like super torn and you're like pretty strong on Nietzsche.
No, actually, I don't know, but now you've convinced me a bit round to Descartes. And again, coordinate geometry. But then again, is that? But are we going to spend the rest of this episode where we pit Descartes against someone, and then I go, well, Descartes did coordinate geometry, and that's just such a useful tool.
But it's in the same way that if Jesus was God, you'd be like, look, he's God. And although that's not a very interesting bout, it's like if it's just true, then it's true, isn't it? I mean, Descartes did all of that. Is there anything we're missing from Descartes?
Oh yeah, we've talked, like, he has the distinction between, matter and immaterial stuff in terms of extension, which is, I think, even though we tend to not use his substance dualism as much, I still think that's quite an innovative distinction.
When I've sat down and read Nietzsche and I've sat down and read Descartes, I found Descartes more like philosophically engaging. More like I feel like I'm sat down with ideas and I'm thinking about ideas, Nietzsche, it's sort of like, it's a bit of history, it's a bit of this, it's a bit of that. It's sort of,
Again, it's a highly original method from Nietzsche as well.
Yeah.
So it depends how much you weight originality.
I don't know, man. I'm Team Descartes. I think you're Team Nietzsche.
Oh, just about, yeah.
I don't know how to settle this. Should we flip a coin? Yeah, all right. Griff, have we got a coin somewhere, or can you do it virtually? Have you got a coin in your pocket? Have I got a coin? I don't really. Oh, I think I've got a coin.
Oh,
I think I've got a coin. No, I haven't got a coin. Right, hold on. Hold that thought.
Okay.
I have here.
Okay.
50 English pence of the realm. I think heads has to go to Descartes, right?
Yeah, heads Descartes, tails Nietzsche.
Mind or body?
Well, that's not a bad distinction in Nietzsche's coordination of the instincts and stuff like that.
Mind is Descartes.
Mm-hmm.
Body is Nietzsche. Happy for me to flip? Fair?
Yeah.
It's Descartes.
Okay, let's have Descartes up there.
Descartes wins out. And given that he's the one that believes in divine providence, I suppose it would have been better to go the other.
Although Nietzsche would say that, of course, eventually this will all happen over and over again, eternally, in a recurrent fashion.
I'm already beginning to feel like that. So let's try and get through this. That's the worst handwriting. I like, if I ever become a doctor of philosophy, I might be able to live up to the doctor title with that handwriting. Aristotle
versus Christ
versus Jesus of Nazareth. Look, there is an undertone here because of what a lot of people think Christ is, whereby if we don't just sort of just bump him up to the top by default, people are going to be upset. But you have to understand, we're considering Jesus as a philosopher.
Yeah, his written writings as a philosophical corpus.
In many ways also considering the historical aspects of what he actually said and what he didn't. Thomas Jefferson's Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth might be a good touch point here. Jefferson creates his own Bible. It's often painted as him like cutting out all of the miraculous bits. You know about this?
I've heard of it, but I think I've heard of it from you.
It's not exactly him just cutting out the miraculous bits. He sort of puts together his sort of understanding of the life of Jesus. It's kind of his, and it's physically clipped out, and you can see all of the original markings. I have a copy laying around somewhere. I'll show you later. It's really, in fact, it might be right there. Hold on.
I enjoy how much sort of getting up to get stuff we've done on this podcast.
It's great, man. It's nice to be sort of, we're keeping
relaxed.
it real. We're keeping it real. The Life and Morals of Jesus of Nazareth, extracted textually from the Gospels in Greek, Latin, French, and English by Thomas Jefferson. This edition is like a physical printing of what it actually looked like. And what you can see is he's got the Greek, the Latin, the French, and the English, literally like all written out next to each other.
Wow.
And he's sort of cut bits out of a razor. And if you look at like the references on the English version, the numbers are kind of random because he's been taking it from like different gospels and try to like put it in order.
Right, okay.
So you can kind of see where he got it from.
This isn't in the order of the gospels in the New Testament.
It's in the rough order of the stories, but as in he'll take a bit
Right. So we'll have sort of feeding of the 5,000 from...
I haven't actually read it, so I don't know how he orders it, but for example, John's Gospel and the Synoptic Gospels have the timing of, when Jesus flips the tables at the temple, they have that at different times. That like one happens at the beginning. I think, which way around is it? In John's Gospel, it happens at the beginning, and in Synoptic Gospels, it happens at the end. It's unclear exactly why this is the case. It might be because John wants to have the raising of Lazarus as the reason for Jesus's arrest, so it places that like later on and has the temple at the beginning. It's all a bit weird, but Jefferson will probably, I would assume, if I read this, like move that story to either the end or the beginning and sort of just make a decision as to where it should go. But kind of interesting, right?
Yeah,
and laid out with the Greek and the Latin
wish I
and the French
spoke
for some
any
reason.
Greek at all, or knew any biblical Greek.
Yes, it's a funny thing to get your head around. I find it difficult to pronounce Greek words. It's kind of annoying when I'm trying to like talk about the Gospels, and I know what the Greek terms mean, but I can never pronounce them. Like arche, eugalion, Jesu Christou, Ui. How do you say the word son? It's like Ueu or something. Ou, Theon, Son of God. I don't know. It's a little bit tricky to pronounce. But yes, that is the life and morals of Jesus of Nazareth. So that is kind of the kind of Jesus that I'm imagining when we're doing this. So for those who think Jesus is God, bear in mind that if you're going to sort of die on that hill, then this whole thing would be trivial because he would just go to the middle.
So anyway. I mean, I'm gonna go to bat for Aristotle over Christ.
How come?
As a philosopher, I think again Aristotle's so prolific. He writes in so many different areas. A lot of the time, his argumentation is incredibly thorough. Not always. I mean, he's mixing observation with kind of airtight reasoning. So sometimes he's just making a generalization based on what he's observed, but other times his reasoning just is incredibly, sound and valid in the technical sense. Writes on an enormous amount of topics. I mean, there are very few other philosophers that write on natural science, physics, metaphysics, poetics, politics, and whose thoughts still shape how people conceive of those topics today. Well, maybe with the exception of physics, conceive of those topics today.
Obviously, Jesus is incredibly influential in that. Yes, but as a philosopher, like we were debating when we were debating Jesus versus Thomas Aquinas, it wasn't entirely trivial because as a philosopher, who sort of contributed more to this field, and it's plausible that Thomas would win. And I think the reason that seems so silly is because Thomas is a Christian, so his own philosophy seems to presuppose that Christ.
Whereas I think that Aristotle
is pre-Christian,
and I think that just in terms of as a philosopher, I think Aristotle
and obviously the way that we put, I mean, it's controversial to even put Jesus on there in the first place, but if you weren't already primed to be thinking about Jesus, if you looked up on Google and said, top 10 most influential philosophers, and the top ones were like Plato, Aristotle, Nietzsche, would a Christian be like offended that they hadn't put Jesus? Or would they understand that Jesus is the most important man that's ever lived, but in terms of like, is he the best philosopher? Like, is he good qua philosophy? Yeah, it's kind of like, in a way, he should be the best at everything, but if we were looking for the best chefs in the world, Jesus isn't going to feature on that list. Yes. Jesus is a philosopher of a kind, but that wasn't like his project. His project wasn't to like come and use systematic methods to uncover truths about the universe. He came to like, save us from our sins, which is a slightly different project. So it is no disparagement.
Yes,
Jesus of Nazareth to say that Aristotle beats him out in philosophical influence
as a philosopher.
I reservedly am happy to grant it to Aristotle because it's really difficult to exactly quite pin down what Christ's philosophical influence is and has been. Aristotle is more clear, so I'm happy to give it for that reason, but this has just got a lot to do with the fact that Jesus is probably best not thought of as a philosopher.
Yes, it's nice to have him on there, though.
But okay, with those commenters already down in the description giving us an earful, I suppose it's good for engagement to give it to Aristotle, but bear in mind the context under which we're doing this.
Yes, it's no shade on Jesus.
It's important to keep in mind. Aristotle. Now, what I have realized is that I haven't done enough lines because this is the semi-final and not the final.
Oh yes, but that's okay. No, because we'll have them now combating, and then they'll each go on either side of the middle one, and then we can have the victor crowned
Yeah, so we kind of need to do like, we need like a line here. Where's the blue pen? Anyway, who have we got first?
Should we do Singer versus Dostoevsky first? So these are philosophers that you would never pit against one another apart from in this incredibly contrived context.
This would get a bit silly. I mean, and then we've got Aristotle versus Descartes on the other side, which is kind of interesting. But I kind of wish we'd have ended up with like, Peter Singer versus Plato, because that's just quite funny.
Yes.
But we've got Peter Singer versus Dostoevsky. Thoughts? That's actually
well,
kind of
we're
tricky.
getting to one where these philosophers are almost incomparable.
Yeah.
Again, Singer a much more systematic thinker. Significantly, Singer is a modern academic analytic philosopher, and so in that, using the criteria of modern academic analytic philosophy, he would win out. But again, in terms of influence, again, it's almost like comparing apples to oranges, but I think that's probably part of the fun.
So who do you think wins? Who's a more important philosopher? Probably Peter. Because Singer's more recent as well. Like, will he still be talked about in the same way in 100 years? But then Dostoevsky isn't talked about so much as a philosopher.
Yeah.
He's a novelist. And that is a kind of philosophy in a way, but a bit like how we gave it to Aristotle over Christ.
Yes, it might be. Is it beholden for us to be consistent?
Like, it would be a bit unfair for us to say, like, yeah, but Dostoevsky was such a good novelist and has such great themes, so he beats Singer, but then give it to Aristotle over Jesus Christ.
Yes.
I think for that reason, maybe Peter Singer has to get it.
You're right.
But then we've got Singer in the final. I mean, we've got names like...
I know, it's amazing.
We've got Thomas Aquinas, Jesus Christ, Plato, Aristotle, David Hume.
And then Singer ends up in the final.
Peter Singer ends up in the final. In fairness, I do think this list is quite stacked to the right-hand side. Like, if you look on the left, we've got your sort of... They're all kind of a bit more modern. Dawkins, Hitchens, Peterson... they're not going to win.
Yeah,
Schopenhauer,
we should really start from the beginning with a different...
Yeah, we should lay this out. But I thought that made the most sense to start with, but it does mean that on the left-hand side of our sort of slightly more modern thinkers, it makes sense for Singer to come out on top of that list. On the right-hand side, we've got a bit more like historical and I think thick weight.
I suppose, but this is how sports tournaments work, right? This is how qualifying for the World Cup.
This is just how it has to be, unfortunately. But I think maybe Peter Singer is our first finalist.
It seems almost really bizarre to say.
That seems strange. No offense, Peter Singer.
No. But
it seems. But then, does it seem less strange to say that Dostoevsky made it?
That's the thing, isn't it? It sounds very.
If that feels like it makes more sense that he ended in the final, then does that just mean that he's a better philosopher?
Well, that's the thing. As in, I think that maybe I'm just getting buyer's remorse about Arthur Schopenhauer and Dostoevsky.
Yeah, because who would win out of Singer and Schopenhauer?
Schopenhauer, yeah, hands down.
Do you think?
Yeah.
So then why is if Singer beats Dostoevsky and Schopenhauer beats Dostoevsky?
This is clearly our ranking is not linearly.
This is not an exact science. I mean, we could just put Schopenhauer in the final.
I mean. Yeah, this we've got to a reductio ad absurdum of our original rankings.
Okay, we've got it. Look, it's got to be either Dostoevsky, Schopenhauer, or Singer in the final.
I would say Schopenhauer.
But like Dostoevsky, man.
But I know, and I'm really biased towards Dostoevsky.
It's because we gave it to Christ.
But it's because it's because I think that
maybe we should give it to Jesus and Dostoevsky for the semis. Like if we reverse our policy and say that it's just about like general vibe, and we put Jesus above Aristotle because it's Jesus.
Yeah.
And then we put Dostoevsky up there. And then we'll have Jesus versus Descartes and Peter Singer versus...
I'd know this was going to be this sort of emotionally tumultuous when we started this.
I'm beginning to get rattled. What do you think, man? I think we either give it to Singer or we give it to Dostoevsky, but then we have to give the earlier bout to Christ.
Yeah. Because we have been. I think we've been inconsistent now.
So what do you think? Which makes more sense?
I think, I think my. This is in some ways a radical ad hoc decision. I would replace Dostoevsky with Schopenhauer in hindsight.
Why?
Because I think that as we've gone on,
he's a better philosopher.
We seem to have cohered
seem to have said
policy that's much more to do with who's a better philosopher.
And Dostoevsky
doesn't. And Dostoevsky, I think,
Crime and Punishment, the Brothers Karamazov. But yeah, that's. I could say like but
you could say the world as will and representation. You could say
I could say that
the art of controversy. You could say
Quentin Tarantino directed Django Unchained, but like, okay, that's a great movie, but he's not a philosopher. Like, it's a great book, but he's not a philosopher.
Yeah, okay. No, I think
fine. Right, I'm just gonna do it.
The rule book has been thrown out.
Thrown out, ladies and gentlemen. You are witnessing.
That's the thing. I think our criteria evolved to be more strictly philosophical over the course of this.
We are going to cross out Dostoevsky, and we're going to put Schopenhauer.
I don't think that anyone would mind if we say that Schopenhauer would.
And Schopenhauer then beats Peterson.
Yeah,
Are you sure?
Yeah,
sure about that one?
I'm sure about that one.
All right. So then Schopenhauer goes here. Okay, so our new revised semi-final.
I feel more comfortable with this.
Peter Singer versus Schopenhauer.
I feel like now we've got a more consistent set of criteria.
Who wins against Schopenhauer and Singer on those grounds?
Schopenhauer.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Is Singer not more like influential as a philosopher these days? Like people like constantly.
Schopenhauer is. But then
Schopenhauer's
been around for longer. So I suppose he's got the advantage
in the final.
There.
I think it makes more sense to have Peter Singer in the final. Peter Singer is, as you say, the face
of modern
probably the most
philosophy,
popular ethical
and practical ethics
in the world. Practical ethics,
still the introductory text on practical ethics.
I think it goes to Singer, man.
Schopenhauer.
I mean, that seems weird, but I think it's just because it's our competition stacked to the right hand side.
Yeah, but Schopenhauer introducing the fundamentals of Eastern philosophy into the West.
Like, yeah, but I don't know. I find it really, really difficult. Schopenhauer's just like, man.
I'll have to back Schopenhauer over Singer. I think
you have
personally.
My
conscience is compelling me to.
Oh boy!
I think on the basis
Schopenhauer
of don't get me wrong, there are aspects of Schopenhauer that I think I disagree with, but there's aspects of Singer that I disagree with.
In a way, we could just pick one of the four as our winner straight up. But no, I think we need our runners up. Is our runner up going to be Schopenhauer? Really, the final? Peter Singer, man, like he's a big hitter. He's a big hitter.
Alex, based on what you've heard so far.
Time is ticking and I've got a train.
He's got to get a train, so he's
okay.
That's all he cares about.
Okay.
See, practical ethics.
Okay.
Practical ethics. That's what people care about in the real world.
That's okay, yeah.
They don't care about this world as schmill and whatever.
Okay, fine, Singer. Okay.
Practical. No, you don't feel very happy about it.
I know, not. Look. I think that.
This is my show. I'm putting
exactly. This is your show.
Singer. Singer is going on. Okay. Descartes versus Aristotle. It's got to be Aristotle.
It's got to be Aristotle. No, I think
there's no contest.
Aristotle is. I mean,
Aristotle's
the goat.
Aristotle's Aristotle.
I learned the phrase "the goat" the other day from my sister.
The other day.
Yeah. This is like, and I love it. I think it's great. So now, for anyone that watches my channel regularly, you're going to hear me using the phrase "the goat" quite a lot.
You are something else. Aristotle is the GOAT, which means maybe basically whoever we elect here is
Aristotle,
going to
Descartes
win.
Are going to.
Do you think Aristotle beats Descartes?
Yes,
I
would say so. I think so.
And if Aristotle beats Descartes, then I think
Aristotle,
fairly obvious in our final.
Would,
Aristotle versus Peter Singer is our final bout. That's our final.
I think that Aristotle would. I mean, yeah, obviously, I think Aristotle. I don't think that Peter Singer would mind. I think that he would freely admit.
I'm sure
that Aristotle would trump him as a.
It's like on Lent, where the last one's a different color.
Aristotle. I'm happy. I'm so happy with that as a winner. Aristotle.
It's Aristotle. I think I would have predicted from the beginning that either Aristotle or maybe someone like Jesus or Descartes would have won. So I think we've done pretty well there.
I think that was
Congratulations, Peter Singer. I'm still not sure about the Schopenhauer Dostoevsky business. I think it makes sense to put Schopenhauer up. I think we were right to change that, but I do still stand by Peter Singer beating out Schopenhauer.
I think that's an agree to disagree.
And we end up with Peter Singer versus
Aristotle.
Difficult bout, but one that we finally have resolved. Everybody hates us now in the comments.
Oh yeah. We've probably managed to annoy everyone with any stake in any of these things.
Of course, there are other philosophers that we've mentioned. Sidgwick, we mentioned Philippa Foot.
We haven't even mentioned Wittgenstein.
Wittgenstein was nearly on our list.
Kant, but he wasn't on
Kant. I mean, that's probably the main thing. Where the hell is Kant?
Yes, exactly. Because
not in my reading list. Basically, is Kant. Like we probably should have included him. Yeah, we probably definitely should have included Kant. He might have actually just won.
I mean, Kant could go toe to toe with Aristotle. Actually, I think in a lot of ways.
Thing is.
But hey, man,
it's my show.
Yeah, exactly. We've got the ones that,
and also we'll do this again. I think at some point,
again.
episode 200, and I promise that we'll include Kant next time.
Yes, Kant, Wittgenstein.
Was
Russell.
it a massive mistake to not include Kant?
I don't know.
Like people often say he is just like the best philosopher.
But the other thing is that I feel like Kant is a little bit like Aristotle in that he would just beat out anyone. In some ways, I wonder whether we shouldn't have included Aristotle, because I think that in hindsight it's so obvious he would have won.
Included Kant. Who would have beat Kant? Like
the only one that could hold a candle to Kant in this is Aristotle, I think.
What about Plato? Oh man, Descartes. We should have included Kant. The final might have been Kant versus Aristotle, and who would have won?
I would still say Aristotle, but
I would say so too.
But
we still get the same final, and we just sort of. And I think basically, look, Kant could have made it to the final, but it would have been a less interesting bout because he would have just beat. I mean, if you put him anywhere on the left-hand side, he's beating any of those people. On the right-hand side, he's maybe being beat by Aristotle, maybe Plato, maybe Jesus.
I think he would beat basically everyone in that list. Hands down is such almost a violent expression, but like that seems like I'm being too confident. But I think he would definitely beat out. Pretty much everyone apart from Aristotle and maybe Plato.
Yeah. Okay, then where's my black pen gone? Have you seen it? What do I do with the black pen? Oh, it's here. I think what we might do is just put a sort of honourable mention.
Honourable mention. Because for somebody who wasn't on the list, we talked about Kant a lot. Sorry, Kant. We should have put you on the list.
And to Immanuel Kant's fans that we didn't even put him on the list. That's definitely one of my.
Although our criteria for the list were thinkers that have been influential in the history of your channel.
That's also that's the thing, because I forgot this is like episode 100 we're celebrating. It's supposed to be kind of
that was forgot in the midst of our emotional.
That's kind of how we came up with this. Is like who've kind of been relevant in the history of the channel. People like Jesus, Peter Singer, Richard Dawkins, and Kant just kind of never comes up because I haven't read Kant because I'm like terrified to try.
Oh, have you tried the Critique of Pure Reason?
I'm not sure if I've actually seriously tried to read it.
It is,
but it feels like a shortcoming.
Hard going.
Yeah.
But with a companion, like a kind of commentary or a companion by some secondary literature, it's extremely good.
Yeah. So maybe one day, episode 200, I'll finally plug into it and we can put it in there. That'll be fine. But for now, at least we've I don't even know how long have we been going, Alex?
3 hours, 20 minutes.
Longest, well, actually, depending on how much we cut out. I think this is the longest episode of the podcast we've ever done. Sam Harris was 3 hours. This is probably the longest. I was kind of hoping that would happen since it is a special. I'm glad we didn't do the tier list because we'd only be halfway through.
Oh, we would, yeah. I mean, this was.
But look,
also, this was fun. This ended up with some very difficult decisions.
I think so too. We'll do this again. We'll do an existentialist showdown. We'll do a philosophy of religion showdown.
I think, to be honest, I think that might as well. We can then compare them on the same issue as well.
Exactly, and that would be better. I want to see Craig versus Plantinga. I want to see Sartre versus Camus. Camus wins that. I want to see Kierkegaard versus Camus. Who's more influential? You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
let's not even think about it right now.
Yeah,
that's a subject
we'll
for another time.
Hour.
Okay, that's it. Brian Greene, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
The Elegant Universe turns 25 this year, just like me.
I wish I could say that about myself.
I'd like to get into what's changed, where we're at, but I think it's going to require starting with the question that I'm sure you've never been asked before. What is string theory?
Yes, good question. There are a number of ways of framing what string theory is about, but perhaps from the largest perspective, it's an attempt to realize a dream that really begins with Albert Einstein, which is this idea that we have a single universe, so we should have a single theoretical explanation for how that universe works. And that single explanation should be mathematical. And so there should be some grand mathematical formula, some mathematical equation that would describe everything in the universe. And Einstein sought this so-called unified theory for decades, but he never found it. And string theory just may be the theory that Einstein was looking for.
Now, what kinds of problems is the scientific community faced with that leads them to come up with something like string theory? I mean, we already had a lot of ideas about what the universe was made of, the different constituent particles and stuff. So where do we get this vibrating strings thing?
Yeah, absolutely. So from my initial description, it might seem like it was more of an aesthetic or a philosophical motivation to try to find this unified theory, but it goes far deeper than that, because there are these two main ideas, two main pillars that support physics as we have understood it since really the middle of the 20th century. And that is quantum physics, which describes the smallest things in the world, the elementary particles that make up matter, and Einstein's general theory of relativity, which really describes the biggest things, where gravity matters, stars, galaxies, black holes, the entire universe. And the problem is that even though quantum mechanics works incredibly well in the micro domain and general relativity works incredibly well in the macro domain, whenever you try to put the two mathematical theories together, it breaks down. When you do any calculation that blends the math of quantum mechanics and the math of general relativity, you get one single answer, and that answer is infinity. And infinity might sound, well, that's kind of, cool and poetic sounding, but it's nonsensical in the context of physics. There's no quantity that you can measure that's ever infinity. So infinity is a diagnostic, which basically the mathematics uses to kind of grab us by the lapels and slap us in the face and say, you are doing something wrong. You've got to find a new description that puts quantum mechanics and general relativity together. And that is what string theory does, at least in principle on paper. And I need to stress that this is not a tested theory. We don't know if it's correct, but mathematically for the first time, it does show a way of bridging the gap between these two theories.
So does this tell us that of general relativity and quantum mechanics, at least one of them is sort of wrong? I mean, people often talk about general relativity as coming along to replace Isaac Newton's understanding of gravity, and they say Newton was kind of almost there, but ultimately he was wrong. Is that the same approach we need to take of something like general relativity as well?
It is, but I would caution to see it in that historical context that you've just made reference to, because it's a little strong to say that Newton was wrong. I would say that any physical theory that we ever write down is meant to describe the universe in a certain domain. And when we gain better equipment and when we make progress, we try to extend the domain of applicability of our understanding. And when we do that, we almost always find that the ideas from the earlier generation, yes, they really work in the original domain, but when you go beyond that domain, you need to update them. You need to replace them. And so Newton did a wonderful job at describing the orbits of the planets. General relativity comes along and says, well, actually, if you go a little bit further than just the orbits of planets, if you want to understand more extreme environments like black holes, then you need these new ideas of the general theory of relativity. And that is indeed the process that we feel we're likely recapitulating now. Because when you try to put quantum mechanics and general relativity together, you do find, at least in the string theoretic context, that general relativity has to yield to additional terms, additional mathematical constructs that Einstein himself did not write down. And so, yes, as we try to go beyond even the domain that Einstein successfully described, when we try to put quantum theory into the story, which Einstein did not do, we do find that general relativity gets modified. Now, it could also be that quantum mechanics gets modified. This is an idea that people are talking about today. So that would, again, fit into exactly the same template. Earlier ideas, when you try to go further, require new concepts, new ideas. They have to be modified.
Do you think that there is a sentimentality in physics where people kind of want to cling on to these famous revolutionary ideas because, as well as them being really impressive as theories, they're exciting, you're familiar with them. And so when you're faced with something that causes you to abandon something so familiar. Do you think there is a psychological barrier for a lot of physicists?
I think it's really depending on which physicist you're talking about. So are there some in the history of physics where you can find reasonable evidence that they were reluctant to take the new step because they were so tied to the old way of looking at things? Yes, you can even in some way say that about Einstein in some ways. When quantum mechanics came along and was suggesting that the best you could ever do is predict the likelihood, the probability of one or another outcome, very different from the classical perspective that Einstein was used to, where you tell Einstein how things are today, and Einstein will tell you how they will be tomorrow with 100% certainty coming from the mathematical equations. When quantum mechanics began to chip away at that picture, yes, is there some evidence that Einstein resisted it? Absolutely. But I would say that the dominant perspective of most physicists, including Einstein himself, is that it is so exciting when there is a radically new way of thinking about the world. And so I would say the dominant way in which physicists approach their work is that they look for the opportunity to take us to a new place. And so while, we do get comfortable with certain ways of thinking about things, in the end of the day, most of us are all too happy to be part of a revolution if that revolution is well motivated by experiment and theoretical calculations.
So, string theory. What are the strings of string theory?
Yeah, so when we get into the details of this approach to put quantum mechanics and general relativity together, we find that historically, the essential move was to say, look, the old paradigm is that matter is made up of these little particles, electrons and quarks, little tiny dot-like structures. The new idea of string theory was to say, what if they're not little dots? What if they are extended little filaments? What if you took a powerful microscope and you looked into the heart of matter and you didn't find a swarm of little dots, but you found a swarm of little vibrating filaments? And the motivation for that came from the fact that with that move, the tension between quantum mechanics and general relativity went away. That little tiny move from dot to filament was what you needed for the mathematics of these two theories to harmoniously meld together. So if this picture is correct, the electron would be a little vibrating filament, and the quarks, they would be little vibrating filaments, and the different vibrational patterns, like the different musical notes on a musical string, would correspond to the different particles that make up the world. So it's kind of like the universe becomes this microscopic cosmic symphony of vibrating filaments. It's a very beautiful and poetic picture that we can make rigorous and mathematical.
And mathematically beautiful as well. So I keep getting told I'm not a mathematician. I couldn't possibly vouch for it. But it does sound a little bit like, you told me a second ago that string theory hasn't been proven. It's not been sort of experimentally verified. I was under the impression that the thing that was so great about the scientific enterprise, physics, is that we can do that. We can have hypotheses, we can test them, we make predictions, and if those predictions come true, that's how we know we've got a good theory. This sounds a little bit like it's working in the opposite direction. We've got this problem, and here's a mathematical way of thinking about it that will plug in those gaps. But is that an appropriate way to be doing science?
Well, I would say it's not really going against the grain of what we always do. It's more that the timescales involved for being able to check the mathematical predictions are much longer. Even in this case, we don't know how long they will be compared to things in the past. So take Einstein and his special theory of relativity. There was a real puzzle that he faced, which had to do with properties of light and its motion. He wrote down some mathematical ideas just out of his head and thinking about the data and the situation. And very quickly, those ideas could be tested. In the general theory of relativity, 10 years later, he writes down equations to try to gain some insight into problems to do with the force of gravity. Within 4 years, you could test those predictions through the solar eclipse of May 1919. So there's a 4-year gap between the math and, say, the confirmation. Here we are with string theory, and I don't know exactly where you want to date the theory from, but give it sort of, 30 years or ish, something, 40 years, and we haven't been able to test it. So the time scale is longer. Will we test it in 50 or 100? I don't know. It really depends on how quickly our mathematics continues to develop and, importantly, how quickly our technology continues to develop. That's really part of the problem here. Any theory, I don't care if it's string theory or loop quantum gravity, another approach that people have developed, if it's putting gravity and quantum mechanics together, it will distinguish itself in realms that are incredibly tiny or incredibly massive. That's where the tension between general relativity and quantum mechanics surfaces. And so you're going to have experiments that can probe incredibly small or incredibly energetic realms. And we are reaching, I wouldn't say the limit, but a challenge to go beyond, say, the Large Hadron Collider in Geneva, Switzerland. We used to have small colliders, bigger. Now we've got this 18-mile, circumference, accelerator. How much bigger can you get? And we don't know that we can get to the scales necessary to test these ideas, because if you naively look at how big the accelerator would need to be, it would need to be as big as the galaxy. That's how much we've leapfrogged mathematically. And that's what distinguishes this situation from, say, special relativity or general relativity or the standard model of particle physics.
Well, how is it possible in principle, even if we did have some galactic, collider, how do we experimentally confirm that all fundamental matter breaks down into vibrating strings? How does that sort of
it's the key question. And if you allow me to imagine that we had arbitrarily energetic equipment, arbitrarily able to probe to increasingly small scales, or maybe we talk to an alien civilization and they've cracked this problem. Are there tests of string theory? Yeah. String theory says that if you were to slam particles together at sufficiently high energies, we would see things that string theory predicts that you would not see in more conventional approaches. And we can write down what those features would be. So in principle, they would be testable.
Those are like new kinds of particles?
New kinds of particles, the way in which the particles slam and bounce off of each other, the so-called scattering amplitudes, they're different in this approach than they would be in a more conventional approach. And so there are diagnostic tests that in principle we could carry out if we had this arbitrarily powerful equipment, which we do not have.
What do you think Einstein would have made of string theory?
Well, I think at first he would have resisted it a bit, because it does involve some pretty far out ideas. And so, as you were saying, it does take a while for, even psychologically, people to acclimatize to a different way of thinking about things. But I have little doubt that if Einstein took the time, and I think that he would, to sit down and learn about these ideas, the fact that it involves his own general theory of relativity, the fact that it does incorporate quantum physics, which he resisted but ultimately recognized was a powerful way of describing the world, the fact that it involves extra dimensions of space, an idea that Einstein himself spent some time thinking about. All of these ingredients, I think ultimately Einstein would find exciting. And mathematically, I think he would be bowled over by the beautiful way in which string theory brings it all together. I do think he would ask the very same question that you did. How do you test this? How do we know that this isn't just pure mathematics? And that would take us into a wonderful conversation along the lines of the material that we just discussed. So yeah, I think he would warm to these ideas pretty quickly.
Do you think we're sort of in the realm of philosophy here? One of the criticisms that I see of string theory, as somebody who doesn't understand the first thing about it, is that because of this lack of experimental data, you can say that in principle it could be tested, but there are all kinds of philosophical theories that in principle we could test. Ideas about personal identity or Star Trek teleporters, and would the person still be the same person if you reconstructed all of their atoms? I can sort of hypothesize a way to test that in principle, but because that is so far-fetched, it's squarely in the realm of philosophy rather than science. Do you think that string theory, for that reason, might belong there, at least for now, too?
Well, I guess two quick things. One, there are some who would view a categorization of being in the philosophical domain as somehow denigrating the ideas. And I don't see it that way at all. I mean, if we are in a philosophical realm, fantastic. Philosophy is wonderful.
Yeah,
it
up, if you ask me.
Yeah, exactly. So, I don't view that as some kind of a black mark against a physical theory if it raises philosophical questions. But you're saying something slightly different. You're saying because we can't directly test it, should it be called science? Perhaps we can frame it that way.
Yeah.
And I think the answer to that is absolutely yes, because science is not about ideas that can be put forward and then tested immediately. Science is about putting forward ideas that solve critical problems that can be tested, at least in principle, at some point. And that's really important, because if you put forward an idea that's meant to be scientific, but someone can establish you can't possibly in any way, shape, or form ever test that idea, then it's hard to see that it fits within the categorization of science.
Sure.
But if you put forward an idea, which at least in principle you could test if you had the right equipment, then to me, if it solves certain key problems, if it advances your understanding theoretically of things like black holes and the Big Bang and the nature of space and the nature of time, which is what string theory does, then it's absolutely worth you're investigating it, and it absolutely falls squarely in the realm of science.
But it also raises certain problems as well as solving problems, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there are problems in the sense of just counterintuitive implications. Like, I don't know how many dimensions is it that we're supposed to believe in these days? 11, 12, 30? I think it
11's a good number, yes.
Depends who you ask, which typically is quite difficult for people to imagine and to swallow. Although, as far as I understand it, there's something about the way that strings vibrating in these dimensions, there's something about that which would produce the long sought after graviton particle, right? And so scientists for a long time have expected that there would be this particle called the graviton, which is like the fundamental unit of gravity. And if you do the maths for string theory, you predict this graviton. And so when people say that string theory has no predictive power, it's like, okay, we haven't made a prediction of something that we don't know if it exists yet and then found it. It does predict one important thing, which is the existence of gravity. Of course, we've known that gravity has existed for a long time, but we haven't actually been able to find it in the way that maybe string theory can, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm fond of taking that line of discussion too, but I think of it more as a post-diction rather than a prediction for the very reason that you mentioned. We've known about gravity. Isaac Newton wrote down a mathematical understanding of gravity. But if you imagine a counterfactual universe, for instance, a universe in which there was no Einstein and we did not have Einstein's general theory of relativity, and yet somehow people came upon string theory, and they began to study the mathematics of string theory. Within the math of string theory, a clever string theorist would extract the general theory of relativity.
Wow.
And so that feels very gratifying, that these ideas hold together with such a rich and powerful cohesiveness. And you're absolutely right, because quantum mechanics is also part of string theory. It wouldn't just be the general theory of relativity. It'd be the quantum version of the general theory of relativity, which does involve these particles called gravitons. So string theory naturally does give rise to the quantum mechanical carrier of the gravitational force, which is the graviton. But look, I need to emphasize, no one's ever detected a graviton. It's the smallest particle of the weakest of all forces. So we're not surprised that it's been a challenge to ever capture a graviton and detect it directly. We're not surprised by that. But it is a beautiful thing that this idea that predates string theory naturally yields the very same structure when you study the math of string theory.
Yeah,
that's
it's
nice.
in the maths. That's the interesting thing. Now, one thing that I'm a little bit confused about is how something about these different dimensions and the different ways that they could exist, the different sort of structures that they could have. I'm not sure if it's related to the dimensions themselves or the shapes or whatever, but I hear a lot of people talk about how string theory points towards this explosion of multiple universes, some kind of multiverse picture. I don't know if it produces like a potentially infinite number of universes, or if it's like some precise number of 700,046 when you actually do the calculation, but something about lots of universes.
Yeah. So when I was a graduate student way back in the 1980s, long before you were born, and I began to work on string theory, the aspect that caught my attention was its need for these extra dimensions of space. And briefly, when you study the math of string theory, there's an equation, and the equation cannot be solved if there aren't these extra dimensions of space. So that's where the idea does come from. And when I was a graduate student, people began to think about what those extra dimensions of space might look like. The idea is that they're very small, they're crumpled, they're all around us, but they're so tiny that we can't directly see them the way we can directly see, left, right, back, forth, and up, down, right? The three dimensions of common experience. And so if they're crumpled up, what's the shape into which they are crumpled? And in the mid-1980s, scientists, mathematicians wrote down 5 possible shapes. And at that point, people thought those might be the only possible shapes that would meet the mathematical requirements. So as a graduate student, I started to study those shapes to see what physics they might give rise to. And that's what my doctoral dissertation was all about. And that seemed kind of a beautiful thing. A small number of possibilities. Maybe we can either rule them all out and get rid of string theory, or maybe one of them describes our world, and wow, that would be amazing. The problem is, as you made reference to, as people began to study the math further and further, 5 possible shapes grew to 6, grew to 10, grew to 1 million, grew to 1 billion, grew to 1 trillion, grew to 10 to the 500. That little list of 5 possible shapes is now an enormous list of possibilities. And so what do you do with that? Well, one idea that people put forward is maybe all of them are real, in the sense that all of them are realized, in the sense that there are many universes in which each of those shapes constitutes the extra dimensions in that universe.
Yep.
And this is an idea that really was spearheaded by Leonard Susskind, who was thinking about these ideas in the context of inflationary cosmology and in the context of a puzzle called the cosmological constant problem. And when he put all these ideas together, it naturally suggested that maybe there are multiple Big Bangs yielding multiple universes, each with a different shape for the extra dimensions. That's where this multiverse comes from.
And that's because of the possibility of different ways that these dimensions could be shaped and organized. To me, I mean, that is of course really interesting, but a lot of people will listen to that and think, what if there's just some other reason why the dimensions are as they are in our actual universe? I mean, the fact that a bunch of other realities are mathematically possible doesn't mean that they actually exist.
Yes.
Is positing that they just do exist just sort of a convenient way to get around the problem of explaining why the universe is the way it is?
Yes, that is certainly a possible way that this story might ultimately be told. And it could be that there is some mathematical equation that we've yet to find. And when you look at that mathematical equation, you solve it, and maybe it says, that's the shape 22,462. Maybe that will come out of some fundamental mathematical calculation, at which point we'll say all the other shapes were spurious. They were potential shapes when we didn't know about this other mathematical condition, but with this new condition, they're gone. And there's just this one shape. And that would be a very beautiful resolution to all of this. We've yet to find anything like that equation.
Would we have to rule out those possibilities, because such an equation would say that all of these trillions of other potential ways of organizing the universe actually can't obtain. We just didn't realize it before. Would we have to show its impossibility in that sense to show that it didn't in fact exist? Or is there a world in which we can prove actually they are all definitely possible, and yet we know that they don't exist?
Sure. It could just be historical contingency.
Yeah.
If we understood the origin of the universe better, and if we understood the dynamical processes by which the universe evolved from however it began to its current state of being, maybe when we just look at that history, we go, oh, look, that shape is picked out by the historical progression. The others are possible. They solve the equations. They're just not realized because of the particular set of steps that took us from the beginning until today. That's another possibility. But I do want to emphasize that when Susskind was thinking about this, he was thinking dynamically, because when you look at this approach to cosmology called inflationary cosmology, you find within it very naturally that our Big Bang was not a one-time event. You find very naturally from the mathematics that our Big Bang would be one of many Big Bangs, giving rise to one of many universes. And Susskind simply said, if we port that idea from inflationary cosmology into string theory, then very naturally those distinct Big Bangs could have distinct shapes for the extra dimensions.
Man. So I'm thinking there's something quite profound underlying all of this and all of these considerations. And what's coming to mind for me is that you talked before a little bit about these particles, these potential gravitons, but also have quarks or however you want to say it. And you've got neutrinos and you've got electrons. And part of the story of science is trying to explain why that is the way that it is. I mean, so much of science is descriptive, right? Like we look inside of an atom and we find that it's made of protons, neutrons, and electrons. And we feel that thereby we've sort of explained something. Like we understand the atom. Whereas, as far as I'm concerned, all we've really done is just described it in further detail. And we haven't really shifted the needle on the question of why it is that way rather than another. So when we look in the quantum realm and we find these very specific set of particles and not other particles, they've got particular weights and not other weights. Why is that the case? Why not some other set of particles with a different set of properties?
Yeah. And so it really comes down to, what do you want science to do? Niels Bohr, the grand master of quantum physics, would say all you want science to do is give you some mathematical explanation for the readouts in your equipment. You take a measurement, you get a result. Can you explain that number? You don't need to explain anything about the nature of reality. You don't have to tell a narrative of how things are. Can you explain those numbers? Now, many of us think that that's a too limited way of looking at science. I'm more in the camp that you describe. I want to feel like I can tell some coherent story that gives me some understanding of not only how things are, but why they are this way. Now, we've been really good at the how so far because we have the standard model of particle physics that can describe the results that come out of every experiment at the Large Hadron Collider, gives us an understanding of the structure of matter, gives us an understanding of how that matter can ultimately coalesce when you put Einstein's ideas together into stars and galaxies and into planets. That's all pretty good. But if you then said to me, but in that theory, you've made certain assumptions.
Yes.
You assume there's electrons, neutrinos. Yep. Why those particles and not others? And that really comes down to the question that Einstein really asked in a way, is there a unique universe that somehow is logically required to be, and any deviation from that universe would somehow be logically inconsistent? Einstein said, did God have any choice in creating the universe? Could God, therefore, in other words, have created the universe differently, or was God's choices fixed by some sort of master logic that we've yet to uncover. I would love if we find that logic. We're nowhere near that. As of today, is it possible logically and mathematically that there would be a universe that has vastly different particles from the ones that we know about? I think so. Is it possible that we could be in a universe where it was all Newton, no quantum mechanics? Is that a logically possible? I think it is. Now, people will argue about this, but I don't think that we have any criteria at the moment where we can say, the universe had to have quantum mechanics. It had to have general relativity, has to have electrons and quarks. There's no other reality that could possibly have been realized. We're nowhere near that goal, but it would be wonderful to get there. And ultimately, frankly, we'd like to go one step further and answer Leibniz's question, why is there something rather than nothing? Nothing seems to be logically possible too. And by nothing, I don't mean, and neither did Leibniz, empty space. I mean nothing. No space, no time, no nothing. That seems to be logically possible. And yet, clearly, we're not in that reality. Why not?
Yes, that to me is the foundational question, in the sense that it's really kind of naive and simple, like a kid can ask it, but it's also like the most profound philosophical question that you come back to regardless of how much study you do. I am suspicious about the extent to which science can inform a question like that. An analogy that I've given before is a bit like discovering a book. There are some books on the table, which are also available on Amazon.com and reputable booksellers everywhere. But suppose it were a book of poetry on the table. I use the example of a Shakespearean sonnet, a book of his sonnets. And we just discovered this book. And we wanted to know what it's doing there. What is it? What's it made of, right? And so we start studying it. We start looking inside. And some clever person begins to notice that it follows certain patterns. At the end of these things called sentences, there's always a period, a full stop, right? And there are these big versions of letters and little versions of letters, and you discover this law of capitalization. And then the really clever person realizes that when you pronounce these words, it follows this rhythm, dun 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 dun. And they call it iambic pentameter because, it sounds fancy, but they've identified this law of iambic pentameter that everything follows. And somebody says, look, we're discovering all of these laws of this book. Isn't it amazing? And I'm still left with the question of, why is the book there? Why does it follow those laws? Why was it written in the first place? And for somebody to say to me, well, we don't know yet, but look at all the progress we're making. Look at how much we've discovered. Look at how many laws we've uncovered. Surely at some point we'll get there. That would be a category error, right? Because you're never going to push the laws of literacy enough to understand the origin of the text. And I wonder if there's an analogy here when we look at the laws of physics and we discover the way that planets orbit each other and stuff, and we're finding all these wonderful descriptions of how everything works. Is it a category error to suggest that if we just push that kind of thinking far enough, we'll get the answer to the origin of the universe?
It could be. I don't think it is, but I need to qualify it in two ways. Number one, I would say what physics is about and how it differs from your analogy with the sonnet is that physics is about finding a description that involves far less input and far less information than the things that comes out of it, the ultimate description of what's going on. So when we look at quantum phenomenon, there is so much stuff that happens in the microscopic world. Particles slamming into each other, joining together into atoms and into molecules. So we can describe the fundamental processes with a few lines of mathematics. So that complex amalgamation of processes is reduced to a few symbols on a piece of paper. It is ultimately just a description of what's going on, but it is a very efficient and effective description. And it's so good that when we use the math to calculate, for instance, magnetic properties of electrons, we can make a calculation to 14 decimal places, and then we do the experiment, and it agrees digit by digit by digit to 14 decimal places. You can't help but think that that's more than just a mere repackaging or a mere observation about the patterns. You're somehow finding something at the heart of the patterns when you can make that kind of a leap from mathematics to predictions. But I would say that I do differ from my colleagues in a way that's relevant to the analogy that you give, which is the following. The sonnet, I think we'd all agree, is a human construct.
Yep.
The description that you gave in terms of capital letters, small letters, periods, iambic, pentameter, those are all human inventions.
Yep.
You can use the word that you did use, discovering these patterns. You are discovering them, but the patterns were human inventions.
Yep.
And I think that what we're doing in mathematics is really just inventing human inventions, a language that's really good at encapsulating the patterns not found in a sonnet, but the patterns found in nature. And so I don't think that we are discovering laws, even though in loose language I often do say that. I think we are inventing laws. We're inventing the math, we're inventing the symbols, we're inventing the operations, and we are inventing the equations and finding, wow, these equations are really good at encapsulating those patterns. In fact, they're so good that we can use the equations to make predictions about patterns we haven't even yet seen. And then we do go out and we see them. So it is powerful, but ultimately, I think that what we're doing is inventing things. So now back to your key question. Could that invention ultimately give us answers to these profound philosophical questions? And I think that they can point the way, because the equations are good at finding the patterns, encapsulating the patterns. And if you believe that reality, for reasons that we don't understand, does follow patterns. Did God infuse those patterns? Are they somehow written into some ultimate description of a universe that has to be them? I don't know. But if you believe that there are these patterns and we've invented a language that's really good at talking about those patterns, then yeah, in principle, maybe that language can point us toward the ultimate pattern, which may give insight into why there's a universe at all.
Patterns is a really interesting way of describing it, because I wanted to know what your view is on what a law of physics is. These words like laws, these words like forces, the force of gravity, they're thrown around without people stopping to think about what they're actually saying there. I mean, to say that there is a law of physics, that word seems to imply that there is this written rule somewhere that everything is following. The question that got me thinking about this when I was younger was to ask, like, do things fall to the ground because of the law of gravity, or do we have the law of gravity because things fall to the ground? And it seems more sensible to me to suggest that, like you indicate, we are essentially describing patterns that we see. And the great observation of David Hume was to realize that that is just something that we observe and describe. He looked everywhere he could for the causal connection between hitting a billiard ball and that billiard ball going forward. And he thought there's nothing in principle, logically, like preventing me hitting that billiard ball and it flying upwards instead of forwards, except for this thing that we observe called causation. But he looked for it everywhere and he just couldn't find it.
Yeah.
But he said, but I still believe in it, though. I still believe in causation. I just have absolutely no way to justify its existence. And the problem for Hume is that the way that Bertrand Russell put it was, in this problem of induction, was to say, like, if you were a chicken and every single day the farmer comes in and throws your seed, right? And so the chicken develops this connection between the farmer coming in and the food being given, in the same way that every time I've seen an object be dropped, it's fallen to the ground. So I developed this idea of a causal connection just because every time I've seen it, that's what's happened.
Yeah.
And Russell's like, well, the chicken will in the same way develop a causal connection between the farmer coming in and the food being given. But
until the hatchet comes.
Quite right.
Yes.
Until the hatchet comes and the chicken's dead.
Yeah.
And we realize that the chicken was just identifying patterns, but there was no actual law.
Yeah.
It feels ridiculous to suggest that the laws of physics could work in the same way because it's happened so many times.
Yeah.
Every single time we've ever seen this kind of stuff. But like, is there this thing called a law that makes sure it happens, or are we just describing patterns?
And look, so I would say, number one, when I was younger, if we had this conversation when I was your tender age, I would sit here and say, yeah, there are laws of physics. Yes, when we write down these mathematical laws, they are why the universe behaves the way it does. And that was so naive as I look back at my 25-year-old self thinking that way. Because, number one, obviously, laws that we write down change over time. So, number one, we have to recognize it's all provisionals. But even more deeply, in the end of the day, what we humans do, we are able to access a tiny part of reality. We find patterns in the part that we have access to, and we invent this language that does a really good job at describing it. And that's really, I think, all that there is to it. But having said that, I'm not precisely sure the language, and I always struggle at this point to find the right words. I do think that within the fundamental architecture of reality, there are certain inbuilt patterns that do guide the dynamics, that do guide the billiard ball as it slams into another billiard ball. I don't think it's Newton's laws. I don't think it's the laws of quantum physics. I don't think it's general relativity. But I do, within the architecture of reality, feel that there is something that requires this kind of regularity. Now, is that a law? I'm not sure if that's the right language any longer, because the universe just does what it does. Particles move and billiard balls slam into, and they don't care about quantum mechanics or the laws of physics as we articulate them. They're just doing their business, and they've been doing that business long before we existed, and they will be doing their business long after we are gone. And so in that sense, the universe just is and just does and just evolves. But I do think there's a fundamental regularity that guides how things progress. Do we have access to that regularity? Is math the right language for articulating that regularity? I have absolutely no idea, and I don't have any reason to believe that it is. I do know that it does a really good job at approximating those regularities, which is why we can make predictions that so closely match observation. But does that mean that we've actually uncovered the true fundamental regularities of reality? That, to me, would be a miracle.
Would that be something material in your view? I mean, I tend to agree with you that there is something about the nature of reality that I don't think gravity is going to switch off in 5 seconds. But then, let's not tempt the gods. I do think that there's something holding this all together. But if we're talking about the thing that governs the interactions of all material objects, essentially, does that governing thing itself have to step outside of materiality, and we get into this realm which physicists often dare not tread of talking about immaterial influence on material things?
Yeah, look, well, three quick things. Number one, we've looked at the universe by using powerful telescopes way back to a few 100,000 years after the Big Bang. So say we've looked at it through a 13 billion year span. That may seem like a long period of time, but we can extrapolate into the far future, and there's every reason to believe that this cosmos of ours will exist in one form or another for 10 to the 100 years, if not longer, into the future, which means that we could be like the chicken. And for 13 billion years, we've seen the regularity, but maybe, 10 to the 100 years from now, the hatchet comes and we realize, we were just confused by the patterns that held true for such a long period of time. Yeah. So is it possible that gravity will switch off? Probably not in 5 seconds, but we're looking at a tiny region of time compared to the entirety that might happen. Number one. Number two, do we step outside of materiality? Look, I'm open to that idea. I would be thrilled if that were the ultimate answer. How remarkable if there is some grand non-physical entity that is responsible for the universe and the fact that we're here. I would love to learn about that, and it would be enormously exciting. The problem as a physicist is I can't go any further than that excitement. I can't analyze it. Yep. I can't investigate it. I can't write down mathematical equations. By definition, it stands outside the physical, the thing that a physicist focuses upon. So I don't find it that interesting. I don't say it is impossible. It just doesn't occupy my attention when I can't go any further in the analysis. And so my perspective has been to say, sure, maybe, but now put that to the side and see how far I can get just focusing on the physical, just focusing on the tools that we have developed. And the fact that we've been able to go as far as we've been able is deeply thrilling.
One of the most celebrated descriptions of the universe that has come about of late, and by of late I mean in the history of the scientific enterprise, is this surprising fact that so much of what governs our universe, the strength of various laws, for example, the mass of various particles, are so finely tuned that some theorists do suggest the multiverse we were talking about earlier, to the extent that like the only way to explain the fact that it could have been so many ways and is this way is that this is just one of many universes. Another suggestion for that, from that, is to extrapolate and say, well, there must be some kind of necessary reason why these laws are the way they are. That's the kind of thing that the physicist is looking for. The third option is this sort of supernatural intelligence. Many people think that, I understand what you're saying, that the physicists can't go beyond the physical, but we can like extrapolate explanations from the physical data, right? Like in the same way that if I were to look at some evidence around me, if we all left this room and somebody came in and saw that there were some glasses on the table and saw that there was a book placed kind of in the middle of the table and all this kind of stuff, they didn't see any human beings, they didn't see any agents, but they can just extrapolate from the arrangement of the descriptions that they see of the way the room is. There must have been somebody there. In the same way, the physicists might not be able to sort of look beyond the material, but can they look at the strength of the strong and weak nuclear forces and the fact that if gravity was a tiny little bit stronger, the universe would have collapsed in on itself, and a bit weaker and everything would have flown apart, and think, I can't see any evidence of design directly, but I can extrapolate from that there must be some kind of intelligence behind the universe.
Yeah, so bear in mind, number one, often people do say that if you change the value of the physical parameters just a little bit, the universe as we know it goes away. The problem with that is we can only do that analysis if you change the parameters by a little bit. If you allow the parameters to change by a lot of bit, not a little bit, and if you allow many of the parameters to change simultaneously, nobody can really say what that cosmos would be like. And so it's possible that there are patches in parameter space where you would get different kinds of universes that perhaps would give rise to different living systems. And then each living system in its universe looks around and says, wow, this universe is so special. It must be that there's some kind of, grand design that got us here. But they're all saying that in their own parameter space because they're all making this mistake of only looking in a small neighborhood around the point in parameter space where they exist. So that's point number one. And so part of it is we just don't really know enough to make...
If we turned up gravity a little bit...
And left everything else the same, I agree.
But if we turned it up like to 11, that somehow...
Right.
That might...
Yeah, but what if you simultaneously turn up the repulsive force that might come from a universe with charged... I mean, it's a highly complex problem.
And there might be something about turning up gravity which necessarily also correlatively turns up this repulsive force.
Conceivably.
Right,
so it's just a fairly complicated problem that you don't want to dismiss too quickly by saying it all goes away unless it's precisely as we've seen. But it is the motivation for the multiverse, another motivation, because one explanation simply would be there are many, 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 many universes in which the parameters have all different values across those many universes. And in most of those universes, the conditions are not amenable to living systems like human beings. But in one of those, or a small number of those universes, the conditions are amenable. And of course, we're in one of those universes because we could not exist in any of the others because the conditions are not correct. The analogy is if you go into a clothing shop and you want to buy a sports coat, and you say, I want to buy a sports coat, and you see only one on the rack, and the person brings it over and it fits you perfectly. You're like, wow, that is so fortunate that it was just the right size to fit me. But if you go into an actual clothing shop, when there's hundreds of different sports jackets on the rack of all different sizes, when the person comes and brings you one that fits, you're not surprised. Of course, there's one among the many that works for you. Yep. And so if you have many jackets, it's obvious why one will fit. If you have many universes, it's also pretty obvious why one will fit the conditions necessary to our existence. And so it is a natural way of avoiding the problem that you're making reference to. The specialness of this universe goes away if it's one of a grand collection of possibilities.
Yeah. If I went into a shop and they had a sports jacket in just my size, I'd feel pretty special. I'd feel pretty chuffed about that. If I discovered that actually they'd gone into the back and picked from a billion different possible suit jacket sizes, I'd be a little disappointed by that. I'd be kind of upset. Do you feel a bit nihilistic at the prospect that it seems amazing, everything is perfectly tuned for us, but actually maybe not. Maybe we just happen to be in one of billions of universes.
I guess that's not where my self-worth comes from. I sort of don't look at the specialness of the universe or my place within that special universe. Rather, what fires me up is the fact that a collection of particles called a human brain, which is all that we are, collections of particles, can coalesce through an evolutionary dynamics to yield a structure that can think and feel and love and emote and create and illuminate and figure out quantum mechanics and figure out general relativity and come up with the idea of a multiverse and describe black holes and predict the magnetic moment of the electron. And that, to me, is the amazing thing, that matter, not infused with any divine force, not, in my view, structured by some divine plan, can, through the bare laws of physics, come together and do what it does.
It's definitely marvelous. I do think it sort of doesn't offer consolation in the way that feeling special does, because I feel like oftentimes people conflate the idea of something being amazing with something being like meaningful. People like to say things like, okay, I believe that there is just the universe, but when I look at a beautiful night sky, I'm filled with awe and wonder, and that might be true, but it doesn't fill you with that sense of belonging in the same way. If anything, like, one person looks at the universe and thinks it's so grand and so brilliant that, man, I slot right into this, and they find their sense of belonging. Whereas some people look at the universe, they look at the same thing and they say, gosh, this is also big, and I'm just in a tiny little random neighborhood, like, oh, I have no place here, I'm just randomly here. Like, which of those do you identify with more?
Both.
When you look at the universe?
They're both true.
Right.
I mean, I fundamentally believe that there is no cosmic purpose. There is no cosmic meaning. I do believe, and I'm open, as we discussed, to other ideas ultimately replacing this perspective if it made sense and if there was evidence, but I fundamentally believe that we are the product of physical processes and that we are physical structures, and that these physical structures just come together for a brief moment of time and then we disperse. And for that brief moment of time, can I feel alone and nihilistic? Yes. Can I feel connected and thrilled? Yes. Can I hold both of those ideas in mind simultaneously? Yes, and I do. And so, yes, at times do I feel completely at sea in this gigantic cosmos, crawling around on this nondescript planet, going around this ordinary star in the outskirts of the Milky Way galaxy? Yes. Can that make you feel small and lacking some sense of purpose? For sure. But at the same time, when I think about the fact that we've developed these mathematical ideas that describe that reality, it gives me a feeling of connection to that reality. I feel closer to the universe when I have a deep description that at least approximates some of the processes that take place. General relativity makes me feel closer to the cosmos, as does quantum mechanics. And so, yes, alone, and yes, connected, all together in one human mind that somehow is able to grapple with these ideas.
This multiverse situation that we were talking about before, do we have good reason to think that it might be the case outside of A, its possibility, and B, the way that it kind of conveniently does away with the trouble of things like fine-tuning or the trillions of ways that string theory dimensions could be folded in on themselves? Because, like, you imagined walking into a jacket shop and finding one that was perfect, and I'm imagining walking into a jacket shop and it's just like a tiny little store, somewhere in New York on like the second floor, right? And it just has a few jackets and a few pairs of trousers, and I try on this jacket and it is like perfect. I mean, it's the exact shade of blue that I was looking for. I send it to my camera guy and he does the little hex code and he's like, man, this is like exactly the right color temperature. The sleeves are the perfect length, like uncannily perfect. Like everything is great. It's even got like a name tag from the previous owner that says Alex on it, just by pure and I think, man, this is absolutely unbelievable. I'm saying to my friend, this is unbelievable. I can't believe every single time I look at it, something new that just unfathomably coincidental. And the friend says, okay, this is amazing. What must have happened is that there are actually like an infinite number of jackets that are sort of sat in the back. And every time somebody comes into the shop, they sort of bring one out by chance and hope that it's a match. And I suppose we must also have sort of existed in New York for an infinite amount of time so that this guarantees that at least once this goes right. And of course, you're going to be the one that gets it right, because otherwise you wouldn't be having this amazing experience. Compared to just what I naively experience, which is like one room and a jacket which fits perfectly, I would basically ask that friend to give me more reason outside of the convenience of explaining this coincidence to believe in that infinite set of jackets, to think that it's actually true, right?
I mean, in the end of the day, that's really what we do. We try to explain the confluence of data that seems to lock together with such a gratifying and impressive cohesion, just like your perfect jacket, inscribed in just the right way. And
this is that jacket.
It's beautiful. I agree with your cameraman. And so what we try to do is to write down equations that will give us some insight into how it could be that there's a process that starts in the Big Bang and results in the things that we are now experiencing. Now, are there certain things that might be pure coincidence? Like, could it be pure coincidence that the gravitational constant and the electromagnetic force have just the right values to yield the qualities that allow us to exist? It could be coincidental. It could be really causative. It could have been, had the values been different, they would have caused something else. And that something else, if it had consciousness, might be in the same quandary, saying, why were the constants just the right value to allow me to exist? And yet they'd be different than the constants that we have. And so you have to be careful about seeing things and being impressed at their uniqueness when they might not be unique, and impressed at how they are designed when they may not be designed. They simply may be what they are, and you are the result of those features. They weren't set in order to get you to exist. They were set maybe by some random process, and you are the output of that random process. What we do as conscious beings, we tend to look at our environment and try to explain it in terms that somehow give us a narrative, a story. And we love stories that somehow have a purpose. But these stories may not have a purpose. It may just be random events with random numbers that yield, based on their structure, certain outputs. And we may be the output of those random qualities.
So, at risk of belaboring the point, because we're speaking quite generally here, in particular the multiverse, like I say, outside of this convenient explanation of certain phenomena, but not in such a way that it's like, a predictable, testable hypothesis. Just this makes some sense of what we see. Do we have good evidence outside of that for the multiverse? When I spoke to David Deutsch, he was firmly convinced. I mean, he said he doesn't believe in the multiverse. He knows that the multiverse exists. From sort of a quantum perspective, he's a many worlds interpretation type guy, so a very particular kind of multiverse. But He just thought that we had this evidence. It wasn't just a way of explaining difficult quandaries. Do you believe in the same way that we have like evidence for the multiverse, or do you tend to just treat it as a potential hypothesis to do away with these problems?
Yeah, I absolutely do not think we have evidence for the multiverse. And I believe I understand David Deutsch's perspective. I actually never met him, but I have read his books. And of course, I'm deeply familiar with the many worlds approach to quantum mechanics. And it is a compelling mathematical framework that we humans invented to describe these strange processes in the microscopic realm. Is it the only description of the microscopic realm that we have? No. There are other ways of talking about the phenomenon of quantum mechanics where you don't mention the word multiverse. You don't mention many worlds. And as of today, we don't know of a way to experimentally distinguish between these different approaches. So I think it's far too early to say that the many worlds, the multiverse version of quantum mechanics is correct. And that's only one flavor of multiverse. There are many ways in which you come upon this idea of many universes. You come upon it cosmologically, from inflationary cosmology with multiple big bangs. You come upon it in string theory with many different possible shapes for the extra dimensions. You come upon also within string theory with something called brane universes. So there are many flavors of multiverse that science has bumped into. Absolutely none of them are at a level of understanding where we can say, yes, there is evidence for the multiverse. No, there is mathematical motivation based upon our attempts to understand things in the external world, but it is mathematical motivation for thinking about the possibility of a multiverse. So yes, I keep it in my toolkit as an interesting possibility that you break out when you don't have any other way of describing what it is that you're seeing.
Yeah. Is that similar to how string theory works, though? Like, I mean, we were talking before about how string theory is mathematically elegant and makes sense of some phenomena that we see, like the graviton and this kind of stuff, but we don't have any experimental confirmation. The way that you've just described the multiverse is something you keep it in the back pocket, but I don't think we have good evidence to believe it's true.
Yeah.
Are these sort of similar?
I would say it depends which pocket the theory is in. So yes, multiverse, back pocket.
Yeah.
String theory is like right here. Right. And the reason for that is to put quantum mechanics and general relativity together. We know we've got to do that.
Yeah,
and string theory does that. You know, the idea that general relativity, as we discussed, emerges from string theory. It's a real powerful way of thinking about why this theory might be the way to put these two together. It may be that general relativity is intrinsically within string theory from the get-go. And there's another story just like that for quantum physics within string theory. So that's why it's here. But yes, I agree.
That's your jacket pocket, not the heart.
That's wrong. That's the correct size. But yes, I did mean the jacket pocket. Until you have experimental evidence for mathematical ideas, they do need to be viewed as provisional.
Yeah.
But I think I would put string theory one step closer to connection with physics than the general idea of a multiverse.
25 years ago, The Elegant Universe is published, introducing a lot of people for the first time to string theory. How has your confidence in string theory fluctuated since then?
Yeah. So, look, 25 years ago, I would have thought that the conversation we're having right now would focus upon all the experiments that had been done that connected to some of the predictions of string theory.
And predictions about God.
That's right. That's right. You know, predictions about supersymmetric particles and things like that. That didn't happen. And yes, is that a disappointment? I'd have to say, honestly, it is a disappointment. But on the mathematical front, 25 years ago, if you asked me, will we understand the fundamental exact equations of string theory in any domain? I say no, we'll only still have approximate equations. We have exact equations in particular domains right now. Will we have a way of talking about space and time in a radically new language than Einstein's general theory of relativity. I said, well, it'd be nice, but I don't think we have that language now that's emerging from these studies. And I could go on with the mathematical progress that exceeds anything that I would have imagined 25 years ago. So that has certainly increased my confidence in the capacity of these ideas to really give us a rich description of reality. But again, I would have hoped that we would have the observations that would at least tentatively connect with some of the ideas of string theory, and that we've not been able to do.
I think those kind of cancel out such that, roughly speaking, you're about as confident as you were, because it sort of sounds like string theory is awesome and great, but like, yeah, it could be false. It's, as you say, it's sort of in the jacket pocket.
Yeah.
Is that where it was 25 years ago as well?
Well, again, I think part of it is the psychological question of a youthful physicist looking at the world as, this spectacular landscape of discovery versus a somewhat, I like to think, more mature perspective on reality, which is a little bit more subdued. And so, yes, when you put those together, I would say the level of confidence is fairly close. But that's an amazing thing in its own right. The fact that these string theoretic ideas have been subjected to an additional quarter century of mathematical investigation by some of the greatest minds that this planet has ever produced. And I'm not putting myself in that category. I'm talking about string theorists as a community. And the theory have stood up to these mathematical assaults and has yielded riches that are completely unexpected and enormously gratifying. That is amazing. That is not something that's minor. That is a major step in the direction of developing an idea that may well be the correct description of reality.
And if we wake up tomorrow and discover that this is the correct description of reality, somebody has somehow experimentally confirmed string theory, what does that change? Does it change much outside of just our understanding? Hey, isn't that interesting? Does it change the way that I live my life? Does it change the clothes that I wear or what time I get out of bed in the morning or anything like that?
It's always difficult to answer a question like that in real time.
Yep.
But I think quantum mechanics gives us a beautiful case study where we can look at it over a longer stretch of time. Because if you were talking to Erwin Schrödinger, Niels Bohr right now, and it was 1920 something, 23, 24, and you say, look, if this quantum mechanics thing pans out and it really is experimentally confirmed, will that change my life? Will it change when I get up in the morning? I think they would have said, look, we're talking about atoms and particles. And if that isn't the kind of thing that determines how you live your life, then probably quantum mechanics will not have a big impact on you. And yet, here we are 100 years later. And because of quantum mechanics, we have been able to control matter, harness matter on microscopic scales, yielding the integrated circuit, yielding all manner of technological progress. The fact that you have the cell phone, the fact that you have a personal computer, the fact that you have any kind of technological device is because of the work of quantum mechanics. So has it affected how you get up in the morning? Yeah. Now when you say, hey, Siri, 8 o'clock wake up call, that is because of quantum mechanics, fundamentally speaking. And so could the same thing happen with string theory if it's correct? Will we be able to harness matter in new ways and do things that I can't even imagine today? Yeah, I can imagine that possibility.
Yeah, that's interesting. People often probably neglect to think about that when it comes to the utility of physics. I mean, there's a big debate about how many resources the government should put into space travel or science or whatever. And there is quite a myopic view that this is not worth this particular project. It's not worth this amount of time or money to work out if, this book is made of strings or particles. Who cares? Forgetting that there are always unforeseen consequences of these physical theories.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some calculations that suggest, and it's pretty obvious if you think about it, a significant fraction of the gross national product of any major nation on this planet can be traced back to quantum physics. And so I don't like that as the main motivation for doing science, because it then suggests that we should just do applied physics, because it seems like that's the justification and the motivation. Whereas even with quantum mechanics, it was not applied physics when people were developing Schrodinger's equation or Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. It's the fundamental ideas which later generations can take over and then apply. So you don't start applying, you start fundamental. But yeah, can these ideas change how we live? Absolutely.
I wanted to ask you, in the time remaining, a question which mystifies me, which is what on earth the time remaining means. I listen to people talk about the discovery of particles and forces, and that somehow forces can express themselves at fundamental levels as particles. That to me seems kind of strange, that gravity can be a kind of particle, but okay, I believe you. Time, I just don't even know what it is. I don't know if it's a force, a particle, a substance. I don't know if it exists. When you think of time, when you're describing time to somebody, just crudely speaking, what image is in your head? Like, how are you conceiving of this thing called time?
So the first thing I should say is I also do not know what time is, and I don't think any of us do. Is it something that we humans impose on the external world just to organize our perceptions into some coherent narrative? Is time more than that? Is it fundamentally stitched into the fabric of reality? Are there realms of reality where there is no conception of time at all, and it just exists in a way that doesn't change in the manner that we usually think of when we're talking about dynamical changes through time? I don't know, and nobody does. But how then do I think about it? Pretty much the way you think about it. I think of time as something that allows for change. Time is the environment within which things can differ at one moment versus another. And in fact, the way we note that time has evolved is by comparing things, whether it's the second hand on a clock, the readout on your iPhone, or the color of my hair 25 years later compared to what it was when I was much younger. That's how we mark the passage of time, by virtue of change. But is time more than that? I don't know.
Well, most physical mathematical calculations work in both directions, right? Like if you take almost anything and just reverse it as if time was going backwards, it all works out the same.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult to discover why there is this arrow of time that takes us from past to future. And it feels like it does take us there. I can get up and walk forward or back, or I can stand still, but I can't do that with time, even though I'm told time is a dimension a bit like those other spaces which I can manipulate. I find it impossible to wrap my head around. But also when somebody says maybe time is just an illusion or something we impose into the world, that doesn't make sense to me either, because I think, well, to impose something is something that's done through time, and so I don't think I recognize that possibility, the idea that time is some kind of human construction. Is that what you were sort of suggesting?
It could well be, or it could be deeper, but the problems that you're referring to are real ones, and we have made progress on at least some of them. In terms of the arrow of time, why does it seem to have a direction when, as you rightly say, the laws of physics as currently constructed, they're agnostic between what we call forward in time and backward in time? They work in both directions equally well. And we believe it has to do with entropy, this idea of disorder. And we believe that entropy has this tendency to increase over time. And we furthermore anticipate, we can't prove, that the Big Bang was a state of incredibly low entropy, very high order. And we have been living through the degradation of that order for the last 13 billion years. So why, when you drop a glass and it shatters, doesn't it unshatter? We believe because the glass is carrying forward that drive toward greater disorder. Yeah. It could unshatter, at least in principle. It's just so incredibly unlikely, because to go from disorder to order is a very difficult maneuver. To go from order to disorder, that's very simple. Just drop the glass and it shatters. And so that at least gives us some insight into why there is this direction to time. But if you step back and say, but what about time itself? Like, why is there this thing called time, and why is it different from space?
Yeah.
Why can we so freely navigate through space, left and right, back? It doesn't matter. There's no constraint. Why is there this constraint on time? I can't really give you an answer to that question.
And you can conceive of space, but you can't conceive of time in the same way. It does make me wonder if there is a similar kind of like fine-tuning problem for time. Of course, time ticks differently if you're near a mass of gravity or if you're traveling close to the speed of light. But presumably there's some kind of like ratio by which, as the mass increases of a gravitational object, the time dilation increases.
Yeah, we have a formula for it.
Presumably that is something that you could also like tweak in principle, where as the mass increases, the time ticks proportionally even more slowly than it actually does right now. And so
1 minus 2 GM over C squared R. I mean, we actually have a formula
you took
for
the words out of my mouth. That's right. And so I suppose what I'm just wondering here is, when we talk about this like fine-tuning argument for God's existence or like multiverse type stuff, is time one of those qualities? Because it seems to me like unnatural to think of it in that way, because I think of time almost as the space in which all of that's happening. But is there also this fine-tuning of the way that time works too?
I think that gets closer to a psychological question as opposed to a scientific one, in the sense of the fundamental nature of time. I think we beings have these structures, and these structures in our heads change on certain time scales, and those time scales evolved. And so were the massive Earth very different, or if we were on Miller's planet orbiting Gargantua in a black, would it be perhaps that we would evolve differently and our sense of time would be different? Sure.
Well, I mean to say that like the fact that if I say I like doubled, say I'm orbiting a black hole, and I then double the mass of the black hole, there will be some proportion by which the time dilation increases. I'm imagining a world in which the laws of physics are tweaked such that when I double it, time dilates in the opposite direction. Let's say that when you go towards a black hole, instead of time slowing down, it speeds up. Like, I don't know if there's anything in principle preventing the laws of physics from having been that way, but presumably that would cause all kinds of problems for the harmony of the universe, analogous to how if you turned up the strong nuclear force, everything would fall apart.
Sure. I think that's absolutely true. But the one thing I would emphasize is, when it comes to special relativity time dilation, going near the speed of light and time slowing for you relative to somebody else, or general relativistic time dilation, you go near a black hole and time elapses slower for you than it does for somebody far away, you don't notice that.
Yeah.
Because it's time itself, according to these ideas, that is slowing, which means that all physical processes that take place in time slow down. So your watch slows, but your thoughts also slow. So from your perspective, nothing has changed. And so, yes, could it be that you would disrupt the structure of reality if you had the qualities that you're making reference to? Sure, I can certainly imagine that. But bear in mind, it's not the individual that their experience somehow changes. It's only by comparison to two widely separated individuals, or widely differing in their motion individuals, where these differences will emerge. The individual doesn't realize it at all.
Well, I do seem to realize an increase in the speed of time when I'm having an enjoyable conversation, and that is what has happened over the past hour or so that we've been talking. Brian Greene, thank you so much for taking the time.
My pleasure.